Hello, welcome to Jason the Old Millennial, and welcome to a very special live stream with me and my three friends here, three special guests. And we are going to do something similar to last week where we covered the 50 essential albums of the 1960s. This time we're going to the next decade, and that is the 1970s. We're going to pick 50 albums that we think everybody should listen to if they have not listened to already. That really kind of encompasses the 1970s. What is the 1970s and what makes it so special? And I think we all agree 1970s is a very special decade. It's one of the best decades of music. And so there's going to be a lot of great discussion, a lot of great albums to talk about, I think, in this decade. So I think it should be a lot of fun. I got a name. My name is Jason. I got Garrett, who won't get fooled again. I've got Bryer, who's comfortably numb. And I've got Nick, who has deja vu.
Hey, that's great.
So how you guys doing?
Doing good, doing good. Oh man, the 1970s is my favorite decade of music. It's now the 60s are great, the 80s are great, but just something about the 70s for me. It's like music just exploded. And I think that kind of has to do with it coming off the tail of the Beatles. It's like everyone was trying to compete to see who would take over the Beatles as the number one band.
Right. quite a task to
Even Beatles were trying to cover the Beatles, Paul McCartney doing great albums and stuff.
And it seems like so many new genres exploded. Like rock took off even more, but that kind of went into some subgenres of like punk rock, new wave, and you get like disco, like singer-songwriter in the early 80s, disco in the late 80s, funk and R&B really exploded. Like just so many genres just kind of taken off. And then you got people like Stevie Wonder who do a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it's interesting how you talk about the Beatles dominated the 1960s, and they broke up right at the beginning of the 1970s. So it's kind of interesting how they really were the 60s to me, anyways, and a lot of people. And all of a sudden, they broke up right before this new decade. And so, yeah, it's like a brand new decade where it's a free for all for everybody to come in and go, all right, who's next?
Which may or may not be the name of an album we talk about during this stream.
Exactly. No pun intended there. Yeah. Who's next? Yeah, it's interesting because I was thinking about this. All four of us obviously weren't born in this time period. We weren't alive during this time period.
I wish
we all had to discover this time period, retroactively, I guess you can say. And for me, I first fell in love with the Beatles, and that brought me my love for the 60s. And then naturally, I went to the 1970s right after that and kind of fell in love with the 1970s. That kind of the order. And this probably started when I was like 10 years old is when I really kind of started discovering the 60s and then into the 70s. And just kind of really loved that era. And I'll be interested if you guys would agree with the statement. For me, 1965 to 1975 to me is like the greatest era of music, and some of my favorite albums come in that 10-year period.
I would extend it to honestly, like I'd say 1964 to honestly like 1987. Honestly speaking,
okay.
Even though there's good stuff before and after, we got Elvis in the 50s.
Right.
You got some good stuff in the 90s. I think Oasis is probably my favorite band of the 90s, maybe just because they sound a lot like the Beatles. But
right.
Jason introduced me to them earlier this year. That album's amazing. Morning Glory, great album. I don't know if I have enough albums from the 90s in my head to do a top 50 of the 90s, but maybe it's time for me to start listening to some more 90s, because I can think of like 3-4 albums from the 90s that I've listened to so far.
Yeah, that'd be more of a challenge for sure.
Yeah, I think I barely have enough for that for the 90s.
Okay. Well, yeah, we'll see when we get there, I guess. What do you think, Nick and Bryer, about that time period there between 65 and 75, or do you think that's an accurate statement?
I mean, yeah, it's a great statement, but yeah, I do agree with Garrett. It should be extended at least a little bit,
Okay.
Especially with honestly, like Rush is doing good stuff up until honestly, like they quit in the 2010s, but especially up until Signals in 82. You got the Police up from 1978 to 1983, still doing great stuff in the early 80s. Hate them all you want. I loved them to death. Journey didn't make any really bad albums. They had some kind of weaker songs, but like even their weaker stuff like Raised on Radio still has like I'll Be Alright Without You, The Girl Can't Help It. Like honestly, it just depends on what you're listening to in the 80s and onward, because it's some of this stuff is just as good as the 70s. It's just like what you're listening to. And even the stuff that people would say is really bad, like the cheesy love ballads and like the heavy like gated reverb stuff, gated reverb drum snare, synthesizer led stuff. I'm a sucker for that kind of music. Like maybe it's just because I really like the 80s, but I really like that kind of music, as cheesy as it is. I especially like Tears for Fears, songs from the Big Church album, but that's kind of going into the 80s. I still think the 80s would qualify as one of the best decades for music.
What do you think, Bryer?
Yeah, I agree with that. Again, to me, the 70s in general, to me, it's a nice blend of the 60s and the 80s, because you get the experimentation from the 60s. It's like a continuation from that, but also technology has gotten a lot better, so albums are a lot better produced, and so the albums themselves sound a lot better. And of course, in the 80s, it gets even more polished, which some people would say it's a bit too far. But I think the 70s is a nice compromise with the great experimentation that the 60s brought, but also the more polished sound that the 80s would go on to take even. It's a nice balance, in my opinion, which is why, to me, that I love the 70s. It's my favorite decade when it comes to music. And yeah, that's my 2 cents into it. But yeah, 80s is also really good. So I'm looking forward to the 80s as well.
Yeah. I just say, if you looked at my top 100 favorite albums, over half of them are in that 10-year period. I mean, that's just the money for me, that 10 years, but that's just me. Before we start picking our albums, we're going to go one at a time around. We're going to start with Garrett first, Nick second, me third, and Bryer fourth this time. So we're changing the lineup every decade. I'm trying to change it up a little bit. So that would give Garrett and Nick 13 picks, me and Bryer 12 picks. But before that, Garrett gets his first pick. I would like him to summarize this music in the 70s, which you talked about already, but maybe give another one there.
So what happened in 1970, the beginning of the decade? The very first album released was actually, well, it was 2 albums. Let It Be by the Beatles and Bridge Over Troubled Water by Simon and Garfunkel. And honestly, Let It Be feels kind of like the last album of the 60s. And Bridge Over Troubled Water feels like the first album of the 70s.
Yeah.
Like Paul Simon was even asked, Paul, is Bridge Over Troubled Water the last song of the 60s or the first song of the 70s? And he said he felt like it was the first song of the 70s, kind of moving into a new decade. And so, handing the torch off, you still got a little bit of the political unrest of the 1960s. That calms down later in the decade. There's still a little bit of the protest at the beginning of the decade. It's kind of like people were taking the sound of the 60s, like Bryer was saying, in the early 60s and the early 70s, and kind of polishing it up more since recording technology was improving. Albums sounded a lot better. People were experimenting a lot more with pushing the limitations of instruments. This is where we get the guitar heroes coming in. This is where kind of jamming starts getting popular, where you'll get these extended jam sequences. Lots of different genres going on, like I was talking about earlier. And then love it or hate it, disco was a very prevalent part of the 70s. I don't know if any of us are going to include it. Even if we don't, shout out to the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack by the Bee Gees. That album pretty much defines the 70s, even if it's not going to be on our 50 essential albums list. Yeah, there it is. I don't know if anyone's going to pick that, but that definitely deserves a shout out here, because that album defined the late 70s. But this is the era of bands. This is where you get all the big bands coming in, like several different individuals who are just masters of each of their respective instruments. They just know exactly what to play when. Like people who are just incredibly gifted musicians, people who can play the guitar well, do all these crazy solos, but also can keep the rhythm well and play these epic riffs. You got these madmen drummers like Keith Moon and John Bonham, who kind of carrying over from the late 60s, but really kind of hit their prime here in the 70s. You got these really crazy bass players like John Deacon from Queen, and of course John Entwistle from The Who, who like just groove in with the drummer and really just keep that groove going. And then this is where you get like the charismatic lead singers who are just out there just partying on stage, putting on a show. I mean, honestly, I have no idea how they like can keep their voice through the whole concert, because I've seen
Just
what
with all
some
the
of these
drugs.
people be doing live, and it's like, how can you like move around like that through the whole show and keep your voice? Like, I can understand if you're playing an instrument and you're moving around like that, but if you got to sing while you're moving around like that, like that's insane. Anyway, this is honestly, you can hear where music was starting out with the kind of singer-songwriter-ish songs and the kind of 60s sounding rock of the early 70s, and you can hear where it's going with the synthesizers creeping in there. That's something I wanted to talk about, was the synthesizer. It really gets its start here in the 70s. The first use on a popular recording of the synthesizer was on Abbey Road by the Beatles. They used the Moog, and this is when synthesizers were basically the size of a full room. They're like huge computer consoles with a keyboard that you had to plug in a bunch of plugins to get all the sounds right, and you had to set the oscillators or whatever to get your tone. And in the 70s, they take that, and so they'd use those in the studio, but then live, they'd have these, like, it was a smaller version that they could put on stage, and you'd have like 2 or 3 keyboards stacked on top of each other, because they're like, this one has this sound and this one has this sound, so I play this at this part. Like, this one has I have a grand piano here for playing the intro, and then we get to the solo, this one has an organ sound, and then I can play this one up here because this has the synthesizer sound. And anyway, it's just really cool experimentation. People, like I said earlier, just pushing the limits of what's possible with music in this decade.
Yeah, interesting. You talked about lead singers. Definitely, I can picture Freddie Mercury,
Roger
Daughtry. They dress very flamboyant, I would say. They have the long hair, and just the costuming that they wear is just so crazy during this time.
And not to mention Elton John. That guy had such a stage presence. I heard that he started like dressing up all crazy like that because he's behind a piano, and he's like, you can't do all of these crazy moves when you're sitting at the piano, so you got to get their attention somehow.
Okay.
Plus Bruce Springsteen as well.
Oh yeah, Springsteen.
Oh really?
Doing his like guitar, like doing his kick with the guitar.
Mm-hmm.
Pete Townsend too, the way he does
Townsend's windmill.
That's what he calls it, the Jagerdang. That's what his Instagram account is called, as Jagerdang.
Yeah, definitely more theatric. The front men and all that. Yeah, I love all that.
And not to mention the concept album really takes flight here. He had some early concept albums in the 60s. The first one being Sgt. Pepper, if you want to call that a concept album or not. It kind of started that idea. And then you get stuff like Tommy, which tells a cohesive story. And then you get stuff like the Kinks Village Green Preservation Society, which is more just thematic. Like, this is a village green, and we're going to talk about the people who have lived here throughout the years who live in this village green.
And it's about like looking back, like, you know, like a nostalgic feel. And plus the Who sell out with the
radio,
higher radio stations,
and the small.
And the small faces with their happiness stand and the Ogden's nut gun flake.
You know what I was thinking when I was listening to that record? It sounded like something that Entwistle would do if Pete Townsend would let him do a full side of like something that he would.
It does. It honestly does. But this is where we get like taking those and pushing it even further, getting into stuff like The Wall or
Mhm.
Dark Side of the Moon. Those are just the Pink
Yeah.
Floyd ones.
I say
There's
Pink-
others too.
Ziggy
on it.
Stardust.
Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. The Who loves to do that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Quadrophenia by the Who.
yeah.
Half of 2112 by Rush.
Oh
Okay.
man, yeah, that one too.
Yeah.
And then there's like just these albums that are just play like greatest hits albums. You can play it and it's just banger after banger. And this isn't even their greatest hits album. This is just a normal studio album. You're like, is there a bad song on this album?
Yeah.
Like
I would say Cosmos Factory, but there are 2 weak songs on that album.
You can confuse like some of these studio albums in the 70s for a band's greatest hits album. And in much cases, I would prefer these albums over the greatest hits album. Actually, every case, because that's just honestly how I like to listen to my music.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, if you want to know what I'm eating, I'm have some sopapilla cheesecake to pair with 70s music.
Sweet.
Nice.
That's a good summary of the 70s, I think. Well, now we go to your first pick, Garrett.
I'm going to wait to swallow my...
Which we all have we all have guesses, I think, maybe what that'll be, but...
Okay. My first pick for Essential Album of the 1970s is what I would consider the most perfect album ever made. And is my 5th favorite album of all time. I'm going to go with Boston by Boston.
Oh, Boston. All right.
This album blew me away when I first heard it. Just the production on this. It was done basically by one guy in his basement. Like there's technically like 5 people in the band, but 3 of them are only play on every song. One guy, Tom Schultz, the guitar player. Well, I say the guitar player. He plays basically everything. He plays all the acoustic and electric guitars. He plays all the organ keyboards, and he plays bass. And then there's 2 other people who mainly play. There's Sib Hashian, the drummer, and then there's Brad Delp, the lead singer. And wow, is this amazing. Tom Schultz had been working on some of these songs for years whenever he finally got a record deal. And the studio executives didn't want him to like record in his basement. So he kind of tricked the studio executives to think they were recording in the studio by recording the song Let Me Take You Home Tonight live with all 5 members. But that's the only song that all 5 members appear on. All the other songs is pretty much Tom with Brad and Sib recording in Tom's basement and overdubbing a bunch. So Boston wasn't exactly a live band. It was they were studio wizardry, but man, are these songs good. You got classics like More Than a Feeling. That song is so good. And like there's a reason you're still hearing that on the radio today. Yeah. Peace of Mind with those like guitar harmonies and that riff. And I'm gonna steal this straight from the record liner notes, but Tom Schultz likes to play musical chairs with acoustic and electric guitars. That's what it said on the front sticker. That
really
Tom Schultz. It said something like combines the heaviness of Led Zeppelin with the pop sensibilities of the Beach Boys or something like that. Tom Schultz loves to play musical chairs with acoustic and electric sounds or something like that. And I would definitely agree with that. It's so cool. And then you got Long Time. Man, that song is so epic. That organ intro. It's so cool. And the guitar comes in. And then like just the solos. Tom Schultz I know he went to MIT. He was an MIT graduate. I think he was classically trained, and so a lot of his songs are very classically inspired, especially that one, like the Bach-sounding intro on the organ, and his bass playing is very contrapuntal, so he's playing counterpoint to what the other instruments are doing, and just perfect pop songs on here. Rock and Roll Band, really great, even though the lyrics aren't factual at all. Tom just made them up. And Smokin' is insane. That organ solo, woo, smoking.
Hit Your Ride.
Oh my goodness, Hit Your Ride is so good with that dueling guitar at the end. It kind of dials the tone back a little bit. Starts off slow, but then that guitar outro with the dueling guitars is amazing. Something About You, Pop Perfection. It's so good. I love the vocal harmonies from Brad Delp on that one. And while Let Me Take You Home Tonight is my least favorite song on the album, it's still great and a great way to close the album. So, Boston by Boston is my first pick.
Amazing first choice.
Right.
I love it a lot.
Would you say this is like the best debut album then?
I don't know about the best debut album. It's definitely
It's up there.
probably. I'd probably say it was.
Okay.
It's definitely one of them.
I can think of 3 on top of my mind during the 70s. I'd probably go in that category, but maybe there's more I'm not thinking of, but we'll get to that probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. Boston by Boston. All right, now we go to Nick. We're all really anticipating your pick here, Nick.
Yeah, I wonder where my first pick is.
I have no idea what's sitting behind you there.
I'm gonna say "Walls and Bridges" by John Lennon. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to take off my background. This is the only album I'm gonna be showing off because "Deja Vu" by Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. Dallas Taylor and Greg Reeves as well. Can't forget the names on the front cover as well. Where do I even begin with this album? When I first heard this album, it was like very long ago. I had an electrical teacher who was like, "Oh, check out Crosby, Stills, and Nash." And I heard their debut. I'm like, "Yeah, this is decent." And then I heard Deja Vu, and I was like, "Oh, this is really good." And I listened to it a couple times afterwards, but I didn't really start listening to it until me, Garrett, and Jason's and our review on the first album. And I'm like, wow, this album really grew on me. I got to listen to the Deja Vu album again because I remember liking it more than the first album. And I'm like, man, all of these songs are really good. It's like, it's so good. It's in my top 10 favorite albums of all time now. And plus that, it's my favorite album of the 70s now. Before that, it was a Who album, but now it's CSMY. First song right away, Carry On. It's so good. Stephen Stills took the first song on the first album, Sweet Judy Blue Eyes. I thought that's a really good song, but this is my favorite opener to their album. It opens up an acoustic with the and then it just builds up, and there's not a single second on this 4-minute track that I don't like. And that goes into Graham Nash's masterpiece, Teach Your Children. Like, man, this song is so good. And the beginning of it, it sounds like something that would be on the Sweethearts of the Rodeo album by the Byrds, but like something like a lot better. But like it sounds like something that like the Byrds would do, and I really like it. It's such a great track, and the words and Graham Nash's vocals, it's just amazing. And that goes into the next track, which for the longest time I had this this false thing in my head that Crosby writes really weak tracks for this band. And the first album I thought he had the weakest songs, but man, Almost Cut My Hair, I love this track. It's so awesome. I'm like, man, like Crosby, like he's really strong on this album. And I can't even say which is my favorite member on this album because all 4 of them are firing at all 4 cylinders. Helpless, amazing Neil Young song. What a fabulous song. I prefer Helpless, Hoping from the first album, but this is still really good. Woodstock, amazing Joni Mitchell written tune. And I love the electric beginning of it. It's so Neil Young. I love it. And like I said in our their first album review, they were really good when it was CSN, but once when Young joined the band, he just sort of added that like extra oomph to like make them really, really good, like really stand out. Then he gets a side 2 and you get the amazing Deja Vu, like you put the record on, it was just like and I'm like, man, I thought it was like Stephen Stills or Graham Nash who wrote it, but I'm like, it's Crosby, and I'm like, man, what an amazing track. Like man, I was picking on Crosby in the first album review, but man, he's proven himself on this album, and man, I love it. And then Our House, another amazing Graham Nash written tune. It's a very, very, very bright house. I love it. It's so British. I love it. 4+20. What an amazing song. I think it was written by, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's Neil Young that wrote it. Was
Oh, really?
or Stephen Stills. I forgot.
Thinking Steven Stills, but I don't know for sure.
It was either one of those. It's still a fabulous song. It's really good. Country Girl, which is a 5-minute tune, and it's like separated into like 3 different songs. Whiskey Boot Hill, Down, 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 and Country Girl. I think you're pretty. All this whole track is amazing. I know for a fact it's Neil Young that wrote it, and definitely one of my favorite tracks. I'm not gonna tell you my 5 favorite songs off this album because we're gonna save it for the review whenever we do get to the review. And then it ends on a very strong note. Everybody, I love you, and this is definitely what I would consider to be a perfect album. Like not a single dud on it. Like if Sweet Judy Blue Eyes was on this and Ohio was on it, I would mistake it for a greatest hits album. That's how good it is.
Yeah. Ohio came, I think it was a single that came out right after maybe this album came out. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why it wasn't on it.
And that was such a great song, and it's not even on this album. And man, that would have been a great song to put on the album for sure.
I can't even say like, oh, like if only this was in place for that song. Like,
yeah,
the whole album's perfect. So I'm not too upset that Ohio isn't on it. It would have been a great bonus on it, but
yeah,
I'm not like, oh, if only they took out that one Crosby song on it. I can't even say that because the 2 Crosby songs are fabulous.
Yeah, it's his best work, I think, that he's done, in my opinion.
Yeah, his best work to me besides his Birds contributions.
Yeah. And I don't know much about his solo work, but
yeah, I'm not that interested in his solo work.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's a great album. I love that album. All right, so I'm gonna go third with my first pick. And you probably guessed my first pick if you look behind me. I kind of put that up there.
Stuck inside these 4 walls.
Yeah, they're
And
right.
inside forever.
Of course,
Never seeing no one. Not as again. Like you, mama. You. Do 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 do.
yeah, so good.
Okay.
Obviously, the Beatles are my favorite band of all time. Love talking about the Beatles. I put 5 Beatles up on last stream on the 60s. So no surprise, I'm a big fan of Paul McCartney. He's my favorite solo artist, if you want to call it that. / it's Paul McCartney and Wings. The Wings seems like just a band for Paul McCartney to it's mostly Paul McCartney stuff. The Wings do contribute a little bit, but the big stuff is Paul. Paul writes the big stuff here. Obviously, he's going to be in charge. He's a Beatle, for goodness sakes. And this is my favorite. It's my favorite album of the 1970s, actually. I absolutely love this album. And this is my favorite Paul McCartney album as well. It's just an absolute masterpiece. He, of course, came off with McCartney, Ram, and then he comes up to this. This is fairly early in his discography. And it's one of those albums where I just love like pretty much every song, even the songs that aren't liked that much. I still quite enjoy the ones that aren't talked about very much. I still listen to them and I go, this is still a good song. So it's got really great highs, and everything else is good. So it's great to good songs, which that's why I want to have an album is not to have any. It's very rare for me to listen to an album and not have at least one song where I'm like, I didn't really like that song. This is one where I'm like, I liked all the songs. But I mean, obviously, you talked about Band on the Run. I mean, that's just I love that song. It's probably my favorite Paul McCartney song in the 70s era. It's like 3 songs almost in one, where they start off with that slow part, and then they build up, and then they build up to that third part, which is kind of the main part of the Band on the Run, which is such a fun song. I mean, it's so fun to sing to. And Paul McCartney's killing it on his vocals on that song. But then you get Jet right after that. Jet's just an amazing song. It's a really good 1-2 punch with that and the Jet. And then you got something like Bluebird. I love Bluebird. It's more of an acoustic song, but Paul McCartney's one of the greatest at, I think, acoustic guitar songs. With Blackbird and now Bluebird. I mean, just magnificent. Let Me Roll It, really solid song that he plays in a lot of concerts. No Words, really, really great. And then he ends it with 1985, which is another really great song. Great piano. I love the piano in there. I love the harmonies. It's just an amazing song. Yeah, Band on the Run. It's a must for me. I have to put it here first on my list, so that's what I go with.
And all us Yanks here, don't forget about Helen Wheels.
Helen Wheels. Yeah, that's yeah. Is that on the U.S. version or?
Yeah, it's on my record.
Yeah. Okay.
Definitely.
It's on this bonus. It's a bonus track on this CD.
It's right between No Words and Pneumonia on my record.
Okay.
Yeah. When I get to Paul McCartney in my album reviews, I definitely like to have. Well, Garrett said you wanted to join, but I'd definitely like to have you too, Jason. Then, since I know you like the album.
Yeah.
And hey, Bryer, if you want to join too,
I'm down.
I'll be glad to add you as well. That'd be like that album. Well, yeah, that's gonna probably be my only like really big Beatles album with everyone there, because that's like that. That's like that's like his most popular. Maybe if you guys wanted to join on Imagine.
It's weird. I've been trying to stay away from the Beatles on my channel just because I like them so much that it's like they seem to be done to death. But maybe I should start doing Beatles reviews. I don't know.
I don't think anybody will complain, but
I can't complain.
I'm going through my Beatles solo album journey. I just finished reviewing the George Harrison albums.
He did. Go check them out.
Yeah. All right, Bryer. What's your first?
All right, so my first one, I'm gonna start off with something kind of surprising. Some people might be surprised of me having this in the list. And you know what? I'm lying. First one, Night at the Opera by Queen.
Nope. Definitely, that's 100% essential.
Yes. Yeah, I'm joking.
Jason, you got two out of the three wrong, though. Like,
yeah. I was questioning Queen 2 or The Wall was my guess for you, but I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, it had to be this one, of course. I'm just using my acting skills to put my acting skills to the test. But anyhow. But yeah, so yeah, I gotta have Queen. I mean, to the people that know me, to people who know me on my channel, yeah, Queen, my all-time favorite band. This may not be my favorite. Well, actually, this is my favorite Queen album. But in terms of my favorite album of the '70s, it's pretty up there. Funny enough, I've actually watched a video where these people rank the songs on the album from their least favorite to the absolute favorite. And they actually brought up something that was actually pretty interesting. I didn't want to accept it, but after thinking it over, it kind of made sense. It made sense because, especially if you were to rate the songs from least to best, you kind of realize that some of the songs on their own probably aren't the strongest songs in the world. And most notably, songs like Lazy on a Sunday Afternoon, Sweet Lady, Good at the Company. Like on their own, they probably don't seem that much, but when you put them together in the context of the album, it makes total sense. Like it doesn't sound disjointed, in my opinion. It pretty much does sound like you're watching like this Broadway show, this very theatrical, almost operatic type of show, and that's what Queen were in the early period. Like each song is like the beginning of some kind of musical number, and after it ends, it goes right into the next one. So it starts out with "Death on Two Legs," dedicated to which was their former manager at the time, who screwed them over, and it's a brutal song. Like it's probably one of the earliest diss tracks ever made. Just so many, like I mean, of course, all the lyrics are in here, but yeah, it talks about. Do you feel like suicide? I think you should. It's like that sort of thing.
Wait, they made a song later on saying, "Don't try suicide."
Oh man.
Yeah. A dog with disease, king of the sleaze. type of thing.
I think they call
You're
him
a
like a
sewer rat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the sewer
You're a
rat.
sewer rat decaying in a cesspool of pride. Very Freddy. Very Freddy-like to describe that.
My favorite line in there is the narrow-minded cronies. I don't know why I really like that, but like the way he sings that is just so snarling.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's a heavy tone. I mean, it starts out with that very like almost, it's kind of terrifying when you first hear it. Like the guitars just comes screaming in. It just gradually builds until it finally goes into the piano. So yeah, it's a great opening track. They have Lazy on Sunday Afternoon, which is a short song. It's like not even 2 minutes long, but it's a nice little kind of this upbeat, kind of happy sounding song about. I mean, this is a song I think about when it is a Sunday afternoon. That's the first song I think of in that time period. And then after that, it goes to I'm in Love with My Car, which was written and sung by Roger Taylor.
I love that song.
And
I like that song.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a great song.
The story about that song is funny. Roger Taylor locked himself in the closet and said he wouldn't come out until they put that as the B-side of Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yep, exactly.
You know what's funny? Whenever I hear that song, I think about that scene for Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah.
And that part. And whenever I listen to Sweet Lady, he's like, you call me sweet like I'm some kind of cheese. He was like, and then Bryer was like,
what are you doing to that poor car, Roger?
Like, what exactly you're doing to that car? It's a metaphor.
It's a metaphor, Brian. Okay. Yeah.
As inaccurate as that movie is, I still like that movie.
Yeah, I don't like it in terms of accuracy wise, but it's a very entertaining movie.
Yeah,
it's a fun. Yeah. But yeah, I'm in Love with My Car is it's a goofy, great rock song. Then you have the pop song, which is You're My Best Friend, written by John Deacon for his wife, which is a great pop song.
Yeah.
When Queen did pop, they did it really well.
Yeah.
Then you have another really great deep cut with 39 by Brian May, who sings it as well, about basically a space folk song. It's a great underrated song. Then you have Sweet Lady, which is probably my least favorite song on the album. It's probably the most generic sounding song, but it's still pretty good. This is the song with the cheese line, which is,
I played it to my dad weird. and I asked him like what it sounded like, and my dad said it's like, yeah, it sounds like something that Boston would do. Like it sounds like it sounds like a deep cut that like Boston would do, like a throwaway song that they just gave Queen.
Maybe. Of course, this was the year prior. Then side one closes out with Seaside Rendezvous, another one of those kind of more upbeat, kind of more laid back type of songs. But I still think it's a fun tune. Then you get to side two, where it starts with the epic Prophet song, which is the longest song on the album, which is 8 minutes. But it's just a really great epic song about, Brian pretty much got the idea for the song because he was sick and with a fever, and this was basically a fever dream he had. The whole song was. Yeah. So that's kind of interesting. And then you have that middle section with Freddie with the delay on his vocals, which some people say goes on for a bit too long, but I still think it's
the coolest part of the song. He's like harmonizing with himself just with the delay.
But I still love it. It's
controversial opinion. I think it's way better than Bohemian Rhapsody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's controversial.
Bohemian Rhapsody. I can
listen to Bohemian Rhapsody 50 million more times and I won't get tired of it. That's one of the best songs I've ever heard.
I'm really sick and tired of that song. I'm just like whenever I hear it, I'm just like, ugh, turn it off.
Oh.
Same with Stairway, but continue.
All right. Ouch. Anyhow, but then after the Prophet song, you have another very beautiful song written by Freddie, which is Love of My Life, written to Mary Austin. Which is a great love song. Love it. They have Good Company, another Brian song, which is I think is a really cool song, especially with you hear a whole jazz band. You think there's a whole jazz band in there, but really it's just Brian just noodling on this guitar to make it sound like whether a trumpet or a saxophone, just whatever it needs. But yeah, it's just great experimentation here. And there's a little song called Bohemian Rhapsody on it. I'm not sure if anybody's heard of it. But yeah, of course, that's a classic. I mean, what has not been said about that one? And closes out with their rendition of God Save the Queen, which is a great way to close it, which they close out pretty much all their concerts afterwards with God Save the Queen, which fitting, very fitting. But yeah, gotta have a Queen one in the 70s, so that's going to be my pick.
Right. Yeah.
I love how the Prophet song goes into Love of My Life. It's one of my favorite teen moments on an
Oh
album.
yeah, the
Yeah,
acoustic
Brian
guitar
Harp.
at the end.
Yeah,
And
Brian.
then it's like,
Yeah, Brian does a little harp thing.
dun, 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 and I'm like, oh my god, this is so good. And like you can kind of hear the guitar parts from the Prophet song at the end in the beginning of Love of My Life. Like it's great standalone Love of My Life, but I have to have the Prophet song right before it. And same with the Prophet song. Like I have to have Love of My Life right after the Prophet song. Like whenever I make a playlist, I always have those two songs.
I feel like if I were to put Love of My Life on like a compilation CD, I would need a little bit of that intro that was in the end of the Prophet song, like just the guitar at the end.
Yeah, it's without that guitar part at the end from the Prophet song, I feel an emptiness whenever I play it on its own.
Yeah.
That's
Also,
interesting. But two kind of epic songs on the same album. Bohemian Rhapsody is a long song in its own way, and it's crazy how many different, it changes to different genres in the song.
oh yeah.
Then you got Prophet Song, which you said was an even longer song.
It's 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, holy cow! Like, man, those are long songs to put on.
Imagine if it's like an alternate universe where that was the hit, like that was the single that came out, and I'm in Love with My Car was the B-side of that. Like, imagine like how that would have been. Like how like an alternate universe and like Bohemian Rhapsody is the obscure song that no one really talks about, and like I'm like, oh yeah, I like the Prophet song, but that Bohemian Rhapsody song's way better. Like
that's an underrated song, Bohemian Rhapsody.
I have a feeling if that alternate universe did happen, then "You're My Best Friend" would have been like the best-selling single from the album.
Yeah, that's true. I'm saying like in terms of like the long song, like if that would have been like instead of like them deciding on Bohemian Rhapsody, like oh like let's make Brian May's song, and like oh it's way too long, it's 9 minutes. That would have been sometimes I just think about that. Like imagine if this was the big hit single from the album,
Well, there's definitely a discussion on what should be the first single, I think, on that album, because Bohemian Rhapsody was probably seen as too long to put on the radio. Yeah. And the producers, whatever, wanted to put.
The story is when, because they were at that point they had a new manager with John Reed, and John Reed showed Bohemian Rhapsody to Elton John, and when Elton John heard it, he was like, "That's never gonna be a single."
Proved them wrong.
Yeah, proved them wrong. Right?
All right, so now we go to Nick.
Garrett.
Garrett.
Oh,
this
okay.
is 1970s, not 1960s. All right, Garrett, back to you for your second pick.
What do you get when you cross rock music with classical music? I'll tell you what, the Electric Light Orchestra.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's got to be.
Yep. We're going to go to 1970. Well, depends on which one Bryer's pulling out.
He's like, yeah, I know what you're going to pick.
Which one?
I want to see which one he thinks I'm going to say.
Okay, I'm going to go with this one.
Yeah, you're right. 1977, yes. Out of the Blue.
Yeah, Out of the Blue. Yep.
The greatest double album of all time, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It is so good. Just absolutely amazing how you can mash choir and orchestra with rock music. That's so cool. Turn to Stone, what a way to open up your album. And then you get It's Over, another great song. And Sweet Talking Woman, like this album is absolutely perfect, and it's a double album. I just can't believe you can have so many good songs on an album and it be a long album, and they're just all good. Across the Border, that's another great one. And Starlight and The Jungle. And then you have Believe Me Now and Stepping Out. Those ones are crazy good. But the real centerpiece of this album is everything on side 3, the Concerto for a Rainy Day. That's so cool. Yeah. Just, like Standing in the Rain, really amazing with the rain sounds in it and the strings. And then Big Wheels, absolutely incredible. Summer and Lightning, and then there's this little song called Mr. Blue Sky on there you may have heard of, which is it's actually the very end of the Concerto for a Rainy Day. It's part of a bigger piece. So if you've only heard Mr. Blue Sky, you should probably go listen to the rest of the Concerto for a Rainy Day, because it really has more meaning whenever it's the end of that. And that also explains the little orchestra ending, because it's It's like you expect it to end on the choir going ba 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 da ba 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 ba. You expect it to end there, but then it goes bum 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 boom 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 boom. Like, and then it goes into this other little melody that's like a theme from Big Wheels earlier in the Concerto for the Rainy Day. So you definitely got to listen to the whole thing for Mr. Blue Sky to really take full effect. It makes a amazing song just even more amazing. And then side 4, still really good. It's probably my least favorite side, but I like it. My favorite on that is probably the first song, Sweet as the Night. I really like that one, but Wild West Hero is also amazing. Birmingham Blues is all right. That's probably my least favorite song on the album. And then The Whale, which is it's a toss up between Birmingham Blues and The Whale for my least favorite. But The Whale, I said that was my least favorite on the album the other day, but I'm starting to reconsider just because it's just so weird and moody with those synthesizers, and then you can hear Jeff Lynne like making whale noises with the synthesizer in the background, like whoa, and then you got the synthesizer. And then like the instrumental comes in, do 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 do, and it's like it sounds almost like kind of like a moody disco song or something like that. Anyway, it's my favorite album not made by the Beatles or the Beach Boys, honestly speaking.
Okay.
That's a great one.
Yeah, amazing choice.
I had a feeling you get to that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Garrett gave me that album actually, or bought me that album.
It's a good one to have on record.
And kind of introduced me to ELO, which I really love ELO's that one, and of course another one I really like as well.
Oh yeah, I like their albums from Face the Music up through Time.
Yeah,
but Face the Music through Discovery is the ones that I own, and those are the ones I've listened to a million times. Like there's some other ones I like, okay, like Secret Messages and El Dorado.
Yeah.
It's those ones from Face the Music through Discovery that are really my favorites.
Yeah, they had a really good period there in the 70s. It was really good.
I might talk about another one
Yeah.
if I get the chance, but in order for me to talk about another ELO album, somebody's going to have to pick something else that's on my list.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, now we go to Nick for your second pick.
Already.
That almost rhymes. Nick,
we go to Nick for your second pick.
I didn't even think about
it. My second pick is an album that I thought was pretty good at first, but now is one of my favorite Who albums of all time, and that is Quadrophenia by The Who.
Love, rain on me, rain on me, rain on me, over me, over me. Okay, I'm done.
Hey, you should open up with that when we review the album.
Can you see the real? Oh, that sounded bad. Can you see the real me? Can you? Can you?
So to put it in perspective, what was going on around this time, the Amazing Tommy album came out, Who's Next came out, aka the Failed Lifehouse Project came out, and Townsend had one last ambitious album to go with it, and Quadrophenia is the album I'm talking about. And right on jump, we start off with this very ominous, like splashing and stuff, and you just get this like eerie, woo, and it's like, and then you just barely hear, I am the sea, and it's like, and then you hear snippets of different songs from you're gonna hear from the album, like Bellboy, and then Love, Rain or Me, like Carrie was just singing before.
That's the genius of this album, is that those 4 songs each represent a member of the band, and they're supposed to represent one of the main character Jimmy's 4 personalities that are kind of tugging at him. So like you hear these 4 themes all throughout this album until the end, where they all become one song, which is the rock. And then like once all the 4 personalities and the 4 themes become one, what do you get? Love, Reign Over Me, which is like basically him accepting himself.
Mm-hmm. It is a great concept too. And then at the end you hear, "Can you?" And then "Can't you see the real me? Can you? Can you?" And then it just goes right into the real me.
Bow, bow.
Yeah, and then you get to me what I consider to be the best bass line of all time.
It is.
Man, Entwistle is to me the bass player.
Yeah.
And
Did you know Entwistle did that in one take?
I knew that, and it's just
He didn't even know it was being recorded. He's just like, let me do a warm-up take, and he purposefully played something more complicated than he needed it to be, and the producers were like, oh, that's so good, we're going to throw that in on the real recording.
Yeah. Oh man.
You know what it bothers me too is that Jason told me the top 20 Watch Mojo bass lines, and
Yeah.
this song wasn't on there, and I'm like, of course Watch Mojo doesn't put that on there. They only go by they look up greatest hits by bands, and they
My Generation was on there. Yeah.
and they it's great.
My Generation is good, but the real me is
It's just
chef's kiss.
exactly, and I'm glad Garrett you appreciate it, because some people might be like, nah, My Generation is the best, and nothing else can come close. But
Quadrophenia is growing on me every time I listen to it. It used to be like my second to least favorite Who album, and it's slowly climbing its way to the top.
Me too. Speaking of Quadrophenia, next track, Quadrophenia, and the way he just goes into it. And normally, I don't like long instrumentals, and this is what I consider to be pretty long. It's 6 minutes long, but it just keeps me like I had a lot of problems with Underture because that was 10 minutes, and I'm like, God, this thing goes forever, and I'm just like,
That one's more just the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, and Quadrophenia, though, it's like it keeps my attention the entire way through, and by the time he gets to the next track, I'm like, oh, that it's all over already. And then speaking of the next track, Cut My Hair, and while Crosby almost cut his hair, Pete Townsend cut his hair. It's a weird coincidence. My first album, he almost cut my hair. This album, he cuts his hair.
I did cut my hair as the next one, or something. I don't know. It would be.
I'm going bald.
Yeah.
If you have Caress of Steel by Rush, you can put I'm Going Bald on there.
Yeah. And then right after it'd be like She's Going Bald by the Beach Boys. It's just like a whole playlist of like hair.
Okay, the funniest playlist I've ever seen went a little something like this: Stairway to Heaven by Led Zeppelin, Knocking on Heaven's Door by Bob Dylan, Locked Out of Heaven by Bruno Mars, Tears in Heaven by Eric Clapton, Highway to Hell by AC/DC.
That's an interesting playlist.
That's a great one.
That's a good one.
I would save that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna make that playlist. But Cut My Hair, I love the references to. I love the reference to their very first single, Zoot Suit, which it's technically not the Who's first single; it's the High Numbers' first single. You know, their original name. I don't know if that's fireworks in the background. I know it's not thunder, but anyway, Cut My Hair. Oh my God! And when it's like Zoot Suit, and then it's just like I'm like, man, this is so good. And probably one of my least favorite songs on side one, but it's still really good. And that song goes into probably one of my favorite Who songs, The Punk and the Godfather. Like,
love that one.
Like I could imagine like that being performed. Like I could just imagine being at a Who concert, like when they're performing this song, like when they went on the Quadrophenia tour, and just seeing Roger Daltrey just going at it on the stage while he's singing it. And man, I wish I was alive at this time, because oh man. And this is one of the many reasons why I think the Who is my favorite band. They could just like they could go for like having like an R&B, maximum R&B from their first album, then have like poppy songs and stuff from their second and third album, and then they could just make out these banger rock tunes on their, their sixth album and stuff. But sixth, I think their sixth album. Well,
Whatever.
But yeah, what an amazing way to open up the album. Like side one is perfect. Like I have no problems with it. Then side two, you get an amazing lead vocal by Pete Townsend on I'm One, and it's like, it's so good. I always loved Pete Townsend's vocals. I always thought he was a very underrated singer, in my opinion. And that goes into the Dirty Jobs, and Roger Daltrey really nails it on the vocals on this song. Same with the next song, Helpless Dancer. I really, I like the lyrics may be a little outrageous, not as outrageous as one song that's on this album, but I'm gonna get into that. Yeah, Helpless Dancer, what a great song, and that ends off with the kids are all right at the very end. Just as like another like hey, you know, this is how far we've grown as the Who, you know.
Well,
Like
I think also in the Punk Meets the Godfather, isn't there like a talking about my generation?
it's like there's so much references to their, you know, their earlier stage of music, and I love it. It's like them saying like, yeah, you know, this is what we used to be, and now we're just these amazing rock stars. And I already mentioned I prefer their earlier stuff, but I can't deny their you know, their 70s input is just absolutely fantastic. Is It In My Head? Like, oh my god, like I thought it was just an all right song at first, but man, this song has grown on me. I love this song. It's absolutely perfect, and that goes into the last song on side two. I've Had Enough, and
So good.
man, yeah, it's like when I finish this. When you finish the first CD, you're like, how can they top this? How can they top the first?
Oh, they will with the little song that closes side 4.
515 though. That's well, to me that's another song that's like, yep, we're keeping this amazing energy going, and fantastic track. Sea and Sand is not the strongest. I will admit, it's my least favorite song on the album, but it's still really good in the context of the album. Like on its own, it's not that strong, but in the context of Quadrophenia, it's fantastic. Same with Drowned. Like those two songs aren't the best on its own, but they're great on the Quadrophenia.
I like Drowned.
I love the one part of the song where he's like, I want to drown in cold water.
I like the piano though.
I did say I didn't like them. It's just they're not, to me, they're not like top tier Who songs like on their own.
Oh, but the next song.
Bell Boy.
Got to keep running now.
Bell Boy.
Keep my lip button now. Always biting at someone's heel.
Yeah, I love how Keith Moon has some lead vocal on this song. You know, last time you heard a lead vocal from Pete Townsend was Tommy's Holiday Camp, and Welcome to Tommy's Holiday Camp.
Well, that song at least needed to be on Tommy, because I kind of consider that song to be the revenge on Uncle Ernie, kind of him getting his punishment.
Yeah. I love how like he was Uncle Ernie in the movie too, Keith Moon. So that was kind of cool. Anyway, that ends off side 3, and I'm like, 3 amazing sides, one after the other. Like I always have problems with double albums because I always feel they're bloated. They have lots of filler on it. But this is like one of the few cases where I'm like, this whole album is just perfect, like from the first song to the last song. And this definitely was warranted to be a double album. But Dr. Jimmy, that was the song I was talking about with the controversial lyrics. I'm not going to say what they are. It's just, you have to listen to it for yourself.
Could Townsend not have fleshed out and wrote a full song for John Entwistle with Is It Me instead of Dr. Jimmy? Because Dr. Jimmy contains the part of Is It Me.
Yeah.
But could he have not just written the full Is It Me song and put that? I would have much rather had the full Is It Me song there. That would have been a much better side 4 opener.
I always thought it was weird that they knew there was never Is It Me song. That would have been cool. Yeah. The music and the vocals by Roger Daltrey is good enough for me not to hate the song. I like the lyrics. It's usually one of those songs where I just don't pay attention to the lyrics, and I love the song. So if you're like someone who only digests the lyrics and just listen to it, like to listen to a song for the lyrics, don't listen to the song if controversial lyrics aren't your thing. But if you're the kind of person like me who likes the lyrics a lot, but like listens mostly to the vocals and the music, then this is a great song. That goes perfectly to the rock. I never noticed the transition to this in the rock. I always check my phone. I'm like, oh, it's on the rock already. And that's an amazing instrumental. Definitely not as strong as Quadrophenia, but it's still a great instrumental to go into the magnum opus of the song of the album. I usually am not the person to say that the big hit song is the best song on the album, but
Sometimes it
gosh
is.
darn it, I'm gonna say it. Love Rain or Me is the best song on the album,
Yeah.
and it's just it's just all these songs are just building up to this explosion of a song, and
You've already heard a little fragment of this song like 3 or 4 times throughout this
yeah,
album, and it's
it
like
just sort of builds up to it, and then when you actually hear it, you're like, heck yeah, we like it's like all this build up, and it's all worth it. And if you consider yourself a Who fan and you haven't listened to this album, I already ranted about it for a long time now, but if you haven't listened to this album yet, check it out. It is a
and you may
must.
not like it the first time. It may take
Yeah,
3,
it's
4, or even
like
7 listens.
it's like Pet Sounds for me and Garrett. Like it's an album that I was like, it's all right, but once you get into it, it's an album that
Honestly, though, nobody likes Pet Sounds the first time they hear it, but everybody loves Pet Sounds the third time they hear it.
Yeah.
I think it's mostly because of how much people hype it up. Like I
Yeah.
heard so much people hype up Quadrophenia that when I heard it, I'm like, this is really the amazing follow up to Who's Next that I've been waiting. Like I was hyped up for it because they're like you think Who's Next is great. Wait until you get to Quadrophenia, and I'm like, okay, I'm excited. And when I heard it, I'm like, this is nowhere near as good as Who's Next or Tommy or the Who Sell Out. Like I held this big standard like the Who Sell Out, Tommy, and Who's Next. And when I heard this album, I'm like, this album is nowhere near as good as those 3 albums. But now that I've listened to it enough, I'm like, you know what? Besides the Who Sell Out, I think it's better than those 2 albums now. But
those 3 albums are my favorites by them, but I'd probably put Quadrophenia at 4, and honestly, Live at Leeds at number 5, it's a toss between Live at Leeds and Who Are You. I love Who Are You, which we may be talking about Who Are You later. We'll have to see.
we should. I mean, we should definitely if like since Jason's been on your channel a lot more with reviews and stuff, and we should like at some point in the future, maybe it'd be next year or something, we should do a revise the Who ranking, because my Who ranking has definitely changed.
We will. Let's do it on the 1-year anniversary of when we did the first one.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Cool.
I'm already thinking about doing another David Bowie Ziggy Stardust album review, which was the very first video I did, but like the revised version. And I'm definitely doing a Moving Pictures revised version because I really want to get all you guys talk about Moving Pictures.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think the video I did right now really did that album justice.
Not that, but you got me at a perfect time now, because now I love the album. Like if we would have did it when I was starting to somewhat get into it, I wouldn't have been a lot nicer.
It's because like if you're a music fan, Moving Pictures is a good album, but if you're a Rush fan, then it's an amazing album.
Yeah, that's true. Like I'm a huge.
You got to kind of know a lot about Rush before you really start to understand how great that album is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree, and not that, but you just got to appreciate Rush in general. Like if you don't like Rush, then Moving Pictures will never be a good album. You know?
It's like if you have, when you see those trophies that have the little columns holding up the thing on the top with the pedestal.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if you only get the topper with the pedestal, but you don't have the columns, it's like it just falls over. But if you have the columns of Farewell to Kings, Hemispheres, 2112, Signals, like holding that, and Permanent Waves, holding up Moving Pictures at the top, you really understand it more.
Yeah, not that, but yeah, if you don't like, Moving Pictures is a great gateway album, like from their rock, like sort of like, like concept-y like stuff to their like more poppy direction that they went with Signals and Power Windows.
Yeah.
You're talking about playlists. I think I told Bryer, I think I can make a playlist out of songs about California. Enough out there that I could probably put together a pretty good playlist too of California songs or New York songs. I'd probably put a playlist, something like that.
I'm in a New York state of mind.
There's so much out there, it feels like. I got some comments here I haven't gotten to yet. I'm sorry. I got someone named Tyler Smithers says hello. So
that's my roommate.
Okay. Oh, that's your roommate.
Yeah.
I was like, maybe somebody knows him. Okay, cool. Jake, who I knew, does videos with Jake and Martin. Say Jason, 3D Jake in the house. Nice. I love music and love hearing people talk about people love of music. That's what we do. about our love of music. I mostly love movie tie-in songs or music scores by Johnny Cash or Fergie is my jam. So interesting.
Talking about movie
Oh.
tie-in songs, I saw this hilarious video the other day where it was some people who were dressed up like people playing. They were like it's not the actual people, but they were making a spoof video, and it's this producer is talking to Michael or no, not Michael McDonald, Kenny Loggins. Like I need a song for my soundtrack, and he's like Kenny Loggins doesn't do movie soundtracks. You got to go get
Yeah.
Steely Dan. And he's like, I don't want Steely Dan, I want the Eagles. But then he's like, go get Steely Dan. And then the next thing you see is the Eagles like beating up Steely Dan. They're like, you stole our song from us, you nerds. And it's like Don Henley, drums, Glenn Fry, guitars. And they're like beating up and like giving them noogies or something like that. And then like the next thing you see is the Eagles like sitting at their house and they got the Royal Scam on and they're like, what are these punks up to? And they put on there, it goes, they're playing Everything You Did, and it goes, turn up the Eagles, the neighbors are listening. Like, no, they didn't. They can stab it with their steely knives, but they just can't kill the Eagles. And then the next thing you see is Steely Dan listening to Hotel California, and it gets to they stab it with their steely knives, but they just can't kill the beast. And then like they're like, we're gonna go for a brawl, and like the Eagles have like a bat and they like whack Steely Dan with the bat. And then they're like, okay, we got to come up with a compromise. And the next thing you see is Steely Dan in the studio playing their song FM, which the Eagles sang background on. And the Eagles have bruises all over their face and they're singing background. And the producer's like, see, we got Steely Dan and the Eagles.
Is that a YouTube video?
It was a YouTube video. It was really stupid, but I came across that the other day.
Yeah,
talking about.
You gotta send it to the group chat because I'm curious now.
I will. It's funny.
The Eagles and Steely Dan, because the Eagles mentioned Steely Dan and Hotel California. I do remember that. I don't know if there's rivalry or they're just friends, and that's why.
No, it's just friendly competition.
Just friends thing.
It's like the Beatles and the Rolling Stones of the '60s, really.
Yeah.
Like people think the Rolling Stones and the Beatles hate each other, even though they're friends.
All right.
They even shared lead vocals on not lead vocals but background vocals on songs. Sorry to interrupt.
All right, so we just did 2 double albums, actually, back-to-back double albums we've mentioned. So are we gonna have another double album? I can't make any promises, but I will promise that Poems, Prayers, and Promises will be on the list, and that is my next pick by the great John Denver. Yeah, I got that CD as well.
Yeah.
Came out in 1971. I thought so. I could go different ways with John Denver. Obviously, Rocky Mountain High and Poets, Prayers, and Promises, Rocky Mountain High are like right next to each other. I like this one just a little bit more, but you can't go wrong with that one as well. But I absolutely love this album. It's one of my favorite of all time. And John Denver is one of my favorite artists of all time. I absolutely love one of my favorite genres, especially in the 70s, is singer-songwriters who play the acoustic guitar. I at heart, I'm an acoustic guitar player more than I am an electric guitar player. Like I like playing acoustic guitar more. I think I'm better at it in a sense. And so I love these kind of artists. And John Denver's just one of my favorite. And I feel like John Denver, he's a somewhat unique artist in the way he writes. And it kind of speaks to me, I think, maybe especially as a Midwesterner. He kind of writes kind of for Midwesterners in a way to me. He is from Texas though, so I think originally, so you might get him down there as well. But he writes songs about nature, which I really like. And I don't know a lot of artists are writing that much about nature as much as he did. He writes about family, writes about being home with the family, being on the farm. I don't know. He has all these kind of different themes that kind of I really enjoy as that kind of I'm like, yeah, it's kind of laid back country folk music that I just really love and really speaks to me. And this album has the title song, Poems, Prayers, and Promises, one of my favorite John Denver songs, kind of about being around a campfire and just talking about life. I just absolutely love it. That's what we do. At least that's what I do in the Midwest. We like to sit around a fire and talk about life. It's It's one of my favorite things to do. Probably the biggest song in here is "Take Me Home, Country Roads." Absolutely huge radio hit. Again, it's the state theme song of West Virginia. I mean, that's how big it is. They took the song and made it their state theme or whatever. But yeah, absolutely great song. Probably my favorite John Denver song of all time is "Sunshine on My Shoulders." Absolutely beautiful acoustic guitar song with some violin that come in towards the end. And it's just so beautiful. I mean, it's just him talking about how great sunshine is. And it is. It's like when you go outside and the sun hits you, and we all know that at least California, Texas, Kansas. I don't know about Nick in Pennsylvania probably as well. You get that sun and it's so great.
Yeah, it's nice. Sometimes I listen to songs like that, like whenever I'm driving to work in the morning, and it's nice. That stuff and like Crosby, Stills, and Nash and Young, like that's another somewhat kind of thing what you're talking about, like songs like "Teach Your Children."
Yeah,
I love those kind of songs because it's very similar to the place I live, and
okay,
I love it. Like you wouldn't like if it was like Philadelphia in Pennsylvania, you wouldn't like do it, but kind of around where I live, you hit the nail, you hit the head in the nail. Or I'm still kind of tired, so I don't remember the name, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and you got songs like, "Here Comes the Sun," absolutely love from the Beatles. I just love songs about that kind of stuff. Just about, man, sun is so great. I don't know. So it's just a great song. "My Sweet Lady" is another absolute beautiful song on here. But yeah, it's another album, and there's some good cover songs like "Let It Be," I think is on here. "Junk."
Yeah.
And "Fire and Rain." So I mean, you got three pretty good cover songs on here as well. And it's one of those, the only song, I mean, the box at the end, I don't care for that, but it's not a song. It's some kind of poem that he's reciting. But still, like every song on here, absolutely love. It's one of those where it's like, yeah, it's almost like it's like a perfect album to me where I like every single song on here. So yeah, love John Denver. Had to put him on here, and so this is my pick: "Poems, Prayers, and Promises."
That was great that he did Junk because Junk isn't really that talked of a Paul McCartney track. Like whenever you think of the McCartney album right away, it's just mostly just "Maybe I'm Amazing." Like the whole album just kind of gets thrown out, kind of. And I'll get more into that, how I feel about that album when I review McCartney.
There's also "Sing Along Junk."
Yeah,
I don't know why he put two versions on the same album, but there we have it.
I put right before the.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Right before "Maybe I'm Amazed" too.
I love
it's Shane.
All right, so now we go to Bryer for your second pick.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go the exact opposite of singer-songwriter.
All right.
Yeah. So thinking about the 70s was that it also brought rise to a new genre, and that genre, of course, is heavy metal. And this band is cited as the founders of that. They're the Godfathers, and that, of course, is Black Sabbath.
Black Sabbath
with
Paranoid.
Their second album, Paranoid.
Paranoid. Okay.
Yes. Originally, it was supposed to be War Pigs, but because Paranoid became a big single, they decided to change it. But anyhow, I could have gone with their first album because that album as well was very influential in its own right. But usually this one is usually the one that has the bigger hits on it. I mean, it starts out with War Pigs, which is their little protest song about the Vietnam War, which was still going on at the time. Just a great opening track. Again, you hear the air raid sirens going on. And then, of course, it's just this great riff by Tony Iommi. Just a great riff master he is. And then after that, you have the title track, Paranoid, which originally was supposed to be just a throwaway song because they had some extra space. So like, okay, let's just bust out a 2 minute song real quick. And they did it. They didn't think much of it, but lo and behold, it became one of their biggest hits. So go figure. But yeah, it's a very well-known song for them. Then you have Planet Caravan, which, with Black Sabbath, you think they're always this heavy, very in-your-face type of band, but not always. Like Planet Caravan, which is actually this slow acoustic, almost psychedelic type of song, kind of very, has like a dreamlike quality to it. Not heavy at all. I mean, it's not one of my favorite songs on the album, but it's a pleasant song. And then, of course, you have another very big hit of theirs, which, of course, is Iron Man, which, of course, is synonymous with the Iron Man franchise, you know, with the iconic riff that dun, 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 you know. But yeah, it's a iconic riff, and yeah, it's a great song. And then you have Electric Funeral, another great song, very cool. Then you have Hannah Doom. Then you have a little instrumental called Rat Salad, which is just like a drum solo, basically, which is kind of cool. And then it closes out with Fairies Wear Boots, which is supposed to be a dig at all the rich people that made fun of them when they were growing up. So it's a great closing song. So yeah, you have to have this album on here because yeah, for heavy metal, this was a game changer. So yeah,
Okay.
Next pick.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
It was only 1970, right?
Yeah, 1970.
It's
really?
great. Like their albums, like their first album, their second
The
album.
first two albums were released in 1970.
Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath came out in 73, I think, and I'm like, I looked it up. I'm like, this has to be like mid to late 70s, but like it's like 73, and I'm like, gosh darn, that's like so late. Like, god damn.
That's interesting because I think of the 80s as being like a heavy metal period, but
Yeah,
so you're saying
yeah.
it's really
Yeah, 70s kind of started, but 80s kind of perfected it, I would say.
Yeah, if you listen to like Masters of Reality and those like first like 5-6 Black Sabbath albums, you're like, yeah, it's like early to mid 70s, and it's like crazy how ahead of its time it was. Like mostly when you think of bands that were ahead of its time, usually it's just the Beatles, but Black Sabbath was really ahead of their game back then. Like back nowadays, you just look at them as just this hard rock band, but imagine back in 1970 when you first heard War Pigs or Iron Man, you know?
Yeah. And of course, I'd say, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. What you were saying?
No, I was also gonna bring up, because I already mentioned Tony Iommi as a great guitar player, but the rest of the band, of course, is also worth noting. I mean, Geezer Butler is a very underrated bass player. Like his bass playing on Black Sabbath is just so underrated, unappreciated. Of course, Bill Ward, another very underappreciated drummer as well. Very heavy. Like he's like the architect of the heavy metal drummer. And then, of course, I feel like I'm supposed to mention him, but of course, we gotta bring up Ozzy Osbourne because this is where he got started.
I've never heard of him before.
Yeah. Look him up. He's a very interesting. He's a very ordinary man.
I don't know if I'm right or not, but I think he bit a bat or something like that.
Maybe he might have peed on the Alamo, maybe, but yeah, that's a thing.
Who knows?
But yeah, I had to also bring that up.
Would you put I'm trying to think. Would you put like what AC/DC, Deep Purple? Is that in that or in the 70s?
I would say they're DC. No, I wouldn't say they're heavy enough to be heavy metal. I'd say they're more hard rock. Deep Purple's another story. Deep Purple were heavy for the time, but I think they're also more on the hard rock side.
They're more just hard rock.
Okay.
Yeah. Somebody had better have Machine Head on this list because it's not on my list, but it needs to be on the list.
You know what's crazy though is that I was gonna say Bridge Over Troubled Water.
Not a heavy
metal. Smoke on the Water. It's crazy. Smoke on the Water. That was also sort of a last minute addition on the album, and now it's their most popular song.
Yeah. So there's nobody really like Black Sabbath during this period. It sounds like.
Well, Judas Priest came out later on, but
Judas Priest. Okay. Yeah.
But they were more 70. They came out in 74, so
okay,
a little bit later.
Okay, interesting.
Like, Zeppelin was hard, but then Black Sabbath came and was like, here we are.
Yeah.
Hold my cocaine.
Yeah. I haven't heard that one. Hold my beer.
Hold Led Zeppelin. We're the hardest rock band right now.
Ozzy Osbourne, hold my war pig.
Yeah. Hold my bat.
Yeah. All right. So now we go back around to Garrett.
I'm very tempted to kind of go off with not because I don't really like heavy metal, so I don't have that. But I have a band we were talking about a few seconds ago But I'm gonna do the unexpected thing, and I'm gonna go with an album that was very big for a different genre, yacht rock. And we're going to 1977's Asia by Steely Dan.
Okay.
I love this record. It's so good. By this point, Donald Fagen and Walter Becker had kind of been hiring a bunch of studio musicians rather than having a real band, but they had an idea in their head of what they wanted these songs to sound like, and they pretty much would audition bands and have different bands play until they got exactly what they wanted on tape. And it really shows because fantastic songs on this album. Black Cow, so groovy. Asia is my favorite song by Steely Dan, probably just because of the drum solo by Steve Gadd is incredible, and I played it on my sound system through my huge speakers. That was definitely an experience listening to Steve Gadd go ham on the drums through those. But also, you got like Wayne Shorter playing the saxophone on that song, and I believe Larry Carlton on the guitar. And then you get Deacon Blues, which is like the second best song on this album. A lot of people's favorite
song.
but it's my second favorite. It's so good. You got Peg, which features Michael McDonald doing background vocals and a really great guitar solo by Jay Graydon. Home at Last is absolutely amazing. I love that one too. I've Got the News is probably the only song that I would say is a little less than perfect, but it's still great, and it features Michael McDonald again. And then you end out with Josie, which is another amazing song. So there's only 7 songs on the album, but Steely Dan were really going for quality over quantity by this time, and a lot of these songs go over the 6-minute mark. So, but it's about as perfect of an album as you can get.
I should do a track versus track with that album and Moving Pictures.
I did, and then somebody commented, like, probably Fagen and Becker probably had no interest in what Rush was doing, but like, Geddy Lee may have been aware of Steely Dan. I'm like, they got 7 songs.
Yeah,
I did that.
Well, it wasn't the intention, but I didn't watch it because I wasn't that interested in Moving Pictures at the time. Like I loved Asia, but I was like, I'm not a fan.
I think Moving Pictures won, but
yeah,
it's because Moving Pictures is in my top 10 albums of all. Well, Asia is in my top 10 albums of all time too, I think. But
yeah, it's like you have 2 amazing albums, and
Moving Pictures barely won because it's I like it better, but still, this album is. And I know Jason isn't as big of a fan of it, but I think it's because he hasn't listened to it enough. This is another album that you have to listen to at least 3 times before you get it, because the first time I heard this album, I was like, it's okay. But then I re-listened to it, and it was just so good. And then another album like that, you gotta... Gaucho is one you have to listen to a lot more times before you learn to appreciate that one.
My favorite song is, I think it's called Peggy.
Yeah, that's a great... That's the one that made me change my mind about the album.
Yeah, I like that.
The one with Michael McDonald on it.
Slim Shady says it's your favorite foreign movie, which is
it will come back to you.
Which is a line from that.
Yeah.
He also says one of the WNBA players is Aja Wilson, named after the album, which I didn't know.
Cool.
He also says he owns Black Sabbath album, so there's another fan. And he says first 2 70s to come to mind are Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill, and Replacements, Let It Be, which Can't Buy a Thrill. Hopefully it'll be on this list somewhere.
Hey, Jason, if it's not on your list, it's going to be on mine. It's the only... I've tried to do just 1 album per artist, but Steely Dan is the only one I had to do 2 of.
Yeah, it's definitely one on the list. So
yeah, I have more than 1 Who album. As you guys can see. Okay. I'm assuming sorry guys, it's gonna be a triple album now.
Triple album. Oh,
all things must pass.
It must be all
yeah, I have to have.
That's a good one to be on.
I have to have a solo Beatle in this list. I said in the last video I was gonna have at least 1 solo Beatle. This one's it, and it was gonna be either this album or Band on the Run, and I'm glad Jason hit Band on the Run. But
Mhm.
you want a perfect solo album? To me, this is the one I think of right away. Right away, I'd have you anytime. Like when I was like, I'm gonna be ranking his albums after this video. And I was like, I didn't know whether to put this album on top, Living in the Material World, or whatever. But then when I heard this song, like just the beginning of this song alone, I'm like, yep, this is his best album, bar none. And then you get into My Sweet Lord, and oh my God, that is
So good. Yeah.
such an amazing song, and
Yeah.
was the first solo Beatles song to hit number one.
Oh, really?
That was my Beatle quiz. That was like my my one and only Beatle quiz, and what a fantastic song. And Wah Wah, come on, it's Wah Wah. How can you not like that song? George Harrison didn't like it because of the Phil Spector arrangements on it. He was like wasn't too keen on it, but he's since learned to appreciate it. Isn't it a pity? The first version,
That's good.
it's amazing song, and he kind of does a Paul McCartney thing at the end with the Hey Jude thing. Now he does. They don't say Hey Jude, but he does something very similar at the end, and probably not as good as the Hey Jude like with the na 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 na, but it's still really good. Side two open like those four songs open up the album, and you're like, man, how are they gonna top? How is he gonna top this? And then, What Is Life? What a fantastic song. If not for you, the Bob Dylan cover, really good. Behind That Locked Doors, which is a very country song. Reminds me of something that like something John Denver would do. Let It Down, very like you go from these two like very like sort of like softer songs, If Not For You, and Behind That Locked Door, and you get this like very big production with Let It Down, and then you close out the first disc with Run of the Mill. And before I get into the second disc, I gotta say, at the time, George Harrison was going through a lot of heartache with the Beatles, like them rejecting his songs, and the majority of the songs on this album is like stuff that the Beatles wouldn't let on the albums, and this is like sort of his hey, these are all the songs I've been wanting to sing, but was never able to. Like, imagine if My Sweet Lord was on the Abbey Road album, or
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Like,
All Things Must Pass would have been a great song.
yeah, well, All Things Must Pass would have been on imagine if All Things Must Pass would have been on the Let It Be album instead.
Yeah.
Like, I like I Me Mine, and I really like For Your Blue, but All Things Must Pass would have been incredible on Let It Be, because Let It Be, and then like All Things Must Pass, like All Things Must Pass Away, and whenever I listen to it, I think about the Beatles, because the Beatles sort of just passed away, not like the Beatles, like, well, they've passed away, but like the Beatles, the band, kind of like the band passed away. And Beware of Darkness, very great song. Apple Scruffs, which is the B-side to What Is Life. It's very goofy. I like it, though. It's very Bob Dylan-esque. It's pretty good. Ballad of Sir Frankie Crisp, Let It Roll. I love that song. Awaiting on You All. Oh, my God. It's such a great song. All Things Must Pass, the title track we were just going over. It's an incredible song. I heard the Billy Preston version, not as good, though, but it's still good. It's a good version, but it's not as good as the George Harrison version. Side 4 opens up with I Dig Love, which is not the best song on the album, but it's decent. Art of Dying, though, Eric Clapton was on this album, and Eric Clapton was on this album, and George Harrison was a little like he was involved a little bit with the Layla and the Assorted Love Songs album as well. And, isn't it? And then there was a second version of Isn't It a Pity? It's good, but it's not the best. Hear Me, Lord is a great way to end off the fourth side, though. Then you get to this third disc, which is Apple Jams, which I didn't like it at first. It's all instrumental mostly, but I think it's decent. Out of the Blue, which I'm still very convinced that album that song was a little bit inspired for the ELO album name Out of the Blue. I'm very convinced that that's the case, but who knows?
Wouldn't be surprising.
Because Jeff Lynne was a huge well, he is a huge Beatles fan, so who knows? And then there's a funny song called "It's Johnny's Birthday," which it's a very goofy song, but it's kind of like a lazy sunny afternoon with George Harrison. And
He never wore his shoes. We all know he was dead.
"Plug Me In" is a decent instrumental. I Remember Jeep is good, and Thanks for the Pepperoni's good. But all I gotta get out of this album is listen to the first 2 discs. Ignore the third disc.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say the third disc is essential, but the first 2 discs are very, very essential. But yeah, sorry for choosing another triple album, but
No, double album.
I had to pick the George Harrison album.
Yeah.
It's his best album, and it's the best solo Beatle album.
It's interesting. I think All Things Must Pass, McCartney 1, and Plasticona Band all came out in 1970. That time, and George probably had the better album out of the 3, which is somewhat surprising, maybe. But I think he had so many songs, that the Beatles didn't allow him to, put all these songs on their records because they mostly did Lennon McCartney, and then gave George a couple songs on each album. So he had all these backup songs ready to go, and that's why he came out with a triple album.
This album and Band on the Run are like the last 2 albums by the Beatles. Well, not like as together, but like those last 2 albums, like that like 2 last albums that like the Beatles really made like really like cutting edge records like before. Like they made a lot of great albums like Ram, Imagine, and all that, but these 2 albums that we mentioned already, those are to me that is like the last 2 like really like cutting edge albums, like before like Led Zeppelin and The Who and a bunch of other bands started to really take over the decade.
Poor Rolling Stones had to play second fiddle to everybody.
They played second fiddle to the Beatles, and then they played second fiddle to Led Zeppelin, and they did it to The Who. Then they were never really like on top.
There's one Rolling Stones album in the 70s, though, that definitely needs to be on this list. And I really hope that Bryer has it on his list. But
he's going to mention Exile on Main Street, probably.
No, the other one.
I know, but I know Breyer's going to pick Exile on Main Street. Well, I don't know, but
I don't know.
I'm really confident.
The one that has Breyer's favorite Rolling Stones song on it.
Breyer's playing cool there. Slim Shady says, I don't know how I didn't think of it right away, but Marvin Gaye's What's Going On is my all-time favorite 70s album. Top 5 overall for him.
Yeah.
And that is number 1 on Rolling Stone's 500 top albums in 2020. So
it was Sgt. Pepper's, but
one I don't have.
It was Sgt. Pepper's for a long time.
I've never actually listened to that album, and I probably should.
Yeah,
I like Marvin Gaye's I Heard It Through the Grapevine. That's a great song.
I like What's Going On, but it's nowhere near as good as Sgt. Pepper's.
I'm not as familiar with that album, unfortunately, but
hey, Pet Sounds was still number 2, though.
I think they have it as number 1 more for the Vietnam War political contexts of the album.
Yes.
It's very important about like soldiers coming back from Vietnam and being like, what's going on with the nation.
Yep.
You know what's crazy too is that Sly and the Family Stone they made a follow-up album called There's a Riot Going On.
That's like, what's going on.
What's going on? There's a riot going on. I always thought that was cool. Like, and the title track isn't even a title track. It's just like, it's just silence, which I think it's kind of good because it's like kind of like, it's like this is like, it's sort of like a commentary, but yeah.
Did you say the album, Bryer? Or?
Not really, but I want to fix that. That's the one I don't have.
Yeah.
But I feel like it should be mentioned, that album, because I know that album's talked about a lot.
Yeah, it says the themes are amazing and way ahead of their time. Yeah. All right. So for my third pick, I want to say I know 3 things. There's 3 things I know about. 1, you don't tug on Superman's cape. 2, you don't spit in the wind. And you might guess what the third one is.
Does it have to do with pulling the mask off the old Lone Ranger?
Oh, there's another one. Did I miss one? So is there 4 things? I missed it. I messed up the lines. You don't. Yeah. Okay. You don't pull the mask over the old Lone Ranger. And then the 4th one is you don't mess around with Jim.
Love that album.
By the great Jim Croce. Again, I said before, probably my favorite genre is the singer-songwriters who play the acoustic guitar. I just absolutely love that, those type of singers. And talking about John Denver, Jim Croce is probably right behind him. Is one of my favorite. And he made only like 3 albums. Unfortunately, he died in a plane wreck. And it's so sad because this album came out, I believe, after he died. I think he made the album and something like that. And he died, and this album came out, and it's my favorite of the 3 albums. All 3 great albums, and this is my favorite of them, which is crazy because it's like, man, how much more great music did we miss out on Jim Croce? You know, if he would have lived longer. You know, very sad, but yeah, it's just amazing. Not only songwriter, he can write a good love song, breakup song, and then he can write just a really fun up tempo song about, you know, and tell a story. And I love that about singer songwriters. I love when they tell stories and stuff like that in their music. And a great voice. Really loved everything he did. And this album has so many great hits on it. That's why I had to pick it. I mean, obviously, You Don't Mess Around with Jim was a big hit off of it. New York's Not My Home is a great song. Love that. Photographs and Memories. It's an absolutely beautiful song about looking at photographs of like, I think an ex or something like that, and reminiscing about that time period that you were with that person. And so it's almost kind of a sad type of song, but absolutely beautiful. Operator, That's Not the Way It Feels. I mean, come on. That is one of the greatest hits on the radio that time period. I mean, that is an amazing song. So fun. The acoustic guitar playing is absolutely terrific. It's like Jim Croce and there's another guy that I think they play together. And so you got this 2 acoustic guitar playing that just amazing. And that's one of the best in that. And then my favorite Jim Croce song is Time in a Bottle, which is one of my favorite love songs of all time. It's just beautifully written about, you know, loving somebody and wish you can, you know, put that in a bottle. And that's all you need in life is that love. Really, really, really great song. And you got stuff like Rapid Boy, The Stock Car Boy, you know, it's a more of a fast-paced, fun song, but that's what I love about him. He can do kind of 2 styles, but I mean, those are all songs that should be on his greatest hits right there. I mean, absolutely love those and really love Jim Croce's style. So that's what I'm gonna put here on my 3rd pick.
It's funny because this is like the only full album my younger brother will listen to. He mainly just streams stuff, and I convinced him to sit down and listen to the record with me, and so it's like the only full album he'll listen to.
Really?
We listened to the record, and I caught him listening to You Don't Mess Around with Jim, like the full album, and I'm like, there we go, proud big brother moment.
Mine was I got my little brother into Queen, and he listened to News of the World by himself, and I'm like,
That's a good one.
Mhm.
So many good deep
Sadly,
cuts on that record.
yeah.
Sadly, my
The only
older
song
brother's
I
not
don't
one
like,
for that
the only song I
people.
can't stand off that record is
Get Down My Club.
"Don't Make Love." Like when we rank our Queen albums, I'm gonna profusely talk about how that song kind of brings.
We
it
need to start the top 10 worst songs series on my channel. Start off with the Beatles. Just tear apart their top 10 worst songs.
I was to say I was to say we should do what we've been doing is start off the Who and then the Beatles, like start like with but the Beatles is a great idea too because
I also want to get back into doing album rankings because it's been a
Yeah.
long time and I want to do that again.
not that, but like yeah, I don't know when we made our Who ranking, but I definitely like to
December,
again love to
Mm,
visit that
I
one.
think it was November.
somewhere near the end of the year.
Anyway,
All right, so my turn. Yeah,
The Briars, you got your
the 3rd pick. All right.
Not that,
Case.
but Jason has been with us lately, and his contributions would be great as well.
definitely.
Thank you.
All right, so my 3rd pick, I'm going to stick with the hard rock field, and we kind of briefly mentioned it after my last pick.
Yeah.
That is Machine Head by Deep Purple.
There we go.
There's Deep Purple.
Yes. I mean, Smoke on the Water alone
Yeah.
warrants its inclusion in here. But yeah, this is like
Highway
the
Star.
Highway Star. Yeah, Highway Star is a terrific
Lazy.
opening track. I mean, the whole band's just incredible. I mean, you have Richie Blackmore on guitar. Just what an amazing guitar player. One of my favorites. And another very underappreciated drummer with Ian Pace. Just absolutely love his drumming. And John Lord on keyboard and organ. Another
He's the
great,
best part of the band.
yeah, really great. You know, Roger Glover, solid bass player. Not one of my favorite bass players, but he's solid. Keeps the low end in check. But then you have one of my favorite singers, and that of course is Ian Gillan. Just absolutely love his vocals. I mean, he can do the lower vocals, but I just love it when he does his shrieks and screams on shrieks and screams. I just adore that. I just love how he did it. And him and Robert Plant really pioneered that kind of high shriek and scream style that many metal bands would take on, and other rock bands, of course. But yeah, I mean, you already mentioned Highway Star, great opening track. Maybe I'm a Leo is another really good one. Pictures of Home is one of the most underrated Deep Purple songs. I just love the riff in there, the soloing on that one, just very underrated. Never Before, kind of another really good kind of commercial sounding song. I mean, Smoke on the Water, of course. I mean, what has not been said about that one? One of the most iconic riffs ever. One of the first you learn on guitar.
Top 10, yeah.
Yeah, got it. And it's another song that's banned in most guitar stores. But yeah. Yeah, and then you have
But if you
Lazy.
can-
No.
Can you
Smoke on the
if you can
Water.
play the solo to Smoke on the Water? Can you do that?
Yeah, that's another thing.
I've seen
yeah.
I think I saw a meme store for a guitar sign that was like, "No Stairway to Heaven unless you can play." It was like, it's like, if you can play the entirety of Stairway to Heaven with the solo and everything perfectly, you can get a free guitar. If you only play the intro, you'll get banned.
yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. And then
I love that
Lazy's
part.
probably
Of
like,
the world.
yeah. Yeah. Track 6, there's only 7 songs, by the way, so it's not too long of an album. But you have Lazy, which is the most bluesy song on the album, which is still really good. And it closes out with Space Truckin', just trucking in space, basically, which is still, you have Ian screaming on that track and a great closing song. So yeah, another essential hard rock album from the 70s. So that's the end of my pick.
Is this a debut album or what is this?
It's way later.
Not
way later, but
Was
no,
it
sixth
album?
album, I think.
They've been through several lineup changes, but or at least a lineup change.
Did they have anything besides Smoke on the Water before this, or?
Yeah, they had a song called
In Rock. In Rock was another album they did. That one had Child in Time on it, which was a very well beloved song.
They started in the 60s, 68.
Yeah.
That's the only album by them I've heard. The one that Bryer held up.
I forgot the name of the song. It was like na 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 na
Hush.
na na. Yeah,
That was on the debut.
I mean, Smoke on the Water is like, that's the big hit. I mean,
Yeah.
if you talk about
which is actually based on a true story. The lyrics tell
Frank
pretty much the
Zappa.
creation of that song. Yeah,
right.
the whole Frank
Burn a
Zappa.
casino down with a flare gun or
Frank-
something like that.
Yeah,
Frank
exactly.
Zappa.
Yeah,
No, someone at a Frank
show.
Zappa concert.
And the only reason why they even made the song was because they didn't have enough song. They had extra space on the album, and
And they recorded it in their hotel room or something like that.
yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a lot of the songs were written very quickly. I mean, Highway Star is also a song that was written very quickly because they were being interviewed, and the interview asked Richie Blackmore, how do you write a song? And Richie just like this, and he just played just one note, and that riff, that whole, and the beginning of Highway Star is basically that, and Ian just kind of improvised the lyrics basically on the spot, and so that's kind of how that song came to be.
Cool.
Great. Let's see. Slim Shady says, hot take, but Some Girls is my favorite Stones album. 70s.
Oh, that's not a hot take. That's a great album.
Is it?
That's a good
Okay.
album.
I miss you.
The hot take would be if he said It's Only Rock and Roll was his favorite 70s.
No, really hot take is if you said like Emotional Rescue was your favorite 70s album of the
That's an
song.
80s album. So
Oh, it is?
Oh, that's true.
yeah,
Maybe Black and Blue, maybe.
Black and Blue.
Black and Blue is a
Hey,
horrible album.
But don't knock Memory Motel, okay?
Yes,
that
that's a good
song.
song.
That song at least lets the album be okay enough to exist.
Yeah, I mentioned in our Stones ranking that that's the only song I like off of it. Rather than that, the whole album's garbage.
He says, "Just leave Wild Honey Pie alone."
Oh boy.
I guess he likes that song. One of the few that likes that song. He says, "I know Highway Star because of Rock Band," which I discovered a lot of songs through Guitar Hero and Rock Band.
That's how I discovered the Beatles.
Oh yeah.
I discovered the Beatles because my dad was a Beatles fan and he owned the CDs.
Well, yeah, me too.
That's a cooler way to
I knew the
discover
Beatles because of Thomas the Tank Engine.
Oh.
Yeah. All right,
Ringo.
Yeah.
narrator.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Go.
That's a very
down by the sea.
Very, interesting way of discovering the Beatles.
Thomas would spend his days by the sea with the yellow submarine, which would swim down into the octopus's garden.
Imagine if Ringo did the talking part of Odd Snuck on Side too.
That'd be interesting.
So Bryer's watching and
I'm looking for the other side of the moon and dangly, peace and love.
He's like,
oh, that would have been so funny if Ringo would have did
it. Hovry, peace and love, everybody.
Yeah, peace and love. Yeah. Yeah. You're probably like, I kind of like this narrator. I wonder if he's done anything else. And then,
yeah, imagine if he didn't.
And it was my mom who told me.
Oh, it's a big band, I guess. In the 60s.
It's a decently big band from the 60s.
It's a decent band from the 60s. I'll check them out.
Yeah.
All right, great. So now we go back to Garrett.
Yes.
Fourth pick.
It's about time for this band to show up. We've held them off long enough.
Okay.
I feel like every one of their 70s albums should be on this list, save for one, which definitely does not deserve to be on this list. But all the other ones do need to be. And it's another kind of more hard rock album. I wouldn't say as hard rock as Deep Purple, but we're going to Led Zeppelin. And it's not going to be the one you think it's the one you guys think it's going to be, but it's not the one that like viewers are thinking it's going to be.
Okay.
But I'm going with Houses of the Holy from 1973. This is where Led Zeppelin kind of like turned everything on its head and totally threw like a ball out of left field, because this sounds very different from their first four albums. Up to then, they were really a blues-based hard rock band, but this album is them experimenting with different genres and really just like being studio wizards, pretty much. You got the first song, The Song Remains the Same, which is incredible. That 12-string intro is amazing. That's actually what inspired me to listen to this album. Is on its 50th anniversary on the radio, there was this radio program that was like, we're gonna play 3 songs and you have to guess what they have in common. And then they played The Song Remains the Same and Dancing Days and I think Jamaica. And they're like, okay, the answer is they're all from Houses of the Holy, which is turning 50 today. And so the next day I listened to the album, and The Song Remains the Same is really the standout there, but I liked all 3 of the songs. And then once it got through that, it got to the Rain song, and whoa, man, that is my favorite song by Led Zeppelin. I like it better than Stairway to Heaven, if you can believe that. It's so amazing. The guitar is tuned into this weird open tuning, so it sounds really cool. It starts with Jimmy Page just strumming some acoustic guitar chords, which this song came about because George Harrison said that Led Zeppelin was a good band, but they didn't have very many ballads, and so Robert Plant was just like, "Hey, it's ballad time," and so the first 2 chords are actually the same 2 chords as Something. It's a 1 and then a 1 major 7, which is the first 2 chords from Something, and then a 1 just dominant 7, which are the first 3 chords from Something. So a little nod to George Harrison there. But then John Paul Jones is playing around with the mellotron on this song, and it sounds like there's a full orchestra, even though it's just him playing on his keyboard. And the mellotron on this is just so incredible. And then you get Over the Hills and Far Away, which is playing around with acoustic and electric sounds. It sounds like an old folk. It could definitely be an old folk song. That one is amazing. The solo on that one is incredible. And then a lot of people seem to hate this song, and I don't know why. I love it. But The Crunge is a James Brown tribute song. It sounds like James Brown's gone horribly wrong. And this, like, Jimmy Page's, like, funk rhythm guitar he's playing on this song is insane. Bonham is going crazy. And my favorite part is when Robert Plant, as it goes to the end, because James Brown used to say on his songs all the time, all right, take me to the bridge. And then you get to the bridge section of this song. But this song doesn't have a bridge, so Robert Plant says, take me, but then nothing happens. And then he goes, excuse me, sir, I'm trying to find the bridge. And then he, like, goes in his normal voice, have you seen the bridge?
Really?
I'm trying to find the bridge. And the very last thing is all the instruments cut out, and he goes, where's that confounded bridge? And I just laugh every time. And that's how the end of side one ends, is Robert Plant just going, where is that confounded bridge? And then you start side two and you get Dancing Days, which is, yeah, where's the bridge? Have you seen the bridge? Anyway, Dancing Days is kind of, it was inspired from some Eastern music that Jimmy Page and Robert Plant had heard. It has that kind of that really cool riff at the beginning. And then you get, man, what's next? It's not No Quarter, it's the one before No Quarter.
Jamaica.
Oh yeah, Jamaica. I love that song. It's Led Zeppelin playing around with reggae sounds. This was probably the one that was played on the radio the most, but I really like it. John Bonham's drumming is insane. And then you get No Quarter, which is this really cool, like, progressive sounding song. I think it's about Viking warriors who, like, pretty much have to trudge through all the night, and, like, they don't get to rest because they're at war. And then the closing track is The Ocean, which, oh my goodness, that guitar riff is insane. Great way to close the album. This is a spoiler alert. This is my favorite Led Zeppelin album, which is why we needed to include it on this list. There's definitely another, actually, I said all of them, other than Presence. Presence does not need to be on this list. Achilles' Last Stand is an excellent song, but every other song on that album is not as good. But there's another particular album that does definitely, like, extremely need to be on this list, but I'm going with this one instead because it's a lot less, it's not like what you think Led Zeppelin would be, and it shows another side of them that you definitely need to listen to. So
not that, but we all know Jason's gonna put the knowing
Right.
The album with no title.
Yeah.
Slim Shady kind of agrees with you here. He says, hell yeah, absolutely love House is Holy. My favorite Zeppelin album.
Mine too.
And he says, The Ocean might have my favorite guitar solo of all time, which you mentioned.
Funny enough, my favorite guitar solo of all time is in Something by the Beatles. So.
Oh, I love that. Yeah. It says, like you said, it's the most unique album.
Yeah. And I feel like they don't ever get to this kind of experimentation again. Like, you get a little bit of that on Physical Graffiti and In Through the Outdoor. Those ones get more experimental, but I don't think they ever get quite as experimental again.
Yeah, and Presence is just them kind of going through the motions.
Yeah, and Robert Plant was in, like, a wheelchair when they recorded that album. So he got in a car wreck, so it was a rush job.
Mm-hmm.
He says Led Zeppelin can also be pretentious sometimes.
It depends. In My Time of Dying is a little pretentious. It goes on for a little too long, but still a good song.
I love that, the whole album, Physical Graffiti. My next pick, my number 4 pick is going to be an album by a band that I don't think Garrett likes. It's called Rush.
Oh no, I hate them. Didn't they do that terrible song about the band society where you can't you can't make your own music? I hate that.
Well, you'll be in for a bad taste because that's the album 2112. Well, okay. All serious now, 2112 is
it's amazing.
It's a perfect album. Garrett introduced me to it, which I'm very grateful for. You know, sometimes we introduce each other to the music. Like I had Garrett go back to the Who by Numbers album, and he now likes the album. So we like to share and like, hey, you should try that again or listen to this again. He introduced me to 2112, and yeah, it's one of the few albums where I listen to it and I'm like, this is a 10 out of 10 album right away. And well, to go into some backstory, Rush was going through problems because they were making really long songs, and they're like, no, you can't do that. You know, you got to stick to shorter songs. And the first song on the album is like their middle finger to the music producers and all that. They're like, screw you, we're making our long songs. Boom, and it's what a great song. And I can't go. It's so hard to describe how great it is. It's one of those songs where you just have to listen to it for yourself. I know. Garrett wants me to go more into it, but that's all I got to say. It's like I want to discuss it more, but
experience it yourself.
Experience the first track. Garrett didn't really go over it. He just went over backstory. Just listen to the song. Look at the liner notes. You'll love it. Side 2, A Passage to Bangkok. What a great rock song. Like first side has a story, but the second side just great rockers. Passage to Bangkok's amazing. The Twilight Zone's one of my favorite Rush songs.
I love that one.
I love it too.
Entered the Twilight Zone.
As a Twilight Zone fan, I approve.
Yep. Lessons is amazing. Tears is amazing. And Something for Nothing. Oh my God, what a great closer. And even though it's just 6 songs, man, what an amazing 6 songs they were. And I want to go more in depth in it, but it's one of those albums you just got to listen to it for yourself to really understand how amazing it is.
Twilight Zone.
Bryer has entered the Twilight Zone.
And Something for Nothing is incredible.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's a perfect album.
Which is another album that I'd like to review, because the original video I didn't do that album justice.
Yeah, I'll try to go more in depth on it when we do get to it, though. It's just one of those things where you have to listen to it to experience it, though, because I could go on for 10 minutes discussing it, but I still wouldn't do the album justice,
All right. Keith has a couple things to say here. I once thought Stairway to Heaven was great, but my opinion has changed because it's overplayed and overrated.
Yeah,
which
I'm with
I
you.
unfortunately hear a lot of people say that, and it kind of hurts me.
That's the very reason. That's the very reason that when I went through my big Led Zeppelin phase, the album I listened to the least was number 4, because I want to preserve that song to sound great. I don't want to get tired of that song, because I still, when I hear that song, think it's amazing. And so I don't want to get tired of that song, or When the Levee Breaks, or Rock and Roll, or any of those other songs on that 4th album, because I think they're all great.
Is that here's one of my coworkers said it. It's Stairway to Heaven's great and it's unique, but after hearing it for the first 3 or 4 times, once you hear it a million times, you're just you're over it. You're just okay, we get it. It exists. Play another Zeppelin tune, Gallows Pole, When the Levee Breaks, Over the Hills, There's so much Zeppelin tunes that they can play on the radios, and they always go for that Stairway to Heaven. I'm just get away from me. I could never listen to Stairway to Heaven for the rest of my life from now until my death, and that would be happy. I would be more happy.
No.
I'm sorry, Jason, but
usually the old people
I heard the song
that.
every single day because a coworker would play the radio, and I would hear that song every day, and I'm just take it off.
I've never heard it on the radio.
Yeah,
Really?
they play it every single day.
My local radio station played Out on the Tiles last time I heard Zeppelin on the radio.
That's one of my favorite songs by them. Why don't they play that song?
And funny enough, because my roommate and I were listening to the radio, that's now his favorite song on Led Zeppelin 3, and he had no clue that it was a deep cut. He thought it was a big hit from them.
Yeah, Zeppelin 3 has so much great songs on it. Like people always put it down, but it has the Immigrant Song, Since I've Been Loving You, Out of the Tiles,
That's
Gallows.
the Way.
That's the Way.
Tangerine. Now they should have swapped Hats Off for Roy Harper for
Hey, what can I do?
Hey, what can I do? We might talk about number 3 later if it's on someone's list.
Yeah.
Will you say something, Bryer?
No, I'm good.
Seemed like you were saying something, but
No, it's just there's itching, scratching my nose.
well, earlier you were saying something, but I didn't hear you. But anyways,
That's fine. It wasn't important.
I'm sorry, Jason. I feel bad, but I blame it mostly on radio. Like they take these amazing songs and then they overplay them to death. And then
now, if you're gonna tell me Stairway to Heaven is overrated, if you're gonna tell me Bohemian Rhapsody is overrated, me and Bryer are coming over, and no, it's kidding.
it's not overrated. Like there's a difference. Because a YouTuber one time said it, and I'm like, they have a point because there's a difference between overrated and overplayed. Like overrated, it's like if you just don't like it from the beginning.
Oh, right.
Like Kashmir, I never liked that song, and they overplayed it. And
Okay, now I'm gonna have to come over.
Now we're coming over.
I'm gonna come over with my Gibson and play da-na-na, 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 until you like the song.
But Stairway to Heaven and Bohemian Rhapsody, I love those songs from the beginning, but they just got so overplayed. And I'm just like, come on.
Yeah.
This band has not better songs, but they just have more songs than these two songs, you know?
Yeah, those are just big ones for sure.
And yeah.
Some saying says Achilles' Last Stand sounds like a precursor to Metallica.
Yeah,
To me, it sounds like a Rush song.
Metallica pretty big, really influenced by Led Zeppelin.
Here's the compromise. I said I would never buy that record. I'm probably gonna have to buy Presents on CD. I'll spend $5 for Achilles' Last Stand on CD, especially with I'm gonna have to make a video on what I bought recently. I bought a CD player, and it's not a normal CD player. It's a really cool CD player that can play 101 CDs. And it spins around, and you can like push random, and it'll pick one of the 101 CDs and just pick a random track off of it. It's so cool.
Oh wow! I need to get something like that.
And the coolest part is that it hooks up to my stereo system. So we got like and it's like this huge black box. We got that, and then we got the record player, and then the receiver, and then I've got an equalizer coming in. So I got like a real sound system now.
I'd love to have like something like that because I could just like these records. I can't go to sleep because I have to like take the record out of the record player. Yeah. I could like fill it up with like all my CDs and like just hit random and just
definitely. It's called the just type in Pioneer CD Changer. You can get one for about $100 on eBay. There's one that you can fit 300 CDs.
What's the name of it? Pioneer what?
Pioneer PD-F, and then there's more numbers after that. But if you just put in Pioneer CD Changer, look for the one that there's one that you can get 300 CDs on.
Yes, yeah. It depends. I may or may not get that one, but yeah, that's a good one though. 100.
I'll definitely be making a video on that later though.
Yeah,
I put all my Beatles CDs in there. My roommate has a Van Halen CD that we were listening to earlier in there.
Which one?
1984. Okay,
that's a good one.
I got a compliment for you, Garrett. It looks like. Says Rocklaw says, "Sound you comments seem like you should be way older than you look," from a young boomer. So.
I am an old man trapped in a young man's body. Honestly, I was born in the wrong generation, and if you go take a look at my living room looks like it could have come straight out of the 70s. I got this huge stereo system in the middle. I got like the Pioneer receiver, and then I've got an equalizer coming in. I got the huge speakers, and there's like a shag carpet rug, and I got the old Maxell Blown Away ad. I got a canvas of that, like the guy sitting in the chair with like the speaker, like blowing his tie back.
You know what? I'm kind of curious though. Obviously I don't want you to answer, but I'm kind of curious if you're gonna put Lola versus Power Man on the essential albums list.
It's an honorable mention. I like it though.
Well, I mean, Bryer and Garrett are both in their 20s, and I think Nick is not quite in his 20s. I may be wrong.
Like very close to it, like 4 months.
So, yeah, so we got and I'm 40, so I'm the oldest one by far. But yeah, got pretty young people here, and but we're very into definitely music that is our parents' generation, or
Yeah, my
I
mom's
guess
always
it's my
said, my mom's
grandparents'
always telling
generation
me,
for
Jake,
some of
or
it.
grandparents' generation.
For the
Yeah.
Beatles, that's my grandparents' generation.
That's my parents.
Yeah.
That's your.
yeah,
Yeah.
my mom would always
Talking
tell
about
me
my
like,
generation.
Sorry, Bryer. What?
yeah, my mom would always kind of jokingly tell me like, why do you keep stealing my groups? And I'm like, I just
Because
like
we
it.
don't got any good ones. I'm sorry, but it's true.
But I mean, for very young people, Garrett, Nick, Bryer are just incredibly knowledgeable people about music in general, and especially 60s, 70s, 80s. I mean, I'm very impressed. That's why I enjoy talking to these three. They're younger than me, and they know so much about music. I'm just like, man, I'm jealous. I wish I knew as much as they did. But yeah, definitely really great group.
It's great too how everything turned out. First it's great how everything formed out because I met Soundlab Studios. He made that awesome request, "Go to the Mirror" by the Who on Reactions to Classic, and I'm like, damn, this is a great song. Who requested it? I'm like this is a good deep cut from Tommy, and Garrett was like, yeah, it was me, and we were just going back and forth talking about the Who, and
Back when Nick went by the name of John Lennon.
yep,
You're John Lennon?
I was John Lennon.
Oh,
I was JL for a very long time.
that's so great.
It was so funny. I rewatched that episode of Reactions to
Oh.
the Classics, and like he comes in and he says, "Hello all, I'm requesting a Hollies song." And then my first comment is, "Oh my gosh, John Lennon is still alive and he
I
loves
know.
the Hollies," or something like that.
Yeah,
Like, this is big news. John Lennon's on the chat.
yeah, my
That
God, yeah, and Trey will call me JL. He's like, "Oh, look, JL is back at the stream," and then I'm like, I forgot what I asked him. Like, Garrett, I'm like, "Oh, you use Zoom for your things?" He's like, "Yeah," and you want to join me on a video? I'm like, "Sure," and he was like,
Yeah, that because Nick met me before I'd even started my channel. Like my channel started out with a friend from college, but then like
Yeah.
when Nick and Bryer started being on my streams, like the videos with them were getting more views than my album reviews. And so like we switched over to have Nick and Bryer and then Jason and like the main reviews starting earlier this year.
Yeah, me and Bryer, we were collaborating before we met Garrett and Nick, of course, and we both came over, and kind of joined the group.
Some of the things your friend would say, Garrett, would hurt me sometimes, like with the out of the
Me
our
too. He
heads.
gave Out of Our Heads a 3 out of 10. I haven't been able to forgive him for that one.
Yeah, that album review and his review on the early Who albums. I'm like, no.
Well, after re-listening to My Generation, he gave My Generation a 4 out of 10. And after listening to My Generation, that album is a solid like 7.5 out of 10 for me. I like that album.
Yeah, I love that's my favorite Who era, but the way he was just digging, just insulting it all, I'm just like, oh man. Got like some of the most of those videos I would have to click off the video because I'm just like, oh, I can't take the insults anymore. I'm done. I'm done. just like what I was talking about Stairway to Heaven. Jason's like, I'm done. That's how I felt. I'm like, no, the early Who slander. I'm done. And then when he was trash talking the Out of Our Heads album, like, no. Like,
at least my other friend actually respected Out of Our Heads and was like, I'll give it a 6 out of 10 because I can see what they were going for here. But then he was like, I'm giving it a 3 out of 10. I'm like, it's got Satisfaction on it. It's got The Last Time. It's got freaking Play with Fire. Like,
yeah. When he was digging, when the other guy was digging at The Last Time, I'm like, nope, I'm done. I had to click off the video. I'm like, nope, I'm out of here. Like, the first 2 songs, understandable. They're not the best. They're not top tier Stones. But then he was like, I'm like, nope. I don't even want to hear from him anymore. Well, if he were to talk bad about Play with Fire, I was gonna start mashing my keyboard with.
I guess I kind of switched to you guys because like they were also talking about completely changing what kind of music that we did and said like throw in some Snoop Dogg in there or something like that. And like, I don't know. Like, I guess they wanted the channel to go in a different direction.
Yeah. Creative differences.
Yeah.
Are you guys, do you know about Hall & Oates' abandoned lunch yet?
She's gone.
She's Gone. That's a good song.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
don't
only
know
one I know
that
from
much
that
of the
one.
Hall & Oates albums. I just have a great.
I know
taste.
Voices. I've listened to Voices.
I only know Rich Girl, and that's it.
I know their songs. I don't know their albums, but
I know.
not a bad.
You make my dreams come true. Ooh.
One of them as like a very like a watered down Simon and Garfunkel.
Yeah, it's a. I guess they're
Um,
70s or 80s band or group.
Yeah, my favorite song by Hall & Oates is "Your Kiss Is on My List." I
Yeah,
like
it's a
that
good
one.
song.
Mm.
I should check that out.
Your kiss is on my list.
Millennials are in their 30s. I'm 40 and I'm a millennial, so you were not in
He's
our
the old
30s.
millennial.
We're starting to get. I'm the old millennial though. Yeah, I'm like the old ones. We're getting into our 40s now. Yeah, but most of us are in our 30s. Yeah. It says I'm jealous. Cool. It says between his fiance and him, he has 100 of. We have 100 CDs. Yeah, Bryer has.
You got nothing
1,000.
on me.
And for me, if the amount of albums you have is nothing compared to mine.
Bryer, do you have left overture? I'm sure he does. He's
Carry on my
Like Kansas.
wayward son.
Yes, I do.
That's
Let me
another song.
tell you
That's another song that got
done.
destroyed by the radio.
I love that song. That's one of the songs that made me want to learn how to play guitar.
It's a great song, but it's overplayed. That's another case of overplayed, not overrated. Because people are like, "Oh, that song's overrated." I'm like, "It's not overrated. It's just overplayed."
To all you people crying about how that song is overrated, don't you cry no more. No.
AJ says hello. Hi, AJ. He's from England. He's a good guy.
Top of the morning.
Rock says
That was
you're
rude.
great, so thank you for that.
That was a joke.
So it's nice to have some diversity. Yeah.
We all got different opinions.
I love Beatles and Beach Boys. So do we. That's
Well,
a big one.
very nice.
Slim, he used to be on he's on the Reactions Classics as well. I thought I recognized his
I
name.
remember. Yeah, I had a feeling I remember your channel on
Yeah.
Classics on the.
I think
live stream.
wasn't Slim Shady the one who brought the "It's a Mule" song, or am I thinking of someone else?
Remember? Yeah. I remember he did like Wild Honey Pie. I don't know if he was kidding, but I've heard him say that.
Dum, 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 dum.
Yeah, laughing about John Lennon there.
I'm John Lennon, for real, for real.
I'm John Lennon, and this is Beatles Radio.
Another 70s album, Talking Heads.
I don't have any of them though.
Once in a lifetime.
10cc original soundtrack.
CC. Yeah,
That has my
I
favorite
have
song on.
I have it, but it's not behind me, so I have to go get it. But
Have you ever heard of Green Day My Generation cover?
No, I have
It can fade away. Why don't it just fade away?
I do like some Green Day though. I do like some Green Day.
I
I
like
don't have any.
American
I like
Idiots.
the-
They're a bunch of American idiots.
Aren't
Go
we
walk
all?
the Boulevard of Broken Dreams, Green Day.
Yeah, can't compare it. Bryer. Yeah, he's got the CDs, man.
Yeah, Breyer's CDs.
He pulled
I
it.
mean,
something
pulls one out.
my original name was CD Showcase, so
Yeah.
He gets like 20 new CDs every week or something like that.
well, not this month, unfortunately.
All right. For my fourth pick, I'm going to pick one of my favorite fourth albums, and this is
Led Zeppelin 4.
Led Zeppelin 4.
Or Untitled.
Or The Man with the Sticks.
Untitled, yeah, but we call it Led Zeppelin 4, I guess. It needs a name, so there's the name. This is the first vinyl album I bought, actually, about a year ago or so. Saw this at Walmart, and I was like, I got to have this. Obviously, it's my... Garrett talked about House of the Holy, his favorite. My favorite is Led Zeppelin 4, which
It's my second favorite.
maybe House of the Holy, maybe that's a cooler pick, while Led Zeppelin 4 is maybe more the conventional pick, maybe, amongst maybe people that aren't as deep in Led Zeppelin as Garrett is. As I'm not as into all the albums, but Led Zeppelin 2, Led Zeppelin 4, I think are just absolutely amazing albums. And yeah, absolutely love this album. I would say it's my second favorite rock album. Right behind Who's Next would be like number one.
Ooh.
Number two, Led Zeppelin 4. I mean, those two albums are just absolutely amazing. Like I said, I mean, I don't need we've talked about this a little bit already, but I mean, you're talking about one of the greatest guitar players of all time. Jimmy Page is absolutely killing it. Robert Plant, great vocals here, and yeah, it's got some great rock songs. Black Dog, I believe, starts the album, which is another absolutely amazing starter. I mean, A Whole Lot of Love is probably my favorite opener from Led Zeppelin 2, but Black Dog is a great opener. I love the guitar playing and then stops, and then you hear Robert Plant's voice, and then and all of a sudden the guitar comes back in and and the drums, and oh, it's so amazing how that's arranged. I mean, it's just so unique. For me, I don't hear other bands do that at this time. There might be some, but that's when I listen to this album, I'm like, man, nobody else does this kind of music.
You know what's funny? It's time for me to be controversial now.
Okay.
And I'm usually the guy who's got like the normal opinions, but every once in a while I'll have a controversial opinion.
Yeah.
I'm not hating on it, but honestly, Black Dog has never really been my favorite Led Zeppelin song.
Okay.
I like A Whole Lot of Love a lot better. I used to say that one wasn't really my favorite either, but then I played it on my stereo system, and that kind of changed when it got to that middle section with the and it was panning left and right, and then I was like, okay, no, this is epic.
I agree with Garrett. Black Dog isn't that strong of an opener.
I still like it, but my favorite Zeppelin openers are Good Times, Bad Times, and the Immigrant Song.
It doesn't help that it got overplayed where I live.
And In the Evening, that's another good one.
Yeah, all their albums open up strongly, but compared to the first 4 albums, like, you know, Good Times, Bad Times, as you mentioned, Whole Lot of Love, and the Immigrant Song, Black Dog just comes off as weak.
Oh man, Black Dog might actually be my least favorite Led Zeppelin opener that I'm thinking about it. I still like it though.
Opener.
I'm not hating on it. To say that that's the weakest, that's how great their openers are.
Yeah, you got Good Times, Bad Times. You got A Whole Lot of Love. You got the Immigrant Song.
Yeah,
of course, good. Black Dog. The song remains the same. Mm-hmm. Actually, no, I take that back. Custard Pie is my least favorite album.
Really? I love Custard Pie. I think that's one of my favorite openers.
And then Achilles' Last Stand, which is the only good song on Presence, which I actually like that one. And then In the Evening, I love In the Evening.
I'm glad you like that one. You should give Custard Pie a couple of chances, guys. I wasn't crazy enough.
I think they should have opened. I like the Rover a lot better. They should have opened with that one.
Yeah, that's another fantastic song. That whole album is, to me, I don't think there's a single bad song on Physical Graffiti.
Another one of my favorite songs. I think Bryer will agree with this one. Going to California, really great song. Again, one of the great California songs, but it's got more of acoustic at the beginning. I love that acoustic guitar at the beginning, kind of with Robert Plant's voice, so good. It seems it's not as hard rocking as some of the other ones, but I love it for that. The diversity of the songs here. I mean, I will go down to my grave saying Stairway to Heaven is one of the great songs ever made. I absolutely love that song. It's my favorite non-Beatles song. It's probably my second favorite song of the 70s. In fact, as there's
a Beatles song. Comment there.
No Stairway. Denied.
I mean, the song, it's beautiful the way it starts with the kind of slower picking of the guitar and Robert Plant's voice, so good. And it's really beautiful. And then it picks up. What I love about the song is how it crescendos from the beginning to picks up a little more. And then you get to that third part, and it's just it's an amazing rock song. And you got this great guitar solo in there. And all of a sudden the drums are really killing it. And, you know, and he starts singing, and you go down the road, dun, 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 dun. I was like, oh my gosh, they're just absolutely killing it. And then they end it back with the slower style at the end. Oh, such a great way to end it. It's just a masterpiece. It's just a journey of a song where it takes you somewhere. And it's just like, I've listened to it so many times and I still love it. Every time I listen to it, it still still blows my mind, in my opinion anyways. But Misty Mountain Pop, another really solid song I enjoy on here. And then When the Levee Breaks is another really cool jam song.
The drums.
I feel like there's not that much singing, but it's more about the instrumentation on that one. Really cool song to end it. But yeah, absolutely masterpiece rock album, in my opinion. Led Zeppelin 4.
I respect your opinion, though, Jason. I'm not gonna be like, "Oh, you like it, Jason? How could you? You don't
No,
know nothing
I
about
agree
music."
with Jason. That one definitely is an essential album of the 1970s.
Very good.
I just picked
I-
Houses of the Holy because I knew someone was going to have 4 on their list, and
Yeah.
I needed to have the contrasting, like
I-
the flip side of the coin.
I knew either you were gonna have it, Garrett, or Jason was gonna have it.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah, I had to have it on
I
there.
would have been a little surprised if Bryer had it.
Like I said, my favorite rock album I didn't mention because I think someone else is going to mention it, so I was leaving that to somebody else.
If I don't mention it, then you're free to mention it.
Okay.
Because I've got 13 other albums other than that one.
Oh,
But
okay.
I'll do that one if someone happens to pick one of the other albums on my list.
Okay. Okay. All right. Garrett, not Garrett, Bryer.
Bryer.
It's your fourth pick, I believe. Is that where we're at?
Yeah, fourth pick. I'm gonna do this, and then I might have to leave because my phone's about to die. So I'm gonna see if I can trust my computer this time. But until then, my fourth pick. So we kind of talked about them briefly, but I think it's time for some Rolling Stones. And I do have one. Now, which one do I pick, though?
Yeah.
Please pick the good one.
Yeah, pick the good one, not the bad one.
Can't you hear me knocking? Come on. Can't you hear me knocking?
Well, this is fun for me. Anyhow,
I know.
yeah, I had to go with my absolute favorite of this period of the band. It's my favorite Rolling Stones album, and it's got to go with Sticky Fingers.
Good.
So it's the good one.
Good. The good one.
I don't know. I was this close to doing Exile just to get a reaction, but
I said you got to troll him. Yeah.
yeah. But I'll show some mercy. All right.
Good.
So, yep. This is my favorite period of the Rolling Stones. Like the whole Mick Taylor period is my go-to Stones. Just the songwriting has evolved so much since the early days, and to me, this is like the epitome of that. So it starts out with Brown Sugar, which is a song which, to some hasn't aged that well with the subject matter, but it's still.
I think it's mainly about. I think it's mainly just about that Mick Jagger kind of had a thing for black girls and was trying to be like,
yeah,
hey, like people have always been attracted to black women, even when it was kind of in a more inappropriate, like whenever there was inappropriate stuff going on with slave owners.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's a controversial song. I know the band don't play it anymore, which is kind of a shame because the song itself really rocks. It's a good rock song musically. Just a great opening track. Then you go to Sway, which is a fantastic song. It's one of my favorite Rolling Stones songs. Just fantastic. Just love the melody of it, especially during the chorus. Of course, you have very amazing ballads like Wild Horses, which is another one of their great songs. Just absolutely love it.
Slim Shady first bought Honey Pie over Wild Horses.
No. That's my favorite song on the album.
Obviously we're trolling.
All right, moving on. So then you have Can't You Hear Me Knocking, another great rock song, very great. You Gotta Move, pretty solid song. It's not one of my favorite songs on the album, but
it's my least favorite on the album.
Yeah, it's not one of my favorites. Yep. Then you have the song which is named after a female dog. So I'm not going to say it.
Killer horn section, though.
Martha, my dear.
Yeah,
oh,
exactly. Despite title aside, it's still a fantastic song. It's still a great song. I Got the Blues, another pretty good song. Sister Morphine, and Dead Flowers, also pretty solid songs. But it closes out with my favorite Rolling Stones song of all time, which is Moonlight Mile, and I've talked about it before on my channel before. But yeah, it's just this gorgeous closing song. I just absolutely love the piano on it, and you have some great strings on here. It's just a song that it's really underrated in the Stones catalog, and it's just I absolutely love it. So yeah, that's gonna be my next pick. All right, so I'll be right back. So fingers crossed for my internet. I'll be right back.
So much deep cuts on that album.
Lots of good ones.
I mean, Rolling Stones in general just has so much deep cuts because of how much albums they have.
What happened to Jason?
I probably had a leaf or something. Not like leave, but
Jason, are you there?
is there any?
Maybe he had to have a bathroom break or something.
Is there anybody
out there?
We were both thinking the same thing.
That's the band I'm actually going to talk about next, but not that album because I'm going to save that one for Bryer.
Yeah. I'm surprised you haven't picked Who's Next yet, because
I might.
I purposely left it on my list because you said you wanted to include it on your list.
I might have to gotta slip it in somewhere here instead of one of these other albums, but all of these other ones I'd consider essential as well.
Yeah.
I might have to take out this one by my favorite band.
I'd say if you don't think you're gonna have, well, once it gets to my 13th pick and you haven't picked it yet, I'll include it. I wanted to include every 70s album by the Who.
Okay. Do you have any Led Zeppelins in your? You don't have to say which ones, but you can.
I do have one album by them. Because I knew you were gonna mention one. I knew not Garrett. I knew Jason was gonna mention one.
Oh man, then I might have to switch something out for one of them. Slim Shady is 3 beers deep, and he's ready to bring hot takes. Oh, Jason's back.
All right. Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom there.
Okay.
You're good.
I was hoping Bryer would talk while I was gone.
Peeking out from behind the CDs.
Yep.
He's gonna like rummage through. He's gonna be like.
All my stuff's behind me now, so now, yeah.
It's like, where's the one CD that I need to show off?
All right. I'm ready for my next pick. Number 5.
Number five.
And it's time to talk about Pink Floyd.
Yes, we got to.
But I bet you it's not the one you think it's going to be, or the
second
one you think it's going to be.
Okay.
But this album is most definitely an essential album of the 1970s. I'm going to go with 1975's Wish You Were Here.
Okay.
Which is absolutely incredible. Just starting off with the iconic album cover. Yeah, with the guy shaking hands with the guy on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's one of the coolest album covers I've ever seen. And the music,
I don't have to hold it.
The music within that album is just so good. You start off with Shine On You Crazy Diamond, which is my favorite Pink Floyd song. It's so good, and it's a tribute to their original singer, Syd Barrett. But the musicianship on there is so amazing. You start off with Richard Wright's synthesizers just kind of have this atmospheric effect, and then David Gilmour comes in playing these bluesy licks, and then like they kind of jam for a little bit, but then it just kind of goes on with David Gilmour and Richard Wright, but then David Gilmour plays these 4 notes, these boom, 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 and then Nick Mason comes in with the drums, boom, boom, and it's amazing. And David Gilmour's guitar playing. The vocals don't even come in until like several minutes through the song, but the musicianship is just so good. And then Roger Waters comes in with his vocals, and it's just like, wow. And it ends with a saxophone solo. Like, why? It's so cool. Like, that's so amazing. Why would you put a saxophone solo on there? Like, it's a weird choice, but it's an amazing choice. Anyway, then we've got Welcome to the Machine, which was actually, well, I'd heard the title track, but I heard Welcome to the Machine on the radio, and I just heard like these synthesizer sounds that sounded like a machine, and like those 2 acoustic guitar chords, and then like they came in, welcome Welcome to the machine. And I was like, this is a really cool song. This sounds kind of like Pink Floyd. And then I looked it up and it was on the Wish You Were Here album. So I thought I need to give that album a listen. It was several months later, but I finally did give it a listen. And wow, I really liked the song. There's only like 2 songs on the first side.
Yeah.
When you flip the album over, the first song on the second side is Have a Cigar, which oddly enough, the vocals were sung by a guy named Roy Harper. It wasn't sung by David Gilmour or Roger Waters, so hats off to Roy Harper for singing that one. And it's about the music industry, kind of how they kind of take advantage of these musicians. Like, come in, have a cigar, but then like they really don't care about the musicians because they're like, oh, come on, sit down now. Which one of you is Pink? But nobody's named Pink Floyd. And it's kind of like, we're going to make you ride the gravy train, boy. But they're just in it for the money. And then at the very end, like it goes whoosh, and then it switches over to where it sounds like it's on the radio. And then like you can hear a guy change the radio station and he's going through different channels. And then you hear this song that it sounds like somebody on the radio. It sounds like it's on the radio and someone's just playing these guitar chords. And then you can hear what it sounds like somebody who's playing along. Like they're listening to the radio and they're improvising on the guitar, playing along with the radio. And that sounds really cool. And that's the title track, Wish You Were Here. And then it kind of stops being radio and it kind of goes into the song. That's an amazing song. And then at the end, we got the second half of Shine On You, Crazy Diamond, which absolutely amazing album.
I love the Led Zeppelin reference there. Hats off to Roy Harper.
I just said it just to see what Nick would, because I knew it was going to get Nick whenever I said that.
I was like, if Garrett doesn't say it, I was gonna be like, yeah, hats off to Roy Harper for that vocal addition. Like when I first heard that, when I saw the title of the track, I'm like, hats off to Roy Harper. Is that the same Roy Harper from the Pink Floyd song? Yeah, it was.
That's the one Led Zeppelin song that's just absolutely trash.
Yeah, I hate that song. Like there's a lot of songs that I'm not crazy about, but yeah, that's the only song that I just flat out don't like.
All right. Wish You Were Here by Pink Floyd.
All right. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people really love that album. So it's definitely got a good fan base.
There's some people that says it's better than Dark Side.
I thought that at one point. I think that they're equal now. Dark Side and Wish You Were Here.
There's 2 massively big albums from Pink Floyd from the 70s. So
the 3 of them.
I'll be interested to see if we
There's
get
4 of them.
Oh yeah, wait, 5 if you include Metal.
Yeah, there's 4 really big ones. There's I call it the classic period. There's Dark Side, there's Wish You Were Here, there's Animals, and then there's The Wall.
You just got to be ready, Jason, because Shine On You, Crazy Diamond is a 15-minute song, and that's just the first half. But that's my favorite Pink Floyd song because it's just so good. Like the 15 minutes just go by so fast.
Yeah, I was gonna say like it's not, even though it's 15 minutes, it doesn't feel like it's 15 minutes. My pick now.
Right.
Well, I haven't picked the Who in a little bit. I'm gonna change that.
Who?
It's gonna be the Who's follow-up album from the Quadrophenia album I was just talking about earlier this video, and that is the Who by Numbers.
The Who by Numbers.
And one of Bryer's favorite Who albums, if I remember correctly.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yep. He had to run through all the.
Yeah.
You have to look up Nicholas Yarembinsky, Rock Laws. Nicholas Yarembinsky.
Yeah. I got to change my YouTube channel name at some point.
We should change it to Lennon 909. Or like your
Discord.
The Townsend one.
Yeah, it's like Townsend and the Beatles. So Who by Numbers. So to put it in context, this is after their big, like this explosion of a double album, Quadrophenia, and Pete Townsend was sort of hitting writer's block. He was just like, he was going through depression. It wasn't a really fun time for Pete Townsend, let's just say that. And this album just sort of reflects on that. And this is more of like a time capsule album more than it's not like, unlike Sell Out, Tommy, Who's Next? Well, what would have been Who Lifehouse or Quadrophenia, where it has a concept. This album is the first since A Quick One not to have a concept, not to be a concept album, and this is I consider it to be more of a time capsule than a like concept album. And Slip Kip isn't really like the first track on the album doesn't really show that. It's just a fun little opener. I love that track though. But However Much I Booze, which Roger Daltrey refused to sing because of how dark the lyrics were, and songs like However Much I Booze, Dream Me From the Waist, Imagine a Man, They're All in Love, Blue, Red, and Gray, How Many Friends, like those songs are like kind of like a time capsule of how Pete Townsend was at that time.
I got a question for you, Nick.
What's up?
I got a question.
What's up?
How do you feel in magazine?
That's a funny one. That's a funny part of the song. But However Much I Booze, which is a great Pete Townsend sung track. Then it goes to my least favorite track on the album, Squeeze Box. It's the big hit off the album. Yeah. It's not because it's the big hit. It's just,
I don't know why it was like Success Story seemed like it should have been the big hit on this album.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'll get into that. But Squeeze Box, it's just an alright song. Dreaming From the Waist, though, is incredible. Daltrey is killing it on the vocals, and I love it. Imagine a Man, what a dark song to end off the side of the album. And again, it's like what Pete Townsend was feeling at the time. And it like after those big albums like Quadrophenia and Who's Next, and Tommy is, Pete Townsend is just miserable at this time. And he was just these songs are just so slow and, it's crazy. And speaking of Success Story, that opens up side 2. And it was written by my favorite Who member, the Ox. What an incredible song. And it's the first song since Silas Stingy where all 3 Who member, like all 3 lead singer Who members sing on the song. Daltrey takes most of the lead vocals. Pete Townsend takes that part where it was like, and then dun, dun, dun. I forgot the words of it, but he takes that part, and then like the John Entwistle takes the part. It was like, just like Cinderella, and then with the I'm your fairy. He's like, you shall play at Carnegie Hall. And then like I love that. I love when the Who did that. Like they only did it they did it a couple of times. They did it with Silas Stingy, which I'll get into that when we review the Who Sellout album. And then they had this song, and they're 2 of my favorite Entwistle tracks. And man, I was like, besides that Uncle Ernie song, I think the Ox wrote some of my, a lot of my favorite Who's tracks. They're All in Love with the. Where you ask?
That's interesting because Townsend definitely was the big writer.
Yeah, he was a big writer, but John Entwistle was kind of like the George Harrison of the group. Like he was quiet. Like while Keith Moon was all destroying hotels, crazy on the drum. and Daltrey dancing on the stage.
You can see it the best in their 1967 Smothers Brothers appearance where Townsend is smashing his guitar. Yeah. Keith Moon is like blowing up his drum kit. Daltrey is spinning the microphone around by its cord, and you see John Entwistle over to the side holding onto his bass for dear life, like, please don't break this.
And even mostly in the 70s too, you'll have Daltrey just like kind of like going crazy on the stage. Yeah. He's been going absolutely nuts on the drums. Pete Townsend going, doing the famous strum, and then you just have John Entwistle just going like, just playing his instrument. Yeah. And to me, he was the George Harrison of the group, and I love he like George Harrison's my favorite Beatle. John Deacon's my favorite Queen songwriter. The Ox is my favorite songwriter. So that's not my favorite singer, but he's just an awesome Who member. And Success Story is just an awesome song. They're All in Love. Yeah, what do you read in magazine? That I always thought that was a funny section of the song. Ooh, I got a new subscriber. Thanks for subscribing. It was like rock or whatever. Yeah. Thank you. They're all in love. What a great song. With all you young It's like
young kids like in 60s, 70s music's going to be hanging on. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Lol.
good. But here's where the album really gets good. Well, not really gets good, but the best song on the album, Blue, Red, and Gray. This song was sort of like Pete Townshend's therapy song because he was thinking about suicide, and this song was like kind of his way of coping with himself. And there's the lyrics, I like every minute of the day. And, you know, this song and a song by Billy Joel, forgot what it was, but it was on his first album. Like these two songs always hit.
Oh, Tomorrow is Today.
Those two songs always hit me because, you know, of how like, you know, there's just like, you know, just written by depressed guys and, you know, just them kind of trying to cope with, you know, suicidal thoughts. And Blue, Red, and Gray is my favorite example of that, you know, with the ukulele. And Pete Townshend's just my favorite
song on the album.
Pete Townsend just has really great lyrics, and this one's no exception. How Many Friends, though? This song, you know, is basically like, hey, you know, I'm a rock star. Like, how many friends do I really have? You know, people really just want me because, you know, I'm a famous musician and all that. It's just a great song. And the last track on the album, which I didn't like at first, but now that I'm listening to it, it sounds like a song that would be on Quadrophenia. Like, it sounds like a Quadrophenia, like something that they wanted to put on Quadrophenia, but they didn't had enough room to put it on there. It's called In a Hand or Face. I didn't like it at first, but I love it now. But yeah, it just gives like that awesome Quadrophenia feel to it, and I like it a lot better now. And like I said, my least favorite song on the album is Squeezebox. But
I would actually agree with that.
yeah, do you agree though, Garrett? Like it has sort of
No,
like
it's such a well. No, talking about the other song, that's such a stupid song. Like, not In a Hand or a Face, but like In a Hand or a Face, like it's a lot better than I gave it credit for, even though it is Trippy Hippie's favorite Who song.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it would be Fiddle About, but hey, at least
And not even no. Mark would say, not even I would like that song.
I have standards, you know.
I may have hot takes and interesting opinions, but I'm not dumb, and I know when a creepy, horrible song is, and that's one of them.
I feel so bad for Entwistle that he had to write the song because he's my favorite Who member, and
Pete just told him write something messed up because Pete had to talk about some trauma that happened to him when he was a kid. That's what happened.
If Pete Townsend would have wrote it, it would have been a lot more graphic, which I'm glad he didn't.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm done spewing about
my
numbers.
Do you listen to all kinds of stuff, Bryer?
I feel like that's an understatement. I mean, I'm going.
This man can go from metal music
to
Thomas the Tank Engine in a second.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, this guy owns
yeah.
Cyrus CD.
I'm done with it anyway. But yeah, I'm a good way to plug it in. But I'm currently going through my CD collection, and if you watch that, then yes, you'll see just how diverse my likes are.
You'll see death metal. You'll see Miley Cyrus, Katy Perry.
Yeah,
it's all over the place.
And Japanese pop.
Japanese
exactly.
pop, yeah.
And Thomas the Tank Engine CD.
Can't forget about the Thomas the Tank Engine.
I would get it, but it's too far away.
Thank you, Slim Shady. Up to everybody.
Thank you, Slim Shady.
Used to have a "Wish You Were Here" T-shirt. Don't know how.
I have a friend who has a "Wish You Were Here" poster.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the transition to "Wish You Were Here" is incredible. That's what you're saying, yeah. What's going on? He has amazing transitions for every song. That's
heard.
Yeah, we need to listen to that album.
Yeah. Maybe when my CD ban is over, I'll probably get that next.
Yeah, I mean, what's going on? Mercy, Mercy, Mercy is a really good song. But Nick's gone. Oh, yeah. You talked about that, didn't you?
Yeah. He found him.
Okay. My brother named his twin babies Lennon and Prudence. Oh,
wow.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I love that.
You don't see Prudence out on the wild these days.
If I had a daughter, I always said if I had a daughter, I'd name her Penny Lane. That would be my name for her.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
okay.
I don't. But that would be my pick. But the Who in the Prime would be a top 5 dream concert for me. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
if you watch them on YouTube, I mean, that's the stuff they did is amazing.
1971.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the Isle of Right, I think it is that concert or
Yeah,
something.
Isle right. Yeah,
Yeah,
Woodstock too.
Or even if you just listen to like Live at Leeds, it's like it's only got like 6 songs on the album, but like
oh yeah,
man, they rock hard. Their My Generation medley from Live at Leeds is insane.
okay.
Did someone pick Live Elites?
No,
No, we're just talking about Who live.
Slim Shaney was talking about he'd like to see the Who live in their
Yeah.
prime.
Magic Quest is the best song Live Elites.
Oh yeah,
Garrett and Nick might know Nicole. Nicole's in the reactions to
Yeah.
class.
Yeah, I've
Oh,
seen him
hey,
around.
Nicole.
I've seen this guy
She's real
around.
nice. Okay. So it's driving around with the family, doing some house hunting. Okay. Loved your 60s video. Thank you. Yeah, that was a great
Thank you.
video.
Yeah.
I'll watch the stream on replay tonight. Okay. Well,
It's
I
gonna
don't
be
know how
a
long
one.
this is going to be, but it's going to be a long one. So
it's already
Drop
3
it in.
hours.
Hey, Jason, are you on the Discord server at Reactions to the Classic?
no.
Oh, never mind. I'll say because most of the time Nicole would because there's like a symbol with the fire emoji usually when someone likes a song, and most of the songs I would put on the one am I listening to on the Discord, and she would.
I like the emoji on that Discord group that's Bruce Springsteen pointing to people.
Yeah. Like,
It's
hey,
called Bruce Time.
So Slim says he's got a CD you don't have, I think, Bryer.
Yeah. There's a lot of C's I don't have. Surprisingly.
All right. So it's my 5th pick, I believe. There's a lot of albums I can just let it be, but there's one album I can't let it be, and that is the album Let It Be.
Good. Jason picked it. I can choose who's next now because Jason picked it off my list.
Okay. It's the only Beatles album of this decade, so it has to be picked.
okay, good.
Yeah.
Because if you weren't Garrett, I was gonna.
Somebody's
Go.
got to. Even
Yeah,
though,
yeah.
like I said earlier, I feel like that's more like the last album of the '60s rather than the first of the '70s.
Right. Well, they started it probably 1969 when they were recording, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And-
somewhere around
68, I think.
Back
Yeah.
session.
Okay. Around 68. And then they went and did Abbey Roads, put that out first, and then this came out. So it could have been a 60s album for sure, but they put out right in 1970, so we're putting here in the 70s. And I love this album. It seems like I feel like a lot of people, Beatles fans, put this towards the bottom of the list.
Yeah, why? If you're gonna put an album that's got the Let It Be, The Long and Winding Road,
Yeah.
Across the Universe, I May Mine, Get Back.
Uh,
How do you hate that album?
yeah, a lot of people seem to be not as high on this album, which it's. I mean, obviously, the Beatles have so many great albums. It's hard to. Not every album can be toward the top, but this is still, still one of my favorite Beatle albums. Like you said, Let It Be. I mean, that's my favorite That's my favorite song of the 1970s. I said, Stairway to Heaven's number 2. Let It Be is number 1. Let It Be is. You'll see my Beatles ranking list. That's way up there as one of my favorite songs. I want to say it might be Bryer's favorite song.
Yes.
I don't know.
That's my
Is
favorite
it?
Beatles song.
Yes,
Let
I
It
thought
Be,
I remember that. Let It Be.
It was my
Mhm.
favorite song for a very long time. It's my second favorite now. My favorite Beatles song is now Within You Without You, but
Right.
Sgt. Pepper album.
My favorite Beatles song is either Something or Strawberry Fields, which
Oh,
is funny
yeah.
because Paul's my favorite Beatle and he didn't write either of those.
I
prefer
love.
Strawberry Fields of the two.
I absolutely love this later period, kind of with Paul writing these piano ballad stuff. His
Mhm.
piano stuff is top notch. I mean, Let It Be, The Long Winding Road, Hey Jude. I mean, For No One. I just Full on the Hill. I just absolutely love those songs. Yeah, Let It Be is one of the best written songs. I mean, and it's such a kind of hopeful song, about seeing his mom who died when he was young, and telling him like in a dream, to let it be. And, of course, he's in this period where it's a pretty struggling period where the Beatles breaking up, and it was hard on Paul. I don't think he really wanted to break up, but it just had to happen. They were just going their separate ways at that point. And anyways, but yeah, so it's such a great song kind of about that period. And you see the album itself, it's the four individuals. This is definitely an album where it feels like, yeah, thank you, Bryer. It's definitely an album where it feels like they're definitely starting to break apart. And the songs feel more like solo songs than a whole cohesive band compared to their other stuff. And it's still great because their solo stuff is just absolutely amazing. Like I said, this Let It Be is basically like a Paul McCartney solo song. That still has the great George Harrison guitar solo in there, though. Two of Us is definitely like the last great like Lennon McCartney duo song where they sound so good together. Opens up the album, great opener. Love their two voices together. Obviously Lennon McCartney, the two greatest like songwriters and singers of this period, and they sound so good together on that one. Across the Universe is kind of like a John solo, amazing song, absolutely love it.
Yo, we got reactions to the classics watching the stream.
No way.
Wow.
I'm impressed.
Yo,
wow, Jason, you've hit the big time.
Yeah, I don't think on my stream.
Welcome to the video reactions to the classic.
Yes.
Trey and or Sean.
Yeah. Long Winding Road, I love that song, and a lot of people I feel like diss that song because of the Phil Spector overdone sounds that he puts in there, but I love the orchestra on here. It's so beautiful.
That's
and another great written song by Paul. And is he get the Let It Be Naked one out or what?
Might as well show it while we're here.
Yeah. That's my controversial take, is that the Let It Be album is perfect as it is, with one exception. It needs Don't Bring Me Down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, Don't Let Me Down.
Don't Let Me Down. Yes.
Don't Bring Me Down is an ELO song.
That's an ELO
Gary,
song.
you let me down by that.
I love what Phil Spector did with that album. Like John Lennon said, he took a piece of crap and made an album of it. Why are you upset?
Yeah. Not that, but Glenn Johns, the Who's producer, when he produced Who's Next, he had produced the songs for this album.
He was also the original producer for another band, which I'm going to talk about in my next pick.
Yeah.
He didn't produce the album I'm going to pick, but he was their original producer.
Yeah. But yeah, you said Get Back. It's a great rock song. Really great guitar work there. At the end of the album, great end there. It's an absolutely just, I still think, amazing album that really caps the greatest band of all time, the Beatles. So that's my fifth pick.
What a great film.
All right.
All right,
Back to
Bryer.
me.
Let's see what one of the many picks you're gonna pick, like one of the many CDs you're gonna pick.
All right. Next up, let's get back to some weird stuff.
Let's get to
All right.
Let's get weird.
All right. We gotta get some progressive rock up here because, of course, the 70s is the home of that genre. Okay, and there are many albums I could have chosen. It's not a Genesis one, surprisingly, but it's going to be with the other big progressive rock band of that period. And that, of course, is Yes.
No, I'm joking. I love that album. That's an amazing album.
Yes.
What's the name of the album?
Close to the Edge by
Yeah.
So Close to the Edge
Who's
by
this album by?
Yes.
No, who's it by?
Exactly. Anyhow. All right. So Close to the Edge. It's probably my second favorite Yes album. Relayer is probably my number one favorite, but this comes a very close second. It's the same. Relayer and Close to the Edge are kind of the same format because both of them have only 3 songs, where one song just takes up the whole side one, and that, of course, is the title track. And it's a masterpiece when it comes to progressive rock. Like, to many people, this is considered the greatest progressive rock album ever. And I think it deservedly so, because it is a masterpiece in the genre. Like the playing on here, there's so many parts, so many different sections. All members get a chance to shine. I mean, Chris Squire is one of my all-time favorite bass players. I'll never get to his level, but I try. But yeah, I just love his bass playing throughout. And of course, Steve Howe, great guitarist. He can do electric. He can do great acoustic stuff as well. And John Anderson, very unique vocal, like very high pitched. Like people think he's singing in falsetto, but that's not true. That's his natural singing voice. His voice is just naturally in the higher register, that's why he's often nicknamed the Pixie, because of his high voice. But it's fantastic. It very suits this music, this whole lush, this very orchestrated, very classical influenced album. And of course, Bill Bruford, great drummer, and Rick Wakeman, great keyboardist, of course, one of the greatest keyboardists ever. So the title track is absolutely killer. Side 2, you have the two songs, which are about almost 10 minutes apiece, but this next song, And You and I, it's one of my favorite songs by them. Just this, again, that lush, the keyboard, the sound Rick Wakeman gets on the keyboard just really adds the epicness. And then, of course, you have the last song, which is Siberian Katru, which is just a great rock song. Just this is funky. I love the bass line on that one. It's funky, it's groovy, and again, the great guitar work. Like every member on here shines, and this is like the pinnacle of what Yes were at that time. So this is me, of course, essential due to how epic this album is. But yeah, that's my next pick. Close to the Edge by Yes.
All I Know is Roundabout. Is that
that's on the previous
That's
album.
a good one.
Okay.
Which I do have as an honorable somewhere in here.
Okay. Keith mentions 3 Paul Simon albums, which I agree. Paul Simon's a great 70s musician there. Paul Simon, There Goes Rhymin' Simon, and Still Crazy After All These Years.
Honorable mention to Still Crazy After All These Years. That's my favorite Paul Simon solo album.
Yeah.
It's not on the list, but there's another album.
Almost forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep going.
Oh, what did you forget?
You forget something?
Oh, no, you can go first.
Oh, I was just going to say that there's another album by when Paul Simon was in a duo that I like better.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think Jason's going to have that on his list.
I think it was called Garfunkel and Simon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I almost forgot to show the gatefold.
Yeah, that gatefold is incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roger Dean, great album artist.
Awesome.
Very simplistic
and
front, and then open it up, and it's like, whoa, you were saving the best for the inside.
Yeah, and this is the one with the roundabout, by the way.
Okay.
Fragile.
Careful, Bryer, don't drop it. It's fragile.
Slim says, let it be a good album, but my least favorite. Ouch.
Whoa.
There's a little album called Beatles for Sale.
I would say that's the worst one to you? Even I have to say,
Nick, now you see how I felt when you put Who's Next at number 8.
even I have to say, whoa.
Yeah, Sean says the same thing. Least favorite, Sean? Or Shane? And it's Sean, I guess, here. Below Beatles for Sale?
Yo.
You had to have more than 3 beers.
No,
like 3 whiskeys or 3 vodkas.
Oh my God. Like,
Keith says, Don't Let Me Down should have been on Let It Be.
Yes. Why it wasn't is a mystery.
We were just going over how can you put an album that has Let It Be, Long and Winding Road, I Mean Mine, Across the Universe as your least favorite Beatles album?
Yeah.
And it's got the incredible ender. I'd like to say thank you on behalf of the band and myself, and I hope we pass the audition.
Yeah, it took them 13 albums to ask that.
I would say potentially second least favorite to the Beatles, but definitely towards the bottom. Yeah.
Beatles for Sale is garbage. I don't like that album.
It's not garbage. It's got No
It's not
Reply, I'm a Loser, Babies in Black, and 8 Days a Week. But everything else is pretty.
The only song that I really like off the album is 8 Days a Week. It has a lot of like, I don't know. After every time I listen to A Hard Day's Night and then go to Beatles for Sale, I'm always like extremely disappointed.
It's still a 710 album at worst, so yeah. He says Strawberry Fields Forever, my favorite Beatles song, which
Yep.
Garrett would agree.
Either that or something.
Yeah, No Reply and I'm a Loser, really good songs. Off of
I mean,
Beatles.
they're not like top tier Beatles songs.
They are to me.
Not to me.
They're good to me,
I mean,
but
it's
not as
the
good as the
Beatles,
stuff
like-
on Let It Be.
I mean, it's the Beatles. Like if it was like
Yeah.
any other band, I'm a Loser and No Reply would be their best song. So like
Yeah.
if it was just the secondary band.
Two of Us, absolutely fantastic. It's a throwback to yesteryear. Yeah, that's what I love about that song. He says, I like the Long Running Road more than Let It Be.
Oh,
That's
okay.
fair.
They're,
That's fair.
they're both
They're
see
top.
amazing songs.
Yeah.
Both are masterpieces. It's not even a hot take. It's just both are great Paul McCartney tracks.
That's not a bad take. I mean, both are great songs.
I mean, if he said one after 909 is
Yes,
better than Let It
yes.
Be, then I would be like,
Yes.
what? But yeah.
Get out of here. Sean's trying to correct Shane on his drunk takes. Thank you, Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sean, you're doing a good job at that.
Slim says, not drunk yet. Give me about 30 minutes. All right.
Hold my
You're
beer.
already far gone, man.
Says, don't let me down. We played at my wedding. Yeah. It's a good
Don't let
song.
me down and say that Let It Be is the worst.
If he
album.
says I'm a loser will be played at my wedding,
Hey.
then he's drunk.
That's a bad
Yeah.
one.
I'm a loser. Oh my
You know the worst song to play at your wedding? You
What?
can't always get what you want, but if
Yeah.
you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. That's the worst song to play at your
Yeah.
wedding.
or won't get fooled again. Like I won't get fooled.
Won't get fooled again. I got
See,
fooled
we
once.
won't get fooled again.
Let's see. It says, Close to the Edge is so catchy.
Close to the edge, brown by the
did
corner.
Bryer go?
I don't know. Bryer disappeared
I
again.
noticed he was gone.
Gosh. Sean's not a big prog guy, but I did reactions to Close to the Edge a few months ago. Great pick. Awesome.
This video is gonna be way longer than the last video. I could tell already.
Oh, way longer.
Well, I had something to do after the video the last time, and I got nothing to do. It's Friday night, so I could stay on the stream all night if I wanted to.
Yeah, it's good. I'm predicting it's gonna be a 5-hour video because
Yes. Yeah.
we're all on the 5th pick right now. So
Yeah.
The Fifth Dimension
like
by the Birds.
8 miles.
Yeah. Getting so many comments, I can't get through them all. There's too
Yeah,
many.
yeah.
It's okay.
But we have
we-
more fours this time as well.
We can just hit the highlights on the comments
Yeah.
because we got to get through the
Yeah.
albums.
Okay. Hopefully Bryer comes back. Okay, I think he's back.
He'll be back.
To be continued.
I knew I shouldn't have trusted my computer. So yeah, I'm back here.
You're back home again? I don't know.
Yeah. Hopefully this will help.
I had a
It's not
pun. I
42.
had a music pun, but it would only work if it was the 80s.
Oh.
Nah.
I don't know. I was trying to think of a good pun for when Bryer comes back. But
Yeah, the last video we did was like 3 hours and 30 minutes, and we're not even halfway through yet.
I know. Yeah, we're.
I'll try to spend a little less time talking about the albums.
Yeah.
I have so much to say though with my picks. I'll try, but I have so much to say about the albums I picked. It's not like
Yeah.
the 80s and the 90s. I'm not gonna have as much to say, so don't worry about that when we get there.
Yeah.
But the 60s and the 70s, I have so much to say about these albums.
All right, Garrett.
All right, my turn again. All right, we are going with a band that is very divisive, and I don't know why. Because I personally think it's impossible to hate this band. And some people out there just hate this band, and I don't get it. Like, I just like, what's not to like about this band? And that band is the Eagles. And that album is Hotel California.
Yes, good.
This album is incredible. Starting from the title track, which has one of the greatest dueling outro guitar solos ever. Yeah. Bryer's got the album there. I like this album so much that it's hanging up in my living room with a neon sign that says Hotel California over it. Yeah, there's the gatefold with the Eagles
Yeah, I love that.
band members in the hotel, and there's like
Weird, creepy figure. On
Yeah.
there's like someone walking up there, like kind of hinting around at the haunted hotel.
Yeah, this might be the precursor for black metal, actually.
But in all seriousness, I think Don Henley said that Hotel California is just a metaphor for some of the dark things that go on in the state of California. That once you get into once you get into like the darker side of California, you can't get out of it. It's like a lifestyle you can't get out of, which they'd later expand on in the song "Those Shoes," as well as "Life in the Fast Lane." A lot of their songs are kind of about you don't want to become rich because when you become rich, you're going to start living this lavish lifestyle, and honestly, it sucks. So, but the great guitar solo by Don Felder and Joe Walsh, which Joe Walsh, this is his debut with the Eagles, absolutely killing it. This is my favorite lineup of the Eagles. We have Henley and Fry, of course, but we also got Don Felder and Joe Walsh, and then Randy Meisner is still with the group. So this is my definitive lineup for the Eagles. If I were to see them in concert, this is the lineup I would have wanted to see. Especially since you get Joe Walsh and Randy Meisner in the same album, because and there's a Joe Walsh song and a Randy Meisner song on there. Like, not gonna lie, I think Bernie Ledden was probably my least favorite member of the Eagles. He was really good though. I liked some of the songs he did, but I prefer Felder as a guitar player, and I prefer Joe Walsh for his slot. Yeah. I need to check out the Flying Burrito Brothers though, because I heard that's where he came from first, and I'd probably like him a lot more in the Flying Burrito Brothers, because he kind of brought the more country rock sound to them, and so I should probably go check out the Flying Burrito Brothers. But Don Felder and Joe Walsh are two absolutely incredible guitar players.
Yeah. Slim Shady thought it was about heroin.
Part of it.
I will say Hotel California, the title track, even though it's overplayed, it's not as bad for me as some of the other overplayed songs that are on the radio. Like I could still somewhat enjoy it. Still,
yeah, definitely the big one off that album.
My favorite song on the album.
I'd say He Froze on Us, I think.
Oh no, my curse is rubbed off on him.
My favorite song on the album though is the New Kid in Town. I love that track.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a great song.
Honey, come lately.
Those two are so good. Last Resort. Yeah, it's a great album. I'm glad someone picked it because that's definitely on my list. I was like, I don't know if I'll get to it or not, but it's definitely one that should be on there.
I think I knew Garrett was going to get Hotel California.
I thought he would.
I'm so surprised that Bryer didn't pick any more Queen albums.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I want to keep it diverse.
I have a bunch of Queen albums that I because I don't have a bunch of Queen albums on my list, but I had a list and I had like a bunch of Queen albums that I was gonna pick, and I was like, yeah, I was just gonna have Sheer Heart Attack or Day at the Races, but yeah, Brier's gonna pick that, so I had Queen 1 or Queen 2 or Jazz. Like I had so much Queen albums to pick from.
Yeah, well, I could have, but I just wanted to make it diverse. So I had one artist per band.
Well, I thought Night at the Opera should be on the list. So if Bryer didn't pick that, that was definitely one I was going to pick. But you picked that first. I was like, okay, that's good. That's taken care of because
who else would?
I'm picking all my Who records because they're my favorite band.
All right. I don't know if Garrett's coming back.
Should I get to my pick?
Yeah, should we just move on to you? I think maybe.
I guess
luckily he already did his before.
Yeah.
So my sixth pick is gonna be it was gonna be either Sheer Heart Attack or A Day at the Races. I'm picking A Day at the Races because I always feel like that album is always extremely underrated compared to the predecessor, A Night at the Opera. Garrett's about to not Garrett. Brier's gonna pull out a CD copy, and man,
Jason has it on vinyl too.
Yep. Yeah.
What an underrated album! It's very underrated.
Great album,
in my opinion. Tie Your Mother Down. I love the way the album version opens up with the dun 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 dun,
Yeah.
dun, dun. And then it just begins with the dun, 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 dun. It's just like, man, it's just what a exciting way to open up the album, and I love it. It's one of my favorites. Then it goes to one of my favorite Queen songs of all time. Definitely in my top 10 at least. Take My Breath Away.
Yeah,
This
it's a good
song takes my breath away. Like,
police song.
it's, oh man. I
I've switched over to my phone.
Okay.
okay.
Look at this.
Yeah. Oh
That
my.
sucks.
I got a forced restart. Like it didn't
Yeah.
even give me a choice. It's like your computer is gonna restart.
Yeah. Yeah. I hate that.
Well,
Can I?
you
can I
heard
finish
me
talking
say
about Hotel California.
Yes. Sorry, we moved on, but yeah, you can talk about Hotel California.
I'll let Nick finish. Stay at the radio
Okay.
first.
yeah.
Okay.
You Take My Breath Away. What a great song. One of the best love songs of all time, if you ask me. And yeah, Freddie Mercury absolutely nails it. Long Away. Oh my God, what an amazing Brian May song.
Yeah, it's a great song.
Love that song. The Millionaire Waltz, which is what I consider to be the younger brother of Bohemian Rhapsody. Like March of the Black Queen's like the older sister of Bohemian Rhapsody, you know. Not nowhere near as good as Bohemian Rhapsody, but still a really good song. Jason was probably expecting me to say like, yeah, this song's better than Bohemian Rhapsody. No, Millionaire Waltz is nowhere near as good as Bohemian Rhapsody. I will say I do like March of the Black Queen better than Bohemian Rhapsody. You and I. Oh my God, I love that track.
Yeah.
What a fun Deacon
great,
song.
another great John Deacon song.
It's like it's part two to You're My Best Friend. And
Yeah.
I was just going over John Deacon's my second favorite Queen song, like my favorite Queen songwriter.
Nice.
Yeah, he's a great song.
He wrote another one, Bites the Dust.
Yeah.
My favorite bass player.
Yeah.
My favorite bass player is the Ox, but John Deacon's definitely up there. Side 2 opens up with a fantastic song. Somebody Love. Amazing. And then the second track off of that, White Man, which is supposed to be Brian May's commentary on the Brits coming over to to Native Americans and all that. And
There's something about that on Hotel California too.
mm-hmm. And this song is epic. Like when I first heard it, I thought it was one of their worst songs, but now I think it's one of their strongest songs. And then that goes into a very goofy song called Good Old Fashioned Lover Boy. How can you not like that song?
Yeah,
that's
great.
That song is, how can anyone not like Good Old Fashioned Lover Boy? It's
boy.
fun. Whenever I listen to it, it always puts me in a good mood. I'm like, oh man, I love that song. And that goes into a really awesome Roger Taylor. I was to say Roger Daltrey. Roger Taylor song, Drowse. I love that song. And then the last song is like a sort of like a love letter to their fans from Japan. Tio Toriate, Let Us Cling Together. One of my favorite songs on the album. It's really good. I mean, what
back to the beginning.
Yep, and it goes back from the beginning. And this whole album is amazing. And from the first time I listened to it to the day I die, I will say it's better than The Night at the Opera. And I think it's extremely underrated. It's it's frustrating how underrated A Day at the Races. Like people think of Queen albums, they think Sheer Heart Attack, then A Night at the Opera, then News of the World, then a game. People don't, of course, Queen. Everyone knows a lot of their albums, but people don't really talk about A Day at the Races like people talk about A Night at the Opera and News of the World. Like this album is just in between those two albums, and people always put it down, and not put it down, but people always skip over it most of the time.
People try to put it down.
Yeah, people usually are like, oh, like it's a good album, but just listen to Somebody to Love and that's it. No, the whole album is an experience. And
It's one of 2 Queen albums I have.
Me too.
Except I don't have jazz.
Yeah, I got jazz.
You like jazz?
Keith McCartney's my bass player. Yeah, great bass player.
That's a good one. He's up there too.
He's a decent bass player. I wouldn't. I wouldn't consider the Beatles to be the best like musicians. They make up for it with their songwriting, though.
As someone whose favorite band is the Beatles, I actually agree.
Like their musicianship is not weak, but not the best. But their studio
Now I'm
experimentation
say that
and
they're bad musicians because like when I was first learning to play guitar, my first guitar teacher straight up said that the Beatles were bad guitar players, and I don't
Really?
know that at all.
Jeez. Well, yeah.
yeah, I consider the Who and the Small Faces to be, to me, the like in terms of the 60s.
Rolling Stones has John Lennon on their greatest guitar players list. I know that, but and George Harrison, both are on their list. But
I consider Jimi Hendrix and what's his name, Eric Clapton, to be much better guitarists than.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Like I didn't really think of it much when I was listening to his solo stuff, Eric Clapton, but when I was listening to his Cream input,
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, this guy could play the guitar.
Yeah. All right, Garrett, you wanted to finish with your.
Where was I? Oh, I was still on the title track. I don't know. I was saying Don Felder and Joe Walsh are two of the great guitar players, and I really like they play like together at the end. Then we get Glenn Frey's song "New Kid in Town." I love that song. It's really great. "Life in the Fast Lane" is kind of Joe Walsh's really big guitar moment on this album. That riff at the beginning.
Yeah.
Really cool guitar riff. Again, another song about how lifestyle of the rich and famous, it doesn't really make you happy, and like stay away from it. And then we get "Wasted Time," which is an absolutely incredible song. It's where they bring the orchestra in. It's so amazing. You got to listen to it. We get "Victim of Love." That song rocks.
Mm-hmm.
One of the few songs that was actually played live in the studio because people said that the Eagles were perfectionists and they couldn't play live. So they're like, well, we'll show them. And they did "Victim of Love" live in the studio. And if you have an original vinyl pressing of Hotel California, it says in the dead wax, VOL is 5-piece live in the dead wax on the vinyl to kind of like be like, hey, like we did this live.
Okay.
So if you look at your record in the dead wax, it should say VOL is 5-piece live. And on the other side, it says, is it 6 o'clock yet? Because the Eagles kind of had
I'll probably look. Yeah, I'll probably look later afterwards.
They had a joke that they put funny messages in the dead wax just to be funny.
Okay.
But then we get, after that, we got Randy Meisner's song, "Try to Love Again." That's a really good one. Well, I skipped Joe Walsh's song. I need to talk about that one. That one's great. "Pretty Maids All in a Row." That's a great Joe Walsh ballad. I really like that one. Randy Meisner's song, "Try to Love Again." And then we get Don Henley's closing song, "The Last Resort."
So good.
If you go look at what year Hotel California was released, it was released in 1976. And this was Don Henley's way of saying, America is celebrating its 200th birthday, and we really got nowhere else to expand to. So we got to just kind of make do with what we got, because if we keep going the way we're going, then we ain't going to last much longer. And so it's kind of his thoughts about the 200th birthday of America.
Okay. Interesting.
But really, really great album. Definitely one of
so good.
My essentials list.
Yeah, it has to be. I actually like another Eagles album a little bit more, but
it's my favorite.
Hotel California is definitely the biggest
one. I want to do a ranking of the Eagles albums.
Right. Yeah.
But I know Bryer is doing one over on his channel, but maybe Jason, you like to do an Eagles album.
I love the Eagles.
I still have to listen to Long Road Out of Eden because I've been putting that one off just because I've heard bad things about it.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah. To me, it's the weakest. I'm just gonna put out there. To me, it's the weakest.
Yeah.
Also, I love The Long Run.
But there's some decent songs on it. I will say it does have a couple of good songs on it, but it's
mention one of these not it's one of his favorite Eagles songs.
That was Don Felder's album. One of These Nights. That's Don Felder's album.
All right.
The only album where Don Felder sings lead vocals on a song.
Oh, really? Okay.
If you look at the song "Visions" on One of These Nights. It's the only song where Don Felder sings lead. Which is funny because Don Felder was supposed to sing lead on Victim of Love, but then while they went on like lunch break or something, Don Henley was like, "Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and record the vocals for Victim of Love just to show Don like what I want them to sound like." And then they had to tell him, "Hey, Don, like Don Henley recorded the vocals for this song and he likes his version better, so you're not gonna get to be on Victim of Love."
Yeah.
I know they had some problems.
Yeah.
Field,
Oh boy, yo, this is
he got
reported.
he got kicked out of the band basically.
But Don Felder was the one who pretty much wrote like the main riff of Hotel California. So
Yeah, he did. That's right. Yeah. All right. Up to my sixth pick. If you are imagining what my next pick is,
it's easy.
don't imagine any longer. It is the album Imagine by the one John Lennon.
Yep.
I've
You guys talking about me, John Lennon?
yeah, we're talking about you. Where's John Lennon? I talked about Paul McCartney. I've talked about the Beatles. I got to talk about John Lennon. And we talked about George Harrison. Nick did. This is my favorite John Lennon album. Came out in 1971. The second album that came out basically after Plastic Ono Band in 1970, which is another good album. A lot of people I probably prefer that album, but I really love Imagine personally. Just a masterpiece. He like gets everybody together. I think Ringo's there, George Harrison's there, Robert Klaus, what's his name? Vorman, right?
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
Klaus Vorman, I think, is there.
Yeah,
I mean, it's all these great. Yeah, he brings in all these people. He makes like a studio album out of his house, and they are there, and Phil Spector's there, and he's coming up with these songs and playing them. I mean, and he comes up with some absolute. It's another album where it's like, man, I love like every album. It's so good. Obviously, the title song "Imagine" is the really, really big hit off here. It's iconic. I mean, everybody knows this song. It's played. It's probably, you might say maybe it's overplayed or something. It's played.
I don't think it's overplayed. I think it's, for where I live, I think it's played just enough.
Yeah, I mean, I struggle with some of the lyrics of the song, but the piano is so beautiful and John's vocals so great. And so you can't deny it. It's a great song. My favorite song on the album is "Jealous Guy." I think it's an absolutely amazing song and great lyrics. Yeah, about being, trouble with relationship, I guess, and kind of vulnerable. It's a very vulnerable song. I really love that about it. How is another favorite of mine on here. I love that song. And How is not a song. I don't know if everybody knows that song, but it's a great song.
I love that song.
Okay, yeah. How Do You Sleep? I like that song, even though I disagree with the lyrics.
The first diss track, one of the first diss tracks.
Really, man, that's a diss track. I mean, really hitting it hard on Paul there. They had a little bit of a thing going on, unfortunately, in the early 70s.
Paul started it with Ram with the too many people.
Yeah,
and then let it continue. He's like, Paul McCartney wants to diss me now, and then and then he makes that song.
Yeah, it's a good rock song though. I still kind of enjoy it, but a lot of great songs. I mean, great, like I said, great. I mean, he's got some great ballads here, and pop songs. It's an amazing album. Like I said, unfortunately, I don't think John Lennon would do anything better than this at this point. And unfortunately, he passed away in 1980, so we didn't get more at that point. But man, this is peak John Lennon to me. 1970, 1971. As far as work goes.
Took all the best songs from Imagine, Ram, or just McCartney, take all the best songs from the four Beatles and one Beatles song, and then you had a Beatles album. Imagine how great that would be.
Oh, so much good stuff. The early solo work is so good. I mean, with McCartney and Band on the Run and Ram, and then you got All Things Must Pass and Imagine, Plastic Ono Band, and Ringo. I don't know so much about, but I know he had some stuff out.
There's a lot of great Ringo albums. There's Midnight Vienna. There's the Ringo album. Plus there's George Harrison, which I just went through all 12 of his studio albums. Most of them I definitely highly recommend.
Yeah, I mean, you got like Photograph and Don't Come Easy or some good songs. I know how to go.
That's what I mean. Like those could be like the 1 or 2 Ringo songs.
Thomas Engine.
Lynn's best solo album. So I'm not alone on this. Good. Keith, yeah, great album. Even Sean agrees. Thank you, Sean.
My biggest problem with the Imagine album, it has 2 really bad songs back to back, in my opinion. With the It's Hard and I Don't Want to Be a Soldier. Like those are like 2 really weak tracks, and they're like back to back, and I'm like, like that's my other problem. Like with Plastic Ono Band, there's 2 weaker tracks too on that album, but like they're not like right slab together. That's why I always prefer Plastic Ono Band. Like not like that, but to me, the highs on Plastic Ono Band is better than the highs on Imagine. Like Mother, the very emotional Mother song with him just really going like crazy emotional. Like I could feel his pain in that song. Working Class Hero is one of his best songs.
I love that song.
There's just so many great songs. Like there are 2 songs that I'm like, I could go without this, but they're not together like that other like those other 2 tracks from Imagine.
All right, so we go to Bryer. Your 6th pick.
6th pick. All right. Okay, so we haven't had any female artists, right, so far?
Yeah, need some females. Yeah.
Yeah, we were just going over that after our 60s video.
Stevie Nicks?
Not quite.
Joni?
But this had to get this person in, and we're kind of going to stick with 1971 with this album. Gotta get Joni Mitchell up here with Blue.
Yeah, I mentioned her
second
earlier.
favorite. Sorry, what was you gonna say, Nick?
I mentioned her earlier in the video, like when in the first album she wrote Woodstock for.
Okay, yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, but let's give her some more spotlight then.
Yes.
But this is most likely my second favorite. I think I prefer Court and Spark a bit more, but this is probably a good starter for Joni Mitchell, in my opinion, because pretty much has all her great songwriting that she's known for, and she still has that kind of very high voice she used to have. As she got older, she that kind of went away as her voice matured, which I still enjoy. I think even with her lower voice, it still sounds great. But here, this album, definitely she's like all over the place with her vocals. And yeah, this is kind of as the name suggests, it's blue, meaning melancholy, and that's what the album is. It's a kind of melancholy album because at this point she was in a relationship with Graham Nash, but that didn't work out, and so this album was kind of just mainly her just talking about her what she was feeling, and there's some really personal songs as well. I'm not going to go through every song. But it starts out with All I Want. It's a great opening track. I love that song. My Old Man's Gray. Little Green, which for many years nobody knew what that song meant, who she was singing to, but it was she actually wrote that song for her daughter that she had to give up for adoption because she couldn't support her.
That's right.
And of course, so they would eventually reunite like decades later, but yeah, that song was dedicated to her. Hopefully just wishing her the best. Hopefully she has a great life and all that stuff, which is very, very nice. Carrie, then you have the title track. I love the piano on the title track. Like, love how that sounds and how it plays into the mood. Then you have, of course, California.
So do you like California?
Of course.
Put that one.
Yeah. This Flight Tonight's River, A Case of You. I mean, Case of You is probably her great vocal performance on this album. And then close out with The Last Time I Saw Richard. So 10 songs, great starter for Joni Mitchell. Had to be definitely an essential.
Yes, glad you picked that. That was one definitely on my list. How many times have we mentioned California? It's like the 5th time. It's
every time I'm on here.
California.
So many California songs.
Quote,
Great.
California Dreamin'.
Thank you.
Prefer Carole Keen's Tapestry album. Another great album. Precursor to Phoebe Bridgers, which I don't know much about. But...
Yeah, I've heard of her. I haven't heard
Sam's
anything from
here.
her.
Hey, Sam.
Hello.
Yeah, you
Sam.
definitely got a lot more viewers on this video than you did
Oh,
last.
yeah. A lot more viewers.
Probably because the 70s is a lot more popular of a year than the 60s.
Yeah. All right. So now we're going back to Garrett for your 7th pick.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna pick an album that some of you may not agree is gonna be an essential album, but a lot of people do, and I've got to back me up. We're gonna go with Bruce Springsteen, "Born to Run."
Yeah.
That's a great album. That's very essential.
Pulled it out. He pulled it out.
Yeah.
Good.
I knew it was coming, so I was ready.
I tell you, Sean, that's like maybe one of his favorite albums from Reaction's Classic.
So imagine Roy Orbison, the guy who sang Pretty Woman, if he was produced by Phil Spector and the lyricist was Bob Dylan. That's the album you're hearing with this album. From the opening notes of Thunder Road to the closing notes of Jungle Land, there's not a wasted second on this entire album. Thunder Road with its piano intro, incredible. And like 10th Avenue Freeze Out, really great. You got, of course, the title track is amazing. Like my favorite song on this album, either the title track or Jungle Land. Jungle Land is insane. You got the big man playing saxophone on that. It's just this whole album just kind of has this vibe to it that I really like. Can I see the track listing there? I missed what order the songs go in. Yeah, Backstreets. I love Backstreets. That one's great. She's the One, Across the River. But my favorites are definitely Thunder Road, Born to Run, and Jungle Land. Those ones really stand out on this album, even though all the songs on this are amazing. But I also love that it's a gatefold, and you fold out and you can see the big man on the back of the album. It's kind of like an expanded picture. Yeah, it's an expanded picture there. And Bruce is holding his iconic Telecaster guitar there.
Yeah.
Plays on stage today. It's a great album, and it's definitely an iconic album, and one that definitely needs to be on the list of essential albums of the 70s.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's grown on me.
Sean says, "Let's go, Soundlab."
Yes, it's a great album.
Yeah,
And
it's
Rob's
definitely a grower.
Especially after I picked Hotel California. I don't think Sean likes the Eagles. I don't. How can you
he
hate?
doesn't like Eagles.
I just want to.
All right. Now we go to Nick for your 7th song. Yeah.
Yep, 7th pick. Well, technically, it is also a song. It is an album. Well,
The album. Yeah.
it's funny. I happen to be the order I've been putting these albums. I've been going in order of release dates. And hold on, gotta pull up the image. Who Are You by The Who?
Who are you? I really want to know. That wasn't okay. I don't know if you were going to talk about that one, Nick. So I get to pick another album too.
What's that?
That was on my list. Didn't know if you were going to talk about it.
Oh yeah, like I said, I had to make sure every Who album from the 70s made it on here. Hey, maybe you could include Live at Leeds as your replacement Who album, because yeah.
Well, we still got a big one we haven't talked about yet.
Yeah, I was saving that for Garrett because he told me, he's like, yeah, I want that on the list, and I'm like, okay, as long as you don't take Quadrophenia for me.
I want.
So where do I begin? This is after this came out 3 years after the Who by Numbers album, and yeah, let's get right into it. New song, which what a fantastic opener. Sort of like Pete Townshend's like hey, you know, we have they were starting to get hits, and you know, he was like gotta prepare for the new song, and it's like I basically just have to rewrite a couple lyrics, and everyone just wants to hear it. And
Daltrey is in top form on this album. Folks.
yes, I was just about to get into that. After the track listing, this is normally my favorite Who members on the album is either Pete Townsend or the Yawks or Keith Moon. This is the rare exception where I say Daltrey was the best Who member on this album. His vocals are top tier. It is amazing. And this song is no exception to that. Next track on the album is a song that was planned to be on a John Entwistle solo album that was going to be like a concept album about a robot.
Yeah.
But he never made it. And this is like one of the two songs that he had the Who that he worked with the Who. The other songs were we never heard of them. Maybe someday they might be released like demos of them, but
well, we got 905.
Yeah, that's the second track I was talking about. Like they come back to back, and Had Enough. What a great the synthesizers on the song. We were going over synthesizers earlier, how it started to really get a kick on the 70s, and Had Enough and 905 are really great examples of how great the synthesizer are, especially with the Who. Like Sister Disco. This was like around the time when disco was starting to die down. And this was Pete Townsend sort of like, yeah, disco's dead. It was like Pete Townsend's only vocal on this album. He's like, goodbye, Sister Disco.
I'm so upset that that's his only vocal on the album.
I agree. I don't know why he didn't sing on any more tracks on this album. It was weird.
I thought for the longest time that he sang 905. Oh, it was a bug or something.
Yeah, that was the interest who sung 905.
Chair. Oops. Let off. I thought it was a bug. Anyway, I thought Pete Townsend sang 905 for the longest time, but nope.
That's fair.
On it, whistle.
And then the last track on side one is Music Much Changed, which is originally planned to be on the Lifehouse album. Side 2 opens up with the banger, Trick of the Light, which is one of Entwistle's most rockin' songs on one of their albums. Honestly, though, if you ask me, any one of these 9 tracks could have been a hit single. If you ask me. Like, all 9 of these tracks really, one after the next is just, it's hit sound after hit sound. Like, all these songs sound like they could have been a big hit. Guitar and Pen, which... I like guitar. I like the Spotify version, but if you want to hear the best version of the song, listen to either the iTunes version or the original pressing version, because they tone it down on the Spotify version. Love Is Coming Down is a great ballad. One of their few ballads they ever did. They do very little ballads, and which is really weird because when they do ballads, they do really good. Sunrise off of the Who Sellout album. That's a great
There
ballad.
we go. My computer is back in business.
Awesome. I was just talking about how great their ballads were, like Sunrise and Love Is Coming Down and Blue, Red, and Gray. And they just have really good ballads, and I'm surprised they didn't do a lot more. Of course, you can't go over Who Are You without going over the title track.
Yeah.
Who Are You? It's just a very iconic song, and for a good reason. It's not one of my favorite songs. Like if we had to pick the 5 best songs, this wouldn't be one of them. But it is still a great track. And you know what I loved about the Who album covers is like these last 3 were like each of the band had a decision on it. Like Quadrophenia, I think, was Townsend's idea. John Entwistle wrote the cover of the Who by Numbers, and Keith Moon had the idea of the Who Are You album cover, and it has the very famous writings Not to Be Taken Away. And I think a couple of months after this album, he passed away. So, yeah.
Are we just gonna ignore Odds and Sods?
Whose idea was the Odds and Sods album cover?
I don't know, but it's actually like ripped up on the actual album. Like
Yeah,
there's
I
actual
know.
holes in it.
I'll go more into that when I do get into that album. So I guess a little spoiler alert. That's gonna be another album. That's gonna be on my list.
Really cool.
Mm-hmm.
What I like about the Who and Led Zeppelin is you know what band it is by the name of their albums. You're like, well, there's no guessing who this is.
Wait, who's singing this? Who? No, that's what I'm asking. Who's singing this?
It's like,
Who?
the Who Sell Out, Who's Next, Who Are You? It's like the Who by numbers. Yeah.
Led Zeppelin 3, Led Zeppelin 2.
Chicago, not Chicago.
No, Chicago has so many self-titled albums.
Chicago is all Chicago. Yeah.
Yeah, Chicago 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's like Jesus Christ.
Except it wasn't 4, it was Chicago live at Carnegie Hall.
All right. My turn for my 7th pick. And I just want to say, you guys, you've got a friend in me. I just want to say, and speaking of that, my next album is
And a stack
Paper
fell.
by the great Carole King. Her and her cat there.
The cat.
Yeah, I gotta love the cat. I talked about great female singer-songwriters like Joni Mitchell. Carole King is up there for me. Is an amazing songwriter. She got her start like in the 60s, writing a lot of hits for other people. And then you come to this, and this comes out in 1971. I mean, 1971 is so loaded. I feel like,
Oh, yeah. 71, 73, 79.
like, I've mentioned Poems, Prayers, and Promises. I mentioned Led Zeppelin 4 from that era. Yeah, it's just...
Now, who do we
Blue.
know that also released a big album in 1971?
What's that?
Who do we know that also released a big album in 1971?
Right. There's another one we haven't talked about, but I mean, so many great stuff from that. And it's interesting when you get to this album is like a greatest hits album, like we've been talking about. And it's just a beautiful album. Carole King, she comes up, this is like her first solo album, I believe. And it's like she's had all this time to write songs for other people. And now she comes up with her own album and just knocks it out of the park. I mean, this wins Grammy for Album of the Year. And it went up against a lot of great albums. But one Album of the Year, I think it won Song and Record of the Year for maybe So Far Away or You Got a Friend, I think won one of those, if I remember right. I can't remember which one. But yeah, I mean, so many hits on here. I Feel the Earth Move starts the album off. So Far Away. And all these albums, just the piano is so beautiful. She's such a good piano player. And she's a really good singer. Like, her vocals are just absolutely amazing on this album. Like, it's such a great combination. It's Too Late. Great song. Beautiful. Great. You've Got a Friend, like I said, which then her friend James Taylor takes it and then makes a big hit out of it. And so both of them make these absolutely huge hits. I think might have been like a #1 hit or something. It was so popular at that time. Tapestry is a really good song, the title song. Absolutely love that song. It's kind of a hidden gem almost off of here. But then you end it with You Make Me Feel Like a Natural Woman, which you mostly know that from Aretha Franklin made that a huge song. Yeah. But her version is really good as well. And she kills it vocally on here. So I absolutely love her version on it. But yeah, it's such a great, like I said, almost every album, every song hits on here. And just the piano playing, her vocals, songwriting, it's one of the great albums for me. And it's maybe my favorite female album of all time. One of them anyways. It's Tapestry.
Great album.
Thank you.
It's just impressive that she was able to write so much great music for other artists.
Yeah.
Like Pleasant Valley Sunday, Going Back by the Byrds. It's crazy.
Yeah. Definitely listen to that album, Slim Shady. It's a great album.
Yeah.
I still need to listen to that one as well. That's one that's definitely been on my radar.
Oh.
I hear Jason talking about that one a lot.
Yeah. I mean, not only did it win all the awards, but I mean, it sold a lot of records. I mean,
but don't get the CD version.
Well, I got the CD version.
Yeah,
and
at least that one. At least that version don't get. This one's fine though.
And this one, it like broke. There's like a bonus disc, but I don't know. It was terrible. All right, now I go to Bryer for your 7th pick.
All right, I'm just gonna come out and say it. This album has balls.
AC/DC. Oh,
ACDC.
Ball.
Oh,
There you go.
there we go.
Cheap.
Yes.
That's an excellent album.
Oh,
yeah.
that has to be on the list.
Yeah. I mean, this one's kind of a no-brainer. This had to be on here for obvious
It's
reasons.
rumors. We expect.
Yeah.
Masterpiece.
Yeah.
Exactly. Of course, many great songs on here. Again, starts out Secondhand News, great opening track. Then you have Dreams, which got a resurgence recently with that guy in the cranberry juice thing. Kind of weird.
I hate whenever memes make songs. Just like, why do people know this song just because it's a Vine or whatever?
No. But still, great song. John McVie, really underrated bass player, I must say. His bass line
really?
on Dreams is really good. Yeah, it's very simple. It's just basically just 2 notes for the most part. He throws some fills, but yeah,
It's
great
the
bass
way
line.
it's the way he plays it though.
Yeah, it's the way he plays it. Nobody tells John McVie how to play his bass. Lindsey Buckingham learned that.
Oh, really?
Learned that one. Like that was exactly like Lindsey told John, hey, maybe you should play like this, and John specifically says, hey, in Fleetwood Mac, I'm the Mac. You don't tell me how to play bass. But yeah, it's great.
My name's in the band. You had your Buckingham Nicks album. Now you're in Fleetwood Mac. My name's in the title.
Yes. Never Going Back Again. A good, nice little acoustic Lindsey song.
That
Very
song is
good.
so difficult to play. I've never played it, but everybody like I see on YouTube who knows how to play it says that's the most difficult Fleetwood Mac song to play.
Yeah. I think I've seen the video you're talking about it specifically. But then just some great songs, great pop songs like "Don't Stop," of course, and "Go Your Own Way." I mean, "Go Your Way" is probably my favorite Fleetwood Mac song. Just a great song. I mean, of course, it goes without saying about what went down when they were recording this, all the turmoil, the relationship turmoil that was going on.
I was gonna say, you have to mention that, right?
Yeah. I mean, it pretty much shapes up, like, despite all this turmoil, they still came together and made this terrific album. But yeah, then you have Songbird, which, of course, when people think Fleetwood Mac, people like to say Lindsey Buckingham or Stevie Nicks. Like, to me, Christine McVie is my favorite member of the band. She's my favorite voice of it. Songbird is just one of her great songs. Then you have The Chain, which, of course, another classic. Again, John McVie has a great bass line moment. There you go, The Chain.
That's
Keep us together.
Yeah, pretty much sums up the whole situation of the band at that time. You Make Loving Fun's good. I Don't Want to Know.
I really like that one.
Yeah, Oh Daddy, and then closes out with Gold Dust Woman. Yeah, it's a no-brainer album, but it has to be mentioned. So, yeah.
Oh, it has to be. It's one of the best-selling albums, I think, of the 70s.
Yeah,
and I think it won Album of the Year over Hotel California, if I remember right. Which is crazy.
I like Hotel California better.
Yeah.
But like I'm not gonna deny how amazing that album is. And I'm not surprised it won Album of the Year. As good as just my own personal taste, I like Hotel California better.
I mean, you're talking about 2 monster albums, Hotel California, Rumors, going head to head. That's credible, right there. Keith mentions there might have been some drugs.
Yeah, that's true.
I think there was.
I mean, it's not as controversial as YYZ is better, as them saying YYZ is better than Camel on the Toad is better than YYZ. That was outrageous.
But Slim says another choice, Bryer.
Sorry, for some reason.
In fact, I talked to people that's their favorite album of all time, Rumors.
It's a good choice.
I think Rolling Stones has it like in their top 5, maybe. I can't remember, but
you know what's funny though is I don't even think it's one of my top 3 favorite albums of 1977, just because of how amazing that year was.
Can't remember Dreams. Yeah, definitely big on TikTok.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Get the record, please. I don't want people to hear that song, and I'm sitting here thinking, oh yeah, Fleetwood Mac, and people over there thinking, oh, that's that stupid song that was in the Cranberry Juice video.
Yeah.
Yeah, it annoys me too.
I mean, it's kind of nice that the band that Mick Fleetwood kind of played along with that joke. He did his
Oh,
own
really?
version of it.
That's funny, but I don't want, like, why does everything have to be taken as a joke nowadays?
Yeah. All right, now we go to Garrett.
All right. Oh boy, it's my
Sure.
turn again.
Your 8th pick.
All right, I got a question for you guys. Are you ready to let the good times roll?
Oh yes, yes.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Good times roll.
The Cars, 1978 debut.
All right.
I love this album. It's another one of the most perfect albums ever made, much like Boston. This album is epic. It's got
Great
Let the
debut
Good
album.
Times Roll, My Best Friend's Girl, Just What I Needed. I actually really like I'm in Touch with Your World. I think that's a cool song, even though it's really weird. It's weird in a cool way. Don't You Stop is okay. It's definitely my least favorite on there, but then everything on the B-side is absolutely perfect. We got Bye Bye Love and You've All I've Got Tonight and Moving in Stereo and All Mixed Up, which if you don't play those last two songs back to back, what's wrong with you? Like, you gotta hear both of those two together. But
Radio station screwing this track.
yeah, that record right there, absolutely fantastic. Definitely kind of paving the way for the 80s to come, and there's really nobody that sounds like the Cars. Like, there's a lot of people who've kind of imitated them, but really there's nobody that sounds like them. They're their own thing.
Yeah.
Great lead singers in Ben Orr and Rick Ocasek. Elliot Easton is a really good guitar player. I always forget the drummer and the keyboardist's names, but they're really good. Greg Hawkes was the keyboard player.
I've never liked their album covers.
Their album covers are kind of weird.
Yeah.
Especially Candio. I hate that album cover.
And the drummer was David Robinson.
Yeah, David Robinson. Yeah.
Okay. All of the members are really good though. So the Cars, 1978.
Yeah, that was one of the debut albums I was talking about. That was like one of the great debut albums of the 70s. Yeah.
It's weird. I have two other Rush fans, but no one else has mentioned a single Rush album besides me. And
I've got another Rush album on the way.
yeah, I'm gonna have to change the fact that there's only one Rush album on the list, and that's gonna be Farewell to Kings.
Farewell to Kings.
I'll do another Rush album next, Nick. I have another one on my list, and it's not that one.
Yeah, Farewell to Kings.
I love that one.
This is their follow-up to 2112, and man, what a great follow-up to 2112. I didn't like it nearly as much as 2112 when I first heard it, but every listen afterwards has grown on me. Still not as good as 2112, but it's getting up there. I mean, the title track is absolutely amazing. But then you get this amazing song called Xanadu, and
Oh yeah.
it's 11 minutes long, and man, is it absolutely fantastic.
When Alex would break out the double neck guitar and Geddy Lee would break out the double neck bass for the live performances when they played that song.
This song is just, oh man, chef's kiss. Closer to the Heart is amazing. Absolutely amazing track. Cinderella Man is great. Madrigal. I don't know how to say it.
Madrigal.
What a great track. Probably my least favorite of the album, but still really good.
I agree.
Cygnus X-1 Book 1, The Voyage, is one of two songs. The second song is on the follow-up Hemispheres, but the first song I actually prefer over the second one, but the second one's
honestly
also
me too.
Oh, so we kind of have this. We kind of have very similar opinions on Rush.
But I like both of them though.
I love both of them too, but I prefer the first
and
one.
More to come on that particular song in just a few minutes.
Yep. Well, when it goes to you, I already had a feeling you were going to say Hemispheres next.
That's like my third favorite Rush album is Hemispheres. Yeah. Even though there's only 4 songs on it.
Yeah.
All right. I like what Sean says here. Yeah, they did a lot of drugs. It's a hill of coke.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, review.
Snort on, white dust woman. No.
All
I mean,
right.
especially Stevie.
All right. For my eighth pick, I thought someone was going to pick this by now, but since someone's picked it, I'm going to have to pick it now.
Bridge over troubled water.
Bridge over troubled water. Yeah.
That's my favorite song of all time.
I was like, when's Garrett or Jason
Oh,
gonna see it?
Yeah. I thought Garrett would probably mention it by now, but since he hasn't, I'm like, I'm going to take it.
No,
now.
I was expecting Jason to mention it, and that's why
okay.
it wasn't on my. I left all of the big ones for other people.
Okay.
A lot of the ones on my lists are ones that I
Yeah,
thought wasn't going to be in other people's lists.
I would have mentioned this higher on my or earlier on my list, but since it's up to this point, it's starting to get to the point now. I'm like, okay, I got to get these big ones on here because I cannot leave this list without this being on there. Of course, me and Nick are going through all the Simon Garfunkel albums, and
I'm excited to get to that one. When we do
this
that.
is the fifth and last one. And I mean, what a great ending to the Simon Garfunkel duo, the greatest duo of all time, in my opinion. And the only one from in the 1970s that comes out right in 1970. Most of their work is in the 1960s. So this is their grand finale. It's definitely their biggest one, most popular one. It's my favorite, like I said, Simon Garfunkel song or Simon Garfunkel album of all time. It comes out in 1970, and I believe it won Album of the Year in 1970 and Song of the Year for Bridge Over the Troubled Water. So it was a huge hit. Sold a lot of records. I mean, it was crazy good. And it's like crazy because it's like you're going to end on your just absolutely best album and just go your own ways. Like I would think you'd want to capitulate on that, make another album, but they were not getting along at this point. And so
sometimes leaving and like calling it quits after your best album is kind of the best way to go.
I mean,
the Zombies did the exact same thing, but yeah.
Police
did it. Yeah.
I mean, like sometimes the frustration albums are the best albums, like Abbey Road, Rumors.
Right, yeah.
Rumors and Abbey Road are like frustration albums, and
even Synchronicity.
Yeah.
Yeah, Synchronicity was a frustration album. Bridge Over Troubled Water is a frustration album. So a lot of these like frustration albums are usually end up making these perfect albums, but there is one exception to that, and that is Mardi Gras.
That's a big exception.
That's in the top 50 worst albums of the 1970s.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, of course, Paul Simon wanted to go off his own solo career, which not a bad solo career. So I mean, not a bad choice there. But man, Simon didn't sound as good as he did when he was with Paul, when he was with Garfunkel. That was, to me, the best of Paul Simon as well. But I mean, like I said, Bridge Over Troubled Waters, absolute classic, beautiful, the most beautiful song they probably did. I mean, one of the few piano ballads I think they ever did, and Garfunkel.
Shout out to Larry Knechtel of the Wrecking Crew.
Okay, yeah, and Garfunkel's best vocals, in my opinion, on this song. I mean, just beautiful tenor voice. El Condor Pasa, if I could, good song. It's one that I see on Greatest Hits, so it's definitely a popular song. Cecilia, I love that song. It's a quick, fast-paced song, so fun. Keep the Customer Satisfied. It's a Hidden Gem song.
That's my all-time favorite Simon and Garfunkel song.
Oh, like I didn't know this song until I was like listening to this album. I'm like
The Brass.
I'll get more into that when we review the album, Jason. Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, The Boxer. I mean, that's a
So
top
good.
5 favorite song of all time. I mean, with the Simon Garfunkel.
My only problem with the album is so long. Frank Lloyd Wright. I don't like that song. Like,
Oh, really?
I like that song.
It's in between great songs. Like it's in between Keep the Customer Satisfied and The Boxer. That's my problem. Like if So Long Frank Lloyd Wright was after The Boxer, it would be a better like follow up than
So Long Frank Lloyd Wright is definitely not my least favorite on the album.
No.
It's my least favorite on the album. I've never been a big fan of that song. Probably because I'm not a big fan of Garfunkel's voice. That's probably like a big reason. Like if it was just Paul Simon singing it like he did on Punky's Dilemma, I would like it a lot more.
And then I'll just say, "Only Living Boy in New York," another really great song.
Another amazing song.
That song's
There's so many great songs on this album. I mean, that's what really elevates it. It's my favorite Simon Garfunkel album, and one of the best in the '70s. I mean, it's a top 20 song all time. I mean,
Plus, it
album.
also shows what would go into Paul Simon's solo career with "Why Don't You Write Me." That song's sort of like, "Hey, this is kind of what I'm going to get into in my solo career."
Yeah. Keith said there's not a weak song on the album, so.
I mean, "Bye Bye Love" and Frank Lloyd Wright are not. I mean,
I
even
like
the
Frank Lloyd
astronaut-
Wright. Bye Bye Love is just a random live Everly Brothers cover, though.
There was even more songs on the album, but supposedly, like, Garfunkel wanted one song on the album and Simon wanted one song on the album, but Paul Simon wanted a song, Garfunkel didn't. Garfunkel wanted a song on the album, Paul Simon didn't, and they're like, let's just keep it as is.
Oh, check out Simon and Garfunkel's reunion album they did in the 80s. The concert for Central Park. They held a free concert in Central Park. It was a big deal because they hadn't performed together in so long.
Yeah.
I watched it on YouTube. It's really great. Great
Yeah.
to see them performing together again. And they even do some, like, they do some Paul Simon solo songs too. Like, they do Me and Julio Down by the Schoolyard, and Garfunkel even harmonizes on it. And that's the only time I've seen, like, Garfunkel perform Me and Julio Down by the Schoolyard with him.
Yeah.
I mean, they also did a reunion song on all Crazy After All These Years.
Oh, yeah. My Little Town.
All right, Bryer, you got to your
All right.
eighth pick.
So we're going to 1978 now. So more later period. So so Garrett mentioned the Cars and how they would be set the groundwork for new wave in the 80s. Well, my pick is pretty much set the groundwork to guitar playing in the 80s.
Yes. Thank you for choosing that one.
That, of course, is Van Halen with their debut.
Is it
Eruption.
Yes. So this is their self-titled debut.
Okay.
So Van Halen, big name in the hard rock scene. And of course, it goes without saying, Eddie Van Halen, one of the most influential guitarists ever. I mean, rest in peace to him. But yeah, his guitar playing really set the groundwork. So many people would imitate him in the 80s. Like it's obvious, to the tone, to all the tapping and the hammer-ons he's known for. Even though Eddie didn't invent tapping or the hammer-ons, he definitely
popularized it.
He popularized it and made it his own. And you can definitely hear throughout this whole album just so many great riffs on here. Of course, Running with the Devil. I mean, Eruption, of course, Garrett has mentioned already.
Song.
Yeah. Their cover of The Kinks' You Really Got Me is a classic.
Yeah, good one.
I mean, usually on radio, they play Eruption first and then You Really Got Me. So, nice little 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
Eight Talking About Love.
That's my favorite song on the album.
Yeah, it's my favorite. Yeah, it's my favorite.
Even though it's the simplest guitar solo on the album, like, in the 80s, not doing anything crazy on the guitar solo, but, like, I don't know, it just kind of, and the riff at the beginning just punches you right in the gut.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, totally. I'm the One, Janie's Crying, Atomic Punk, Feel Your Love Tonight, Ice Cream Man. Starts on the nice little acoustic bit, but then it kicks in. On Fire is a great closing track.
Oh man, that's my least favorite one on the album. I didn't like that one very much.
Oh, I love On Fire. I love David Lee Roth. And I should probably, on the topic of David Lee Roth in terms of the vocals, I also Michael Anthony's backing vocals needs a shout out as well. That completes the Van Halen sound. Yeah, and of course Alex Van Halen, great drummer, pretty good drummer as well. But yeah, definitely big name in the hard rock scene. So yeah, that's my next pick. That was my next pick.
David Lee Roth's favorite singer.
There was another one?
Yeah. I mean, I do like some of the Sammy Hagar stuff. I think it's very different, but
I'm gonna be honest, I've never heard I've never heard a Van Halen song that didn't have David Lee Roth on it.
Me either. I don't think I've listened to Sammy Hagar's Van Halen ever.
Understandable. Yeah, Dreams is a good one from that era. Yeah, that's probably my favorite. Stay away from the Gary Strong one though. That one's not worth it.
Nobody likes that.
Yeah, no one likes
Nobody,
that.
I hear nobody likes that.
Yeah, don't try that one.
That's interesting. I didn't know they had an album in the 70s. I think of them as an 80s
They had
band.
two in the 70s.
They started the 80s 2 years early.
Yeah.
Them in the Cars.
Cars did too.
Yeah.
Cars and Van Halen came in. Like, it's time for the 80s.
Yeah, the 80s are here.
It's funny. All
Okay.
my albums are early 70s. I don't know if I have any late 70s albums on here. Hardly.
I've got a few late 70s ones.
I feel like they're all real early 70s. It's like late 60s, early 70s. That was just like my period. I don't know.
I've had a lot of like 1977.
I'm with you on that though, Jason.
Yeah.
My next album, as mentioned before, from 1978, is Hemispheres by Rush.
Rush, right?
And honestly, I kind of consider A Farewell to Kings and Hemispheres to kind of be two parts of the same album.
Yeah.
And it would have been cool if they would have released it as a double album, because you get half the story of Cygnus X1 on one, and you got to wait until the next part for the next one. And there's only 4 songs on the album. But when last we left our hero, he was heading towards the heart of a black hole, and it seemed like he was being torn apart. Well, what happened was he got teleported through time to ancient Greece and Olympus, where the Greek gods are fighting over whether people should use their heart or their mind, and he comes in and basically tells them that there should be a balance of both. That's kind of the basic plot of the title track of Hemispheres. And it's an epic song that has, other than A Hard Day's Night, the coolest opening chord ever.
Yeah.
It's like I can't even describe like how amazing it is when that chord kicks in. But then all this great musicianship. Geddy Lee is just really telling the story in his high shrieking voice. Really, really great song that has several different parts. It's like, it's not as long as 2112, but it still breaks the 20-minute mark. But it's one of those ones that it's like, it deserves to be that long. Yeah. And then side 2, you have Circumstances, which is my least favorite song on the album, but still amazing, because Something's Got to Be my least favorite, but I still really like it. And you got The Trees, which is a really cool song about how like the different kinds of trees are like arguing amongst themselves. And then like in the end, they all get cut down by the woodsmen or something like that. My favorite song on the album doesn't have any lyrics at all. It's the epic closing instrumental track, La Via Strangiato. This song is so cool. It's apparently a musical interpretation of some nightmares that Alex Lifeson was having on the road that he kind of set to music. And it starts out with this like flamenco style classical guitar, which kind of symbolizes falling asleep. And then you get these ethereal, dreamy guitar chords coming in like do 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 do, and Geddy Lee comes in with his synthesizers, do 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 do, and it feels like you're in a dream world. And then comes the Strangiato theme, punching you in the gut, bow 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 bow, and that part is really epic. And then it goes into this unexpected chord, this bow bow. And then it kind of dials back a bit, and you get Alex Lifeson kind of like noodling around with his guitar, playing this really cool, like dreamy sounding solos. And then it starts getting creepy, and it comes the Monsters theme, which was actually taken from an old Looney Tunes cartoon. You probably heard the melody where it goes like do 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 do. And then it goes into really epicness with like the other guitar solos. It's just really hard to explain it because this song is so epic and there's not even any words, but you can tell exactly what's going on just by the way they play their instruments. And like it just ends so abruptly, like kind of like you wake up from your nightmare. But really epic album. Only 4 songs, but man, it was quality over quantity with this one.
I agree with you, Garrett. The last track is the best song.
I have a really difficult time deciding if YYZ or La Via Strangiato is my favorite instrumental song by Rush.
Yeah. I'd rank the songs the last track, the first track, the third track, and I agree. The second track is my least favorite.
That's how I would rank it as well.
Okay, my
I say bye to Slim Shady and bye to Sean. Thanks for being on. Thanks for watching.
Thanks for staying up with us.
Yeah,
yep. It's 141 where I was.
really late for Nick.
Yeah.
Do.
My turn. My ninth pick.
Ninth
With,
pick.
What a surprise! My next pick is going to be another Who album.
Is there another Who album?
Odds and Sides.
Okay.
One I don't have.
Oh, really?
Ooh.
Well, it's the second one
The
I didn't
CD
have.
version
I
isn't
didn't
that
have
good
the Jim
anyway.
Croce one.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
The CD album isn't that good because it has like a completely different track listing.
There's original 80s copies that have the original album on it.
Yeah. But the one I'm talking about is the original 11-track version. Where do I begin? Postcard, which I mentioned this in my 60s video that the Hollies did a song called Postcard. Reinsert video of me saying that. Postcard, which is a John Entwistle tune. One of my favorite tunes by him. Of course, John Entwistle being John Entwistle. Now I'm a Farmer's a really good song. Put That Money Down, which is sort of it's another song that was going to be on the Lifehouse album, but wasn't. And Garrett will get more into the Lifehouse project when he discusses who's next. Little Billy is pretty good. It was recorded. Little Billy was recorded around the Who sellout time, but they sort of like updated it on this album. Too much of anything, which is another Lifehouse reject song, which I love that track. Blow Girl, which was another song that was recorded around the Who sellout time, but they ended up making this version. Pure and Easy, which was another reject from Lifehouse, which I think it's really good. I wish that would have been on the album instead of going mobile. Faith in Something Bigger is amazing. I'm the Face, which is the B-side to Zoot Suit, which was their very first single, has the high numbers. Naked Eye is absolutely fantastic and closes out on a banger, Long Live Rock.
I use that line so many times. I see comments all the time where people are like, "Okay, boomer, rock is dead." If I see anyone say rock is dead in a comment section, I will instantly reply, "Long live rock, be it dead or alive."
Yeah, I remember
And
that.
the little thing, Roger Daltrey.
That's right. Yeah.
This whole album is really good, though. It's technically a compilation album, but I consider it to be part of their studio albums because, John Entwistle put it together because, it was just this was mostly John Entwistle who put this together.
It's not greatest hits, so it counts.
Yeah. Not only that, but there's not a single song from different albums either.
Just like if we include Saturday Night Fever, that would count.
Yeah. Like none of the other band members were involved with this album besides the album cover. It was just the John Entwistle project that he made. And of course, me being a sucker for John Entwistle, I love it. But I'm done. I'm pretty sure I'm done spewing about the Who for tonight. Well, I'm going to talk a little more when Garrett goes over who's next, but my list is done. My Who list is done for.
Bold of you to assume who's next is on my list.
Sure.
Well, if you don't have it on, because I'm the last person to have an album. If you don't have who's next, I'm including who's next.
Okay, I was gonna. Okay, if it's towards the end and no one's picked it, it's like
somebody has to.
Like it's got to get. Hopefully, someone puts it in before this list is up.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be on the list.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. I don't have to worry about it.
Basically every Who album is going to be on the 60s and 70s list.
Okay. Well, I mean, I hate to do this, but I just have to there's so many great albums to get through, and
we'll make a little note saying not all the best albums of the 70s will be included this video because there's too many of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh, Does anybody? There's a big Pink Floyd song album we haven't said. Does
Dark Tester.
anybody? Is anybody going to mention it?
It's not on my list.
I have a Pink Floyd album, but I was saving it for last.
Okay,
But it's not the one you're thinking of, though.
it's not the one I'm thinking of.
I mean, The Wall.
Yes. I'm not a fan of the album, but I'll mention it just because I don't think we can go without it. But I was going to say, if anybody else wants to talk about it, then I'll talk about it. Okay. All right. So, okay. The album has to be on this list because I know there's going to be people out there that are going to say this is their favorite album of all time. And that is Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd.
I'll say it perfectly. It's the best record of all time, but it's not my favorite. It's not my favorite Pink Floyd album.
Yeah. And I know Rich Strickler, a friend of mine, that he put that as his favorite album of all time. So, and I know there's other people that are going to say, how can you not have, you got to have this album on the best of 1970s. I mean, huge.
I listened to that album at loud volume through my stereo system, and it was something else.
And I don't have the album in front of me. I don't know all the songs, so I can't talk real great about this album. Maybe Bryer can.
You got Breathe in the Air.
Technically,
I know there's good songs on here.
On the Run, which is basically it's what's great about On the Run is that usually I put if I do make a playlist, I put that song and then we'll have YYZ right after, like two airplane songs, like one after the other.
Wait, so it's like
Is Comfortably Numb on this album?
No.
The Wall.
That's all.
Yep.
Oh man. Okay.
Great Gig in the Sky.
I don't like that track.
What? That's the best song on the album.
It's a amazing instrumental by Rick Wright, which is my favorite Pink Floyd member, that gets destroyed by this lady's yelling.
I love her vocals.
You don't
though.
understand.
It's annoying. It annoys
It's a symbolization
the
of
greatest female vocal
it's
ever heard in my life.
It's a struggling of realizing that death is upon you and then just letting go. Like she's struggling to hold on to her life, and then like the screaming just dies down and it just ends because it's talking about death. Because all the songs on this album have to deal with some part of the human condition, and this one's talking about death.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Because it's like, I'm sorry for interrupting, but it's like they're like on the Breathe in the Air reprise. It's like you're just getting a little bit closer to death, and you can hear her singing in the background, like, "Oh no, it's coming!" And then boom, and the piano, those haunting piano chords start, and it's just like, whoa. I'm sorry, Nick. It's my favorite song on the album.
Okay. It's okay. I'm not.
What are we talking about? I
The
know
Great Gig in the Sky.
It's. Here's Soundlab's Garrett's description is how he interprets it. My interpretation is it's great music by Richard Wright, which is to me the best. I don't know why I keep saying Who.
Richard Wright was with the Who
for a very short while. Anyway, he was my
like that time that Roger Waters. Oh wait, never mind.
Yeah. Anyway, the one time Roger Waters was in the
I was going to say Roger Daltrey played with Pink Floyd, but Roger Waters came out.
Yeah. So it's my interpretation. It's great music by Richard Wright, which is my favorite member of Pink Floyd, getting interrupted by a lady screaming for like a couple of minutes, and my ear, like while my ears are bleeding out, I'm just like, this is the worst thing ever. And then
this might be the biggest ouch this whole session.
Yeah.
I don't like that song. I never did, never will. That's why I've never I've had it as my favorite Pink Floyd album, but that's one of the reasons why I'll never be my favorite Pink Floyd album. It's just, I don't know. Like I always skip that song for Money, which is
Money is the next song, and
it's a gazillion times better.
Okay, tell me what's on the album because I don't even know what's.
Jason, if you don't know what's on the album, go ahead and pick something else, and I'll take it for my next one.
Okay. Okay. All right. sorry, there's a couple artists I just want to get on here, and I'm trying to figure out what to do. I feel like I have to mention Neil Young because he's one of my favorite singer-songwriters of this period.
Harvest Moon.
And Harvest.
90s or 80 something.
You talking about Harvest, Nick?
Yeah, I was thinking about a song called Harvest Moon.
There's a Harvest Moon, but yeah.
That's way
So
later.
yeah, I'm gonna put Harvest in there from 1972. It's my favorite Neil Young album, and it's to me more of his acoustic. Neil Young is so interesting. Of course, you talked about Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, and he had a great solo career as well as he was with Buffalo Springfield, which I mentioned one of their albums in the '60s. And he's another guy that I love his acoustic guitar work is absolutely incredible. And I love his voice. He has this really unique high voice. Like you will never, you know, when you hear Neil Young singing, you'll never go, huh, who's singing? It's like, that's Neil Young, you know, right away. And he's also a good electric guitar player. He can play with the best of them. I think he's one of the greatest guitar players of all time. He's on my list, you know. And I feel like everybody knows this. Nowhere has some of his more electric guitar work, while Harvest has some of his best acoustic guitar work, and that's why I think I prefer this album. I mean, it's got my two favorite songs from him. "Old Man" is my favorite Neil Young song. I absolutely love that. Great, and he also uses harmonica in a really great way, and just love the whole idea of that song of talking to someone who's older and talking through his eyes of, you know, we're not that much different, you know, old man, take a look at my life, you're a lot like me. And that chorus is so good. I love that chorus. And then the other great one is Heart of Gold. I love that song. Searching for Heart of Gold. He goes everywhere. He goes overseas. He's just searching for Heart of Gold. And I even mentioned that on when Bryer did a contest. I put this on as a theme, and my theme was, you know, my love life, which was very, you know, up and down in my life. And Heart of Gold was one of the songs I put on there because, like, I was just looking for someone with a heart of gold. You know, you're just looking for a good woman. It's so hard to find sometimes. And I thought that song really did a great job of kind of describing that feeling. And then the other song I'll talk about is Needle and Damage Done, another just absolutely fantastic song. Of course, dealing with like heroin, and I think a friend died, and he's kind of heroin overdose, and he kind of talks about there. There's some other songs, but those are the three that I think about on that album anyway. So, yeah, I had to put Neil Young on here. He's so good.
Yeah. All right, my turn. All right, now this one is kind of going to be a weird, well, kind of a weird one. So this is a person where it's always polarizing. People are either going to love him, people don't get him. I happen to love him, and I think this is kind of worth giving at least a try, and that is Lou Reed with Transformer.
Transformer.
Yeah, so this is one of my favorite albums of all time. I love this album. Again, Lou Reed is one of those. Again, he's those singers where you're gonna love or hate. There's like no in between, really, because you know something fell behind me. Anyhow, but I lost my train of thought. Then Lou Reed singing. He's like, again, he's not the greatest singer in the world, and I think even Lou Reed will admit that he's not a great singer. But again, it's kind of similar with the Bob Dylan thing, where I can feel the earnesty in his delivery, and of course he's known for his lyrics, which are he doesn't sugarcoat anything. He likes to write about a lot of the dark things that goes on in real life, and he doesn't like to sugarcoat it. He tells you how it is, and I respect that with somebody like that. Starts with Vicious. I mean, that's probably a good opening track because if you don't like Vicious, then you're probably not going to enjoy this whole album. But it's a great, heavy song. And this was actually produced by David Bowie and Mick Ronson. Because his first album didn't do well. But David Bowie, who was a fan of Lou Reed in the Velvet Underground, he wanted to help him, have some success. So he helps So he decided to help produce it, and it worked. It worked because this album did really well when this came out. Of course, there's Andy's Chest, which was a song dedicated to Andy Warhol, because I think it was around that point where Andy Warhol got shot. I think it was around that time. So we kind of wrote a song about that. My favorite song on here is the third track, which is Perfect Day, which is this beautiful, just this heart-wrenching song. Like, there's really many ways you can interpret it. It could be written about a certain person that Lou knew, but maybe a love interest, but maybe it's about heroin, about how he's dependent on it, helped him get through the day or something like that. Like, there's many ways you can interpret it, but it's a great, lovely song, very hauntingly beautiful. But of course, this album is known for the biggest hit, which is "Walk on the Wild Side." Of course, has that bass line.
Yeah, that's the only song I know.
Yeah, even Lou was shocked at how well that song went because of how, in terms of the lyrics, they were pretty, well, not graphic, but pretty mature. Because it's basically that song. He's talking about all the different characters he saw in Andy Warhol's factory when he was in the Velvet Underground, like all these different types of characters he sees, and kind of telling their story. I'm not going to quote specifics right now, but it's interesting. Makeup, again, talking about the glam movement, which was pretty big at the time. I'll probably talk more of the glam stuff later, but yeah, then you have Satellite of Love. David Bowie provides some backing vocals on it, which is pretty cool. I'm So Free, Good Night Ladies. Yeah, it's a weird choice. It's not going to be loved by everybody, but I love it, so that's all that matters. So that's my next pick.
All right. Okay. Lou Reed from the Velvet Underground, right? Yeah. All right.
Jason, are you going to have Cosmo's Factory on your list?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Then I don't have to worry about that one. Good. Then I can choose Pink Floyd, and we can go ahead and finish it out.
Okay.
Money. That's an amazing song, amazing bass line. I like the sound effects that they use rhythmically. Us and Them. That's a great song.
I love that
like
song.
the instrumental Any Color You Like, and then a really great closing with Brain Damage and Eclipse. So
that got so overplayed where I live on the radio, but it's not overplayed where I don't like it.
And
listen to more. I think it needs to grow on me.
It does. Are you playing Money?
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah.
No. That's why am I singing How Many More Times?
Money. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's, like I said, that's such a big album.
Dark Side of the Moon. There is no Dark Side of the Moon.
As a matter of fact, it's all dark. That's the famous last words on the album.
Hover.
This British man saying, "There is no dark side of the moon. As a matter of fact, it's all dark, really." And then it just kind of fades out with the heartbeat.
None of us have mentioned this group yet, which I'm surprised, but here's a great album by them. Arrival by ABBA.
Oh, ABBA.
From the Super Troopers themselves.
Yeah. I was going through the list and I'm like, I have to include at least one ABBA album because they were great in the 70s.
Yeah.
When I Kissed the Teacher, what a great song. Dancing Queen, which is fabulous, one of their most known song, but I love it to death. My Love, My Life is great. Dum Dum Diddle, which a lot of people don't like. I really like it. Knowing Me, Knowing You is great. One of my favorite ABBA songs.
Yeah,
money.
Yeah.
Funny. Oh man, I love that track. The whole second side is my favorite side of the record. That's Me is like very disco. Like it was them sort of doing disco before they started doing disco, which I really like. Why Did It Have to Be Me is pretty good. It's very Beach Boy, Beatle-esque. Tiger, which is one of my favorite ABBA songs. And then it closes out with this amazing instrumental, which is the title track. I don't have a whole lot to say about this record. It's just 10 really great songs by ABBA.
Then you get more ABBA in the collection.
Yeah.
Jason's left us.
I'm surprised there's no more. There's not more Led Zeppelin on this list.
There will be. You guys choosing some of the albums on my list freed me up to choose some more.
Yeah, pretty sure no one. Pretty sure.
I have
Pretty
two. More,
confident. No
I
one's
have
gonna
2
take
Led
mine.
Zeppelin albums. I'm picking.
Good, then that leaves me to choose the one I wanted to pick.
Okay.
All right. I had to go get this album because I thought someone would pick it by now, so I didn't have it out. Sorry. Okay. Anyways, that is Cosmos Factory
Yes.
by Clearance Clearwater Revival.
Is that an original pressing?
Garrett, yeah, Bobby this actually.
I think it's from the 1980s, but I heard that one is the one that sounded the best.
Yeah, it's another record that got from Garrett. Very thankful. We talked about CCR, of course, on Garrett's channel, and I think not everybody, most people agree this is their best album, I think. Or did we all?
It is their best album.
I said Cosmos. I said Willie and the Poor Boys is their best album. But
Okay.
Cosmos Factory was I think it was my second favorite, if I was correct.
I think Bridge Over Troubled Water is the only one we all agreed on, maybe. I was
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Cosmos Factory, yeah, it's the greatest hits of CCR. I mean, you start with Ramble Tamble, Traveling Band, a classic that's played a lot. Looking Out by Back Door, definitely one of their greats. Of course, Fogerty writes a lot of these songs, and of course, the lead singer, great rock voice. And he's writing this song about looking out his back door with, like, I think his son. And
That's my favorite Creedence song.
yeah, I thought so. I've heard a lot of people, absolutely love this song, and I do too. But some think it's about drugs or he's something, but it's not. He's just looking out his back door, I think. And,
No, he wrote it for his son.
Yeah, he wrote it for his son, describing like these things, anyways. But yeah, great song there. Run Through the Jungle.
Follows up by my favorite CCR track.
One of those great like Vietnam War type songs that really fits in that era. And this comes out, let's see, 1970. Yeah, so I was gonna say this is getting right into the 70s here. So he's still dealing with that Vietnam War kind of stuff. My favorite CCR song is Up Around the Bend, which is on
That's
here.
another great one.
I love the guitar on there. I mean, that guitar is so great. Yeah. Like that and like Fortunate Son, like have the great guitar intros, whatever. Absolutely love them. But yeah, just a fun song. Really catchy. Who Will Stop the Rain? Another great Rain song from them. Yeah, so good. Some great harmonies there. And in fact, I heard it through the grapevine. I really like that song, even though it's 11 minutes long. It's got such a great groove to it. The bum 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 ba. Oh, I love that so much. And the guitar playing. I mean, there's like 3 or 4 like guitar solos that Fogerty is absolutely killing it. I mean, Fogerty is another guy that I don't know if he's a underrated guitar player, but he's another just absolutely great guitar player. One of the greats, I think. And he really shows it on this song, how good he is. And you'd say that's probably another great bass line, right, Bryer?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I would think so. And then closing out with Long As I Can See the Light, another really great song. I mean, there's like 6 songs that should be like on a Greatest Hits album or something like that. That's how good this album is. Yeah. So yeah, had to get it in there.
Sounds weird, but the reason why it's not my favorite and it's only my second favorite is that there's not enough deep cuts on it. Like half the fun of going through albums is finding just hidden gems on it.
Yeah.
That's just me. I know that sounds weird, but to me that's half the fun, is finding like these
yeah,
cuts that never get talked about, and it's like you discover them just by listening to an album. And this album has like very little deep cuts. Like the best deep cut I'd say on the album is Ramble Tamble.
I say yeah. As long as I can see the light, maybe. Yeah.
I mean, like Before You Accuse Me and My Baby Left Me are like filler to me.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like the high hitters are great, but
yeah,
the two deep cuts are not that good.
yeah. All right, down to Bryer for. I think we're down to your 10th pick.
10th pick. All right.
Finally 10.
All right. So now my 10th pick. My 10th pick. We're going to 1979. This is and actually no, this is not my last late 70s album. So this is another one of my favorite albums of all time. This one was a grower for me. I think when I first heard it, I was like, it's okay. But over the years, it's kind of come back, and I've loved it even more. We're going with Joy Division with Unknown Pleasures.
Unknown Pleasures.
Yeah, so this is their first album, and they only released 2 albums before because the lead singer would, take his own life.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that on your channel when we talked about.
Yeah, we were on Adam's channel.
We talked about bands or something.
Yeah, British bands, and I brought.
Yeah, okay, that's where I remember you talking about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so Joy Division are an interesting band because they were originally supposed to be your typical punk band during that period, because they were trying to be like the Sex Pistols and bands like that. But by the time they got to the studio, they went to their record label, which was Factory Records, and their producer Martin Hannett saw what they were doing and decided to kind of use them to help him with his experiment in the studio. And I know that some of the band members weren't really big into it because they wanted to sound like the Sex Pistols, but over the years they realized the genius that Martin put onto their songs, and it really does help because, of course, the lead singer and lead songwriter Ian Curtis, he was known for writing kind of a lot of downer songs because he suffered from depression.
Yeah.
He also suffered from epilepsy, which played a huge role in his songwriting. The production really emphasized that sort of dark, kind of menacing sound that this feeling that Ian was kind of portraying, and I think it works really well. And the music here is also really good. Peter Hook, who was the bass player, really great bass player. His bass lines are very simple. They're not that complicated because, again, punk's not all about technical skill or anything, but it's just how he plays it. It's simple but effective. His bass lines are usually the leading instrument because at that they had very terrible amps, so Peter would kind of raise the volume on his amps just so he can hear the bass, and he would always play on the high end rather than being on the low, because it sounded better when he played on the higher on the neck. So you always hear these kind of simple but melodic bass lines. And I go through the track listing real quick. Disorder is probably the most commercial sounding song. If you've never heard Joy Division, that's probably a good starter song. That or Love Will Tear Us Apart, but that's more 80s. But Disorder is a good opening track. She's Lost Control is another well-known song that's dealing with epilepsy, because this was based on a true story where Ian worked at this organization which helped disabled people find work in the workforce. And one of the persons he met was this person with epilepsy who had a seizure right in front of him. And that was a huge moment for Ian. Of course, later on, he would be diagnosed with epilepsy as well. So he would empathize with this person and decide to write this song dedicated to her. Sadly, that person would pass away due to a seizure, and that also really played a role in Ian's psyche, feeling this doom within him. But yeah, it's definitely an album where you probably won't get on the first listen, but over time, at least for me, this has become one of my favorites. And the album cover is also very iconic as well. It's just a radio wave. This is definitely one you're going to see on a T-shirt a lot, because
really?
you'll see many people with this T-shirt with just this, and they have no idea where this originally came from. So it's kind of like Nirvana in a sense. But yeah, I love this album. It's definitely a good album. Very influential in the more gothic scene, the more gothic rock type of sound, that post punk. But yeah, this is a really good one.
I don't know Joy Division. Do they have a hit song that I would know? Or
Their biggest song will Love Will Tear Us Apart.
Love Will Tear Us Apart. Okay.
Yeah, that was 1980. That came out after Ian, the lead singer, would take his life, which is all about pretty much his depression and his failing marriage as well.
All right, on that downer. No, I was kidding.
Yeah, we need to.
Let's get to happier. No, I was kidding. All right, now we're down to Nick. I mean Nick, not Nick. Garrett. What are we on? 11th pick?
Yeah,
And we're
3 left.
We're definitely going to get to 5 hours.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah. I really hope someone else is going to pick who's next. If not, I'll pick that as my final one. But I have 3 albums I really want to talk about.
Okay.
Either that or I hope Jason picks Can't Buy a Thrill by Steely Dan. But anyway.
No, I'll leave that one to you.
Okay.
Or do you want me to?
We'll find out. I'm just going to go with this one right now. More Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin 3.
Okay, you used my pick, so I'm glad you picked Led Zeppelin 3.
I really wanted to pick that one. It's really good. I really like this album. Other than the final song, Hats Off to Roy Harper, is garbage. But It is an essential album of the 70s, because this is, again, another side of, it's a third side of Led Zeppelin that is the more acoustic side. And you get some great acoustic songs like Tangerine, That's the Way, Gallows Pole, Bron Your Stomp, which is because they went on vacation to this cottage and didn't have any electricity, and so they wrote a lot of songs acoustically like that. However, there are still some of the more traditional Zeppelin songs on here, like the Immigrant Song, Since I've Been Loving You, Celebration Day. If they would have included Hey, Hey, What Can I Do instead of Hats Off to Roy Harper, this might be my favorite Led Zeppelin album, but they didn't, so it's not.
Yeah, I might like to add to that too. Besides Hats Off to Roy Harper, how can you not like this album? Like the Immigrant Song, Since I've Been Loving You, Out of the Tiles.
Oh man, how did I forget it on the Tiles? That's one of the best songs on the album.
Yeah, Out of the Tiles, Gallows Pole, Tangerine, That's the Way, Bron Your Stomp. It's all the songs. Friends, you didn't mention Friends either. I love that track too with the acoustic, with the bright lights always shining. It's like with the orchestration. The first 9 tracks on the album, besides the last track, this album is perfect.
You want my advice? Buy a copy of Led Zeppelin 3. Buy a single of the Immigrant Song. Stop right after Bron Your Stomp and go put on Hey, Hey, What Can I Do afterward.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm so glad you picked Led Zeppelin 3 because
it needed to be picked.
If you didn't pick that album, I have enough room now to pick In Through the Outdoor.
Good. And that is an essential album of the 70s.
Maybe not to a lot of Zeppelin fans, but to us sophisticated music fans, it is.
All right.
Nick,
Now,
your turn.
Nick.
Oh yeah, I was so focused on my number 12 pick is gonna be In Through the Outdoor by Led Zeppelin. Yeah, going one Zeppelin album to another. I don't know if Bryer has a CD copy or not.
He's looking.
Yep, right there. Where do I begin? In the Evening. Oh my God, what a fantastic opener! any sort of like, oh, this album's the weakest, it's not good, it's garbage, like, oh, Only Fool in the Rain and All My Love are good songs on it. This song right away is evident that it's not. This song's amazing. Southbound Sorres is my second least favorite song on the album.
It's my least favorite song on the album.
It's very fun though. I really like it. Fool in the Rain. What a fabulous song.
Bonham is crazy on that one.
Exactly. It's his big highlight on this album. Hot Dog. A lot of people hate this song, but it's one of my favorite Zeppelin songs. It's an Elvis tribute song, and I love it.
I wonder if with all the AI songs that people are doing nowadays, I wonder if someone could do an AI of Elvis singing Hot Dog.
Yeah, or Elvis singing Crazy Little Thing Called Love.
They did that. I heard that the other day. It sounded really good too.
Yeah. They probably wouldn't do Hot Dog because that's an obscure deep cut by Led Zeppelin, but who knows? Caraslombra, which is one of my top 3 favorite Zeppelin songs, along with In the Light from the Physical Graffiti album, and That's the Way from Led Zeppelin 3. Yeah, such a fabulous song. This is John Paul Jones' masterpiece, I would say. Like while Stairway to Heaven is what I would consider to be Jimmy Page's masterpiece, I would consider this to be John Paul Jones' masterpiece. All of My Love, which is, even though it's my least favorite song on the album, it's still incredible. It's really good. I'm Gonna Crawl, a bit of a slower tune, but it's a pretty good fit to end off the album.
I think it definitely deserves the honor of being the last Led Zeppelin song. It's good.
Coda, yeah, no. Zeppelin and the Who, way too overpresented.
Yeah.
Oh, like too many picks from them?
Too many picks from this way.
Maybe I think there was too many from the Who, but as long as, I think that all the Led Zeppelin albums needed to be on there, other than Presence, but.
I mean, as a Who fan, I strongly disagree with Keith Moon.
Right.
Keith Moon, you betrayed your own band.
Yeah. I strongly disagree, but it's fine.
He says, I like Love Will Tear Us Apart, but he didn't get into that album. American Pie, great album. We'll see if it gets in or not. All right. Okay. So
Into the Outdoor, an essential album? I don't agree. I mean,
he didn't like that.
It bothers me that a lot of people don't like Into the Outdoor and Houses of the Holy, but then they go and say, "Oh, Zeppelin isn't influential. They only did hard rock."
Yeah, people are all like, Led Zeppelin stole all their songs from old blues artists. Like, this is the stuff that they wrote themselves, and I like this because it's more experimental and bold. Like, I would say that this is an essential album of the 70s, especially since, like, John Paul Jones is using the synthesizer in a way that really paves the way for the 80s here.
Yeah, I don't like Derek and the Dominoes. They're very overrated. Besides Layla and Thorn in the Tree, I don't like them. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't agree with you saying Zeppelin and the Who are way too overrepresented and Derek and the Dominoes. I don't agree, but I respect your
everybody has their opinions. That's fine.
Yeah.
All right. So for my 11th pick, this guy has to go in there, so I'm going to be the one to put it in there.
All right, good.
Okay.
And you got your vintage copy there.
I have, yeah. 2 copies. This is the copy that Garrett was nice to send me.
Same here.
And yeah, like I said, I mentioned this earlier. This would have been earlier on my list. I kind of I put it off because I thought, well, Garrett might want to talk about it, or Nick.
I've got 2 other albums. At least 2 other albums I need to talk about.
Well, I remember Garrett saying in the group chat that he wanted to have Who's Next, and I was like, okay, because that would have been one of my first choices. But
in fact, I thought that would be Garrett's first pick. My guess was when he went with Boston. I was like, oh, I thought it was gonna be Who's Next.
Yeah.
Well, I was like, I want to choose that album, but somebody's definitely going to put that one on their list. So
well, that's fine. I love this album, so I'm totally fine with taking it. If that's okay with everybody else, I'll be like, yeah, I'll take it. I'll just try to be nice and let somebody else take it. But I'm like, well, if it's gone this far, I'm taking it. It's on the table. It's
Yeah.
in my opinion, it's my favorite Who's album. I know it started off, I think Nick mentioned, I think it started off as a concept album called Lifehouse, right?
So basically the concept is that like basically it's like a story about someone who's trying to, well, it's a lot more complicated than that, but it's like someone trying to look for the perfect note, and
I can explain.
Won't Get Fooled Again is basically him finding the perfect note with the and then like the song is over is like basically, you know, the song's over. And
Okay, I can explain if you would like.
Yes, explain.
Okay, it's actually a dystopian song or album that it's in the future, and people have these things called experience suits. That's kind of like the internet that allow you to plug into the grid, which lets you communicate with other people that are far away. And it's a story about, like, each of the sides represents one of the different characters in the story. And the story is that this girl has run away from her parents because she's heard that there's a guy who can turn your vital signs into music and find like your one note, which is kind of like the note that makes you you. And that apparently there's one perfect note, pure and easy, which is where that song comes from. It's like the greatest note ever or something like that, that if you find that and play that note, then something really big will happen or something like that. And so they're trying to find the one note, and this girl is running away to the Lifehouse, which is where it is, so that she can help find the one note. And the first part of the album is her parents trying to go track her down. And we start with Baba O'Reilly, which is Sally, take my hand. We'll travel south across land. Put out the fire and don't look past my shoulder. It's the parents are leaving their homestead to go find their daughter. And then you're supposed to get Going Mobile, which is them on the road. And then you get Love Ain't for Keeping, which I guess on the way the parents like decided to have a romantic moment and forgot about their daughter or something like that. And then you flip the album over, or you would have flipped the album over, and you get the story of the girl, which are all pretty much all outtakes that wasn't on the album, which includes Too Much of Anything, which is on the Odds and Sods album. But then you'd get the story of, I forget the protagonist's name, but he runs the Lifehouse, and he welcomes people in with the song Put the Money Down, which is on the Lifehouse or the Odds and Sods album. And he's going to show everyone all about the magic of music, and that's where like Guitar and Pen would have come in, and Music Must Change and stuff like that. And that's where Pure and Easy comes in. But then there's a bad guy he wants people to stop playing around with music and use his experience suits because they thinks it's too dangerous. And that's where the song Behind Blue Eyes comes in. It's the bad guy's song. It's like, I'm a bad guy, but it's only because I'm misunderstood and you don't really know me. And then what it was supposed to be is there's a song called Join Together that never was released on an album. That was supposed to be we're all coming together to find the one note. And then Won't Get Fooled Again is them having a concert in the Lifehouse. And then the song Is Over is supposed to be that like apparently the main character dies or something like that. And like the only people left is like the government and who's trying to get people to use the experience suits. And it's like, well, the song is over.
Two things I want to add. One thing, the B-side to Won't Get Fooled Again was supposed to be the follow-up of Behind Blue Eyes. And I'm assuming that's supposed to be the villain, like, is like, you know, he's like, you know, it's like, yeah, you don't even know me. Is like I don't even know myself. And like, I thought that was a cool part of it. That would have been cool on the album. Would have been great on Who's Next as well. Plus, I played This Song Is Over to my gym teacher while we were playing. Well, because we were able to play music, and he's like, Nick, I might be a Who fan now.
Oh yeah, Getting in Tune. That's another one that's supposed to be played in the Lifehouse.
Yep.
Whenever they first arrive.
But besides all that backstory stuff, let's actually get into the album.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say obviously that's all out of order on the album. That was different because that was supposed to flow into a story. Obviously, Townsend's to me, I think I said this before, but I think he's like an underrated songwriter because he wrote some great songs for one of the great bands, The Who, and he was really the genius kind of to me behind The Who. I mean, as far as coming up with Tommy, which I love that album. That's my second favorite Who album. Coming up with that whole concept of the rock opera and telling the story to me was pretty incredible. Yeah, he's trying to do it again, I guess, with Lifehouse, trying to do like another rock opera story. Evidently, it didn't come together, so then they just put together this absolutely incredible album with the songs that he had on there. And like you mentioned, like Quadrophenia, I think was another rock opera story album. So he's really into that kind of. I almost want to say he revolutionized that kind of writing or that kind of. He used. I think Garrett mentioned the synthesizer so big on this album, and I love it. Like it's used so well. And I don't remember any other album using this before. I mean, as far as the Who go, this is kind of a new thing for the Who, right? Doing the synthesizer stuff.
Yeah.
Give him a new sound, but I absolutely love it. Yeah, I start with Teenage Wasteland or Baba O'Reilly, I guess you want to call it. I call it Teenage. For the longest time, I just called it Teenage Wasteland growing up. I was like, what's this? I don't see it on the album. What's Baba O'Reilly? But yeah, Baba O'Reilly, amazing opener. I mean, one of the longest intros song, and it's great, that whole synthesizer intro. But man, it's such a catchy song. Garrett mentioned Roger Daughtry. Really, he stepped it up. It seemed like he stepped up another level with Tommy. And I would say coming to this album, I mean, his vocals were so good.
This is a very different, very confident Roger.
Yeah.
Coming right off the Tommy tour.
Yes. Yeah. Something about that. He just, I don't know, stepped up the level. Really love his singing and his screaming. And we're all wasted. So good. Bargain is a great rock song. I think maybe an underrated song on here. Really great song. But yeah, Song Is Over and Getting in Tune are good, like almost ballads. Like I don't feel like the Who really do many ballads. They are mostly known for their hard rock kind of music at this time. But it's like those two songs, I actually really like those songs, and they're a little slower, which I kind of enjoy.
Keith Moon's drumming on The Song Is Over is some of his best work.
He is so good. I mean, I would say he's my favorite drummer, Keith Moon.
It's either him, Bonham, or Pert.
Yeah.
One of those three.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Jason Baker's another great drummer.
Oh, Baker's great. Yeah, you're right. Baker's amazing. And then, yeah, Behind Blue Eyes, another really great song. Another one that kind of goes from soft to kind of loud, back to soft. So it's almost like a ballad, then turns to a rock song. And as he said, like he talking about Behind Blue Eyes. Yeah, nobody understands him or something. But then he starts going into like more anger. The rock part is like more of like anger coming out or something.
My fence clisters, crack it open before I use it and lose my cool. And if I smile, give me some bad news before I laugh and act like a fool. I can't even sing like that. I'm hurting my throat.
Yeah, it's great. And then the greatest closer, I mean, of all time. Won't Get Fooled Again. I mean, this is the top 10 favorite song of all time. I would say it's like my favorite rock song, probably maybe of all time, because the guitar playing is amazing, the bass playing is amazing, the drumming is amazing. I mean, that is like rock music at its best. When you got three individuals that are the top of their game with their instruments, and all three, I always say, like when I'm listening to it, I can listen to it and go, all right, I'm going to listen to the guitar part. And the guitar, I'm like, man, this is amazing guitar work. And then I'll be like, okay, I'm going to listen to the bass part. And I'm like, oh my God, like Entwistle's playing like a solo on his bass at the same time that Townsend's soloing on his guitar. And then I concentrate on Keith Moon's drumming. It's like, oh my gosh, he's doing like a drum solo as they're doing their solos. And it's like, how did they all do like solos at the same time? It all works together. And then Roger Daughtry gives the greatest scream of all time. And it's my favorite part of the song, that synthesizer kind of solo with the drumming. And then, and oh my gosh, like when I listen to the song, I've listened to it so many times. I never get tired of it because of that part.
When
That
that
part-
song came on in Top Gun Maverick, I was like, yeah.
It's, I mean,
boss, same as the old boss.
that was one of the greatest lines of all time. Here's a new boss, same as the old boss. And I guess I don't know the story as well. Garrett explained it though. I always thought of like as like you pick a new leader of your country or something like that, and you think, oh, I'm getting a new leader. He's going to do something different. And then I think of it more politically of like, oh, he's the same as the other leader. Like
That's what it means apart from the Lifehouse context.
Yeah, that's what I always think. I love the political idea of it, and because he says because of course talks about kind of almost sounds political to me. I don't know. I'm just putting things in there, but I love that lyric. Yeah.
Yeah, no, like that's definitely what they're talking about. The parting on the left is now parting on the right. It's
Yeah.
like you think people are like, oh, the next, like I really hate who's in charge now. Like if we could just get someone else
Yeah.
in office, and then they get in office, and it's like, oh, they're not doing anything either. Well, then the next guy who comes along, he's gonna be our guy. It's like,
Oh, it's exactly the way it is. So it's said perfectly in that line. Just like, I hope I die before I get old is maybe my favorite lyric, but this is maybe my second from The Who. I just absolutely love it. And yeah, I love that song so much. It's one of the greats. And putting that with Bob O'Reilly at the beginning, I mean, it's a great opener, closer, everything. Great album. Who's next?
I was not expecting this to be a 5-hour video.
me neither.
Well,
But I've enjoyed every minute of it.
Yeah,
This
I'm
this
just really
definitely topped
tired.
Beach Boys live stream.
Oh yeah, we've exceeded the Beach Boys live stream finally.
Yeah, that was our longest one because of how freaking long that was because of how much albums.
Hey, at least we're talking about all good albums on this one. That one felt so long because we had to talk about all those crappy Beach Boys albums,
Yeah.
like
Oh, Keith
Summer
M.
in Paradise.
Keith M. All Things Must Pass is on the list. It was one of the first ones I picked.
I was gonna say that's on the list. You mentioned Band on the Run. Band on the Run was my first pick, so yeah, those definitely made the list.
Yeah, that was my third. That was my third pick.
Yeah.
Best solo Beatle album, bar none,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Bryer, we're going to your 11th pick.
12th.
All right, 11 pick. All right.
It's actually the 12th pick.
No, it's 11.
This is my 11th. So yeah.
Well, my 11th pick was. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, you got first. You went first.
Sorry, see, this 5-hour live stream is.
I know it messes with you.
This 5-hour live streams are messing with my brain.
All right.
Kinks
So
parody for you.
Yep.
Yeah. So when it comes to the 70s, I feel like we have to bring up this guy because he's definitely one of the big guys, especially during the glam rock period. And that, of course, is David Bowie.
Yeah.
Of course.
that
Yeah.
Is that Ziggy Stardust or?
Yes. If you want the full, you can just put Ziggy Stardust, but the full title is The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just put Ziggy Stardust.
First video on my channel was well, technically not the first, but the first like official Soundlab Studios video was a review of that album.
Yeah.
My actual first video, if you hit oldest, is me playing Eruption by Van Halen very poorly.
Yeah. But yeah, David Bowie had to be on here. Is this my favorite David Bowie album? No, but it definitely deserves to be mentioned.
Yeah.
Because to most people, this is the best of his glam period.
Yeah.
Another concept album, of course, about the titular character Ziggy Stardust. He's supposed to come down to Earth trying to save the world, but gets caught up in the rock and roll lifestyle, and that pretty much brings the end of him. But yeah, it's just, so many great music. I mean, Mick Ronson, I briefly mentioned him in the Lou Reed, when I talked about Lou Reed, but he didn't really play much on it, but his playing on here is just great. Another one of those great underrated guitar players, like acoustic or electric. He is fantastic. 5 Years is the great song that opens it up, sets the tone. I love at the end where David Bowie's just screaming 5 years, and he's at the top of his range, just spectacular. So Love's a pretty good one. No, there's kind of a more subdued song. Moon Age Daydream, one of my favorites on the album. Great guitar work on that.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, that was on. It was in that movie too. Yeah. Then you have one of the biggest hits, which is Starman, which is another one of his classic songs. Yeah, love it.
There's a starman waiting in the sky.
Yeah.
He'd like to come and meet us, but he thinks he'll blow our mind.
Yeah, spectacular song. Then you have It Ain't Easy, which most people say is the weakest song on here, but I've always liked it. I think it's a pretty nice song. Lady Stardust, great. Star, Hang On to Yourself. The title track, or it's just called Ziggy Stardust, another one of his classics. But Suffragette City, another one of my favorites on here. Just love it. It's just so upbeat. It's so fast paced. It's just spectacular. And then it closes out with Rock and Roll Suicide, which is a pretty great way to close out the album. So yeah, had to bring up David Bowie.
Yeah. I'm not a David Bowie guy, but I know that's a big album, so I'm glad you mentioned it. Someone mentioned it. All right, now we're going to Garrett for 12th pick.
I get 2 more picks.
Yeah, you got 2 more picks left, and you're
okay.
So you have to Sophie's choice it here.
Let me just do one more look through.
I'm pretty happy with my last 2 picks.
Okay.
And plus, I get the very last album too.
Yep. Yeah, me and Bryer got 1 pick, so it's like I gotta make it count.
You gotta make it count.
My favorite for last.
The last album's my favorite album by this particular band.
Okay.
That album, Bryer.
1977. We got The Stranger by Billy Joel.
Okay, good. Billy
Yes,
Joel.
we got a Billy Joel
I
album.
was
I was hoping one of you guys was going to mention Billy Joel sometime.
And I'm really having a hard time deciding about my last pick. I may have to say no to the other Steely Dan just to get another artist in here that really deserves to be on the list. But Billy Joel's best album. I have such good memories of listening to this album whenever I first discovered it. We start off with Moving Out, which is one of my favorite Billy Joel songs. I love the guitar riff in that, and I like the end with like the piano and the car noises. And then we've got the title track, The Stranger, really great, kind of a false start with like this scary piano music, but then it turns into kind of a more upbeat number after that.
Almost like a film noir type of thing.
Yeah, and the only thing I can call that is the Stranger's theme, because it comes back later on the album. I just call that like the Stranger's theme, and then I call it the Stranger theme reprise at the end of the album. But then after that, oh my goodness, we got Just the Way You Are, another amazing song, really great electric piano playing from Billy Joel. And then Scenes from an Italian Restaurant is an absolute masterpiece. The first time I heard that song I was blown away by it.
Famously, Billy Joel's favorite Billy Joel song.
Yeah.
I'd agree with that. Like, I don't know if it's like my favorite. It might be my favorite Billy Joel
it's
song.
Bohemian Rhapsody.
It is. It's just so good. There's like 3 different distinct sections, and the way they just all connect together. I love the piano solo on this song. The first time I heard that, my jaw dropped. The first time I heard that, I was like, "What is that?" Like, Billy Joel can play the piano really well.
Well, he's the piano man.
He is.
Yeah, he's good.
Honestly, though, I'm not a big fan of the Piano Man album, but go check out my Billy Joel album ranking video if you want to hear me talk about why.
Brian, and me are in that video.
The B-side, we got Vienna. Absolutely amazing song. More great piano playing. She's Always a Woman to Me, Only the Good Die Young. More famous Billy Joel songs. And then the 2 deep cuts are the last 2 songs. Everybody Has a Dream and Get It Right the First Time. Get It Right the First Time is probably my least favorite song on the album.
I agree.
But Everybody Has a Dream is a very underrated song. It's really great. Great way to close the album. And then after it fades out, we kind of get the Stranger's theme coming back in there again. So if you've never heard Billy Joel before, A, have you been living under a rock? But B, go check out this album because it's got most of his well-known, like he's got so many well-known songs, but a lot of them are on this album right here. And you definitely need to go check it out because it's such a great album.
Yeah, it's essential for sure.
Yeah, I'm glad we got Billy Joel on there. That's
definitely. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying Billy Joel deserves to be on here somewhere.
Yeah. Well, I half lied. One last Who thing for my list, and I was contemplating whether to put Pete Townshend's first solo album or John Entwistle's first solo album, and I ultimately decided to go with Pete Townshend's first solo album.
You didn't choose Physical Graffiti?
I said my last album choice is going to be.
This isn't your last one.
No, it's second to last.
Oh,
Second
okay,
last.
good.
So what's it called?
Who Came First?
Who Came First?
How original.
I know, another Who one.
This came out a year after Who's Next. So.
Oh, okay.
So basically, 3 of these songs on the album are the rejected Lifehouse songs, sort of like the like demo versions almost with Pete Townsend on the lead vocals. Pure and Easy. I do agree with Garrett. I do prefer the Who version of that song.
It fits Daltrey's voice a lot better.
Mm-hmm. Evolution, which isn't sung by Pete Townsend, it is sung by Ronnie Lane from the Small Faces, or the Faces at this point in his career. And that, to me, that just goes to show how much Pete Townsend liked the Small Faces, that he would have Ronnie Lane do a lead vocal and a writing credit on his solo album. Forever's No Time at All. I forgot who sung the song, but it's also not a Pete Townsend track. I could see why at first people would be like not so crazy about this album because of those 2 songs, but trust me, Pete Townsend's coming back on the last track on side 1, which is Nothing Is Everything, or Let's See Action, which is easily the best Pete Townsend solo song. I love it so much. I prefer it over the Who version. Whenever I make a Lifehouse project playlist, I usually include the Pete Townsend version instead of the Who version, and I love it. Side 2 opens up with Time Is Passing, which is another rejected. Well, Let's See Action and Time Is Passing are other 2 songs that were rejected from the Lifehouse project. I love Time Is Passing. It's an amazing Pete Townsend song. There's a Heartache Following Me, which is a cover, but what an amazing cover. Sherrington Gibson's a really great song. Content is really good, and I don't know how to say that last track. Rava, I don't know.
Last song.
Yeah, the last song on the album is fantastic.
I'm like looking at Bryer, like, what do we do?
Like these last 2 songs on the album are just very slow and very nice. It's just a very nice, easy listening experience at the end. And I definitely, if anyone's ever interested in getting into Who solo albums, Who Came First is definitely the very first album I'd go to. And then I'd say Smash Your Head Against the Wall by John Entwistle. It was either that album or Who Came First, but I have such.
You're not gonna put Full Moon by Keith Moon.
That's if we were going by 50 funny albums of the 70s, then yeah, that would be my very first choice. But it's not that bad of an album. It's pretty good. Like if you want to hear Keith Moon having a fun time.
Cobwebs and Strange.
I will say I wish his solo album was more of songs like I Need You, like he did on the Quick one. Like if he did more songs like that would have been better. But he went in a completely different direction.
Just because he was known as the funny guy in the band.
Yeah, not only that, but he did a great. In my opinion, I think he does a really good version of "Don't Worry, Baby." His tribute to the Beach Boys.
All right. All right. I got one more pick left, my 12th pick. And I just want to say a long, long time ago, I can still remember when music used to make me smile. And this is an album that makes me smile, and that is American Pie by great Don McLean. Came out in 1971, another 1971 album. I'm going to look at my list. I got so many 1971 albums in 1970. They're all almost 1970, 1971. That era. Oh, so good. But this is Don McLean's absolute masterpiece album. Another singer-songwriter, plays acoustic guitar. Like I said, I love those kind of artists and those kind of albums. I mean, the title song, American Pie. I mean, who does not know that song? Who does not love that song?
How, like, whenever you hear it, how can you not sing along to it too? Like, bye,
You
bye,
have to.
Mr. American
It is
Pie.
one of the greatest
From
things.
Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys drinking whiskey and white, saying this will be the day that I die.
Do, do,
This will
do.
be the day that I die. And then just goes into the song, and then he ends up doing it at the end. It's just, whenever you listen to that part, like, how can you not get the urge to sing along to that? It's just, you know.
Yeah. It's the greatest like chorus like of all time. I mean, and I love how the song starts with it's kind of a sad type of song about really kind of about the plane crash in 1959 that killed Buddy Holly, the Big Bopper, and I'm forgetting the other guy,
Richie Valentine's.
Richie Valentine. Yeah. So you got three big artists, especially Buddy Holly, I think is one that hurt the most because he was young and he was right in the prime of his career. I mean, he only made a couple albums and he had so many hit songs at such a young age. And him dying in that plane crash with the other two, I mean, was a big hit on music. And that's kind of what the song is kind of originated from. And so the whole song kind of tells the story, or kind of, he's really good at just, you know, with his words, really painting a picture of these different scenarios of different things happening. And it seems to all kind of go around this kind of sad story of, you know, the day the music died, you know. And so I love that. I think the lyrics have kind of a hidden meaning behind them. Just listening to the lyrics, it doesn't all make sense, but he obviously has a meaning behind them. And still, I love the lyrics, though. They all work really well together. And it's a long song. And it's got tons of verses to it, basically. But I love, how he starts off kind of slow. And then, when he sings that chorus, and then all of a sudden the acoustic guitar comes in, you know, dun, 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 dun. And then you get into the rest of the song. It's a little more upbeat. And then towards the end, he goes back to a little softer about, you know, I saw, you know, the three men I admire most, the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. They took the last train to the coast the day the music. I mean, that's so great. And then there's a piano. It's just him and the piano. And then they end it back with a sing along with other voices. And this, I mean, it's just a perfect song. I don't know, one of the greatest. That enough makes it a great album. And then you have a song that I love just as much, and that's Vincent. It is the most beautiful acoustic guitar song of all time. And his lyrics are absolutely beautiful about Vincent van Gogh and Starry, Starry Night, which Starry, Starry Night is my favorite painting. Vincent van Gogh is my favorite painter. I love his impressionistic paintings. They're absolutely beautiful, and that's a beautiful painting. And it's kind of a song about Vincent himself, who took his own life, you know. So there's a sadness to that song as well. But, I mean, the acoustic guitar playing is so beautiful. I mean, so good. And just that Starry, Starry Night. I just love how he starts that. And, it's one of my – American Pie, Vincent, those are in my top 10 favorite songs of all time on one album. So that's why, to me, I had to put this on the list because I can't not go without talking about those two songs. But even after that, Empty Chairs, really great song. And Everybody Loves Me Baby is a really fun song as well. But overall, one of the great albums. Had to put it on here, American Pie.
You know what I got to say about the whole Buddy Holly thing is I'd say Alan Clark and Graham Nash sort of continued what Buddy Holly started, and then Alan Clark and especially Graham Nash sort of continued off what he kind of started. That's the way I look at it.
That's why they called the Hollies, yeah, because they're big Buddy Holly fans. All right. Now we go to Bryer.
Let's pick.
I got a feeling what it is, but we'll see if he surprises us. What's
I got a feeling.
Hey, you! Stand still, laddie!
There seems to be a wall between it. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. I just built the wall in front of you.
I mean, all in all, it's just another brick in the wall.
Oh no, it's just another brick.
Exactly. Yep.
That's probably like that part where it's like pin him up against the wall. That's probably what Bryer thought when I said I didn't like Great Gig in the Sky. He's like, you right there. Who doesn't like Great Gig in the Sky? Pin him up against the wall.
Yeah.
The wall. Like Garrett's like singing along. It's like against the wall.
I think that's become a meme now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Plus the Nostalgia Critics review on it.
Oh, don't get me started.
No, we're not gonna go there.
No one talks about that.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about the album itself. But yeah, I had to save this one for last because it's probably.
Were you counting on us not talking about it? You just knew.
I was hoping someone would do Dark Side because if somebody wouldn't,
I did wish you were here. I mean, I did both, but that means that Steely Dan is not going to get a second album on here.
I know.
Because there's another artist that has to go on this list.
Yeah. But yeah, if no one would have talked about Dark Side, then I would have had to sacrifice it. But yeah. But luckily, that's not the case. But yeah, this is to no shock to people who know me. This is my favorite Pink Floyd album. I mean, this album means a lot to me.
Yeah.
I mean, this got me through high school, basically. And I know Nick is not a huge fan of it, and for valid reasons, because again, this is to many people, this is mainly Roger Waters. It could be interpreted as a Roger Waters solo album. But I think the rest of the members are here enough where it doesn't bother me. It doesn't really bother you. Unless when you talk about the final cut, now that's a Roger Waters solo.
Yeah,
album.
I was about to mention that. While the wall is bordering it, like Rick Wright not being in the final cut is very, 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 very noticeable.
Yeah.
And I hate the album because of it, because he's my favorite member of Pink Floyd.
Richard Wright's contributions to the wall, while maybe a little less, they're still very important. Like that In the Flesh Bone.
Yeah.
Wow, boom. Well, the organ at the beginning.
Yeah.
And like his little synthesizer interludes and like the Happiest Days of Our Lives and like On the Thin Ice, like his little synthesizer parts there. Like he just has all these little keyboard flourishes that just happen at the exact right moments of this album.
Another thing though is that like the wall is so bloated, is that there's the first disc of it is perfect. There's nothing wrong with it, but the second disc there's so much filler on it.
I can only think of 2 filler songs.
I can think of a lot of filler.
Vera and Bring the Boys Back Home are the only superfluous songs. And you can take those off and add in the extended What Shall We Do Now? And then it would be even better album. There's
4 very slow, boring songs in between Hey You and Comfortably Numb, and that just takes the album down for me. I don't know. And then
that's the point, though. Like when I first heard this album, I felt trapped in the wall, and the slow and you really start to feel isolated with Pink Floyd when those songs come on, especially Nobody Home.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing is Vera and Bringing the Boys Back Home are just kind of I don't see how they fit into the story. But
I already mentioned in one of my videos how the wall could have been perfect and how the final cut would have been more improved.
Yeah, and all valid reasons. But yeah, of course, the story is another concept album. How many concept albums have we had this whole session?
Yeah, 4 or 5 at least, right?
Yeah, roughly. Yeah, somewhere around there. But yeah, this tells the story of Pink. Grows up, he loses his father in World War II, similar to how Roger Waters lost his father. Has a very overprotective mother who tries to protect him from everything. And then he grows up to be a rock star, and eventually the whole rock star lifestyle catches up to him. He feels more isolated, builds the metaphorical wall around him, just isolating him from society. And yeah, it's just tackling that whole story of isolation and stuff like that. It's again another dark topic, but it's a very relatable topic. Like a lot of us have, pretty much everyone here has built a wall around us at some point of our lives. But yeah, there's still great songs on here. In the Flesh, both versions of it, one in the beginning, one in the disc 2. Love both of them. I mean, Another Brick in the Wall, all 3 parts. Love all of them. Mother, Young Lust is a pretty heavy song for them, I must say. Great guitar riff by Gilmour. Hey You, again, you just feel the desperation, especially towards the end, with Roger Waters' vocals towards the end, just him just yelling out if there's anybody out there. Nobody Home, I think, is a really underrated song. Like, that's such a it's a sad song, but there's something I don't know, I like the piano in it.
And you can
Of
hear
course-
Gomer Pyle in the background.
Yeah. Of course, this is also the home of Comfortably Numb. I mean, has one of the greatest guitar solos ever by
My
Gilmour.
favorite song, Comfortably Numb.
Yeah, just wonderful. Run Like Hell, it's great. Love that one. And I love the finale with Waiting for the Worms Stop. The Trial. The Trial is just so theatrical. It's just
I
so
love the
out
trial.
there.
Like,
It's so yeah.
I shouldn't
love it.
like it as much as I do.
Yeah, I love it. I just love how bombastic and theatrical it all is. I'm surprised at least to my knowledge, I don't think it's ever been actually done on stage before, like as a Broadway show. But I can definitely see that song being a showstopper.
I feel like
Kind of was.
I feel like the wall
Kinda
would
was.
make
I
a
know
better.
The band did it, kind of.
It was like they did when Roger Waters did when he went to Berlin.
Yeah.
I feel like the
That's
wall would
closest.
make a better Broadway musical than Tommy. Honestly, like they
Hmm.
made Tommy into a Broadway musical, and I don't honestly see how that would make a very good Broadway musical.
They made The Wall into a movie, kind of, but
Yeah, they did. They made a movie. Which, by the way, the artwork in here is kind of inspired by that. Like,
have you seen the movie?
I
I
haven't seen the movie.
It's a trip.
It's kind of trippy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Trippy Hippie might
I
like
kind
it.
of like it though. I kind of liked it though.
Yeah.
I like the animation to it the most. The animation.
Yeah, apparently they hired this animator guy to make animated sequences for their wall tour, and
Mhm.
they used those animated sequences in the movie.
Yeah, and the one who played Pink in the movie was Bob Geldof, who is a pretty well-known musician, who's a punk musician, but then he would go off to make Live Aid. So little
Okay.
connection
Oh.
there.
Not that,
Yeah.
but they were planning on having Roger Waters play Pink, but
Yeah.
never did.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But yeah, overall, The Wall, I love it. It's my favorite Pink Floyd album. I see why it's not some people's favorite, but it means a lot to me. So I
It
had
was
to
my number 11
there.
choice.
It's my favorite Pink Floyd album too, but then again, like the first time I listened to the album, I was right in the middle of me actually building a wall around myself. So
Mm.
have I ever told the story about the first? I think I may have,
Yeah,
but
I
if
think
I
you've
ever,
told it before.
okay, but like I listened to it at like just the right time.
Yeah, same here.
I couldn't relate to it. Well, couldn't relate to it when I first heard it. I was going through this Beatlemania phase, and my dad's like, "Hey, this is a non-Beatle album you should listen to." And I still haven't really fully got The Wall yet. I don't think I ever will, because I've listened to it hundreds of times.
All right. Garrett's last choice.
All right, Garrett, your last pick.
I wanted to choose Can't Buy a Thrill by Steely Dan,
Yeah.
which was my favorite album of 1972. I would say No offense, Nick, but I would put that over Pete Townshend's first solo album. But we got 49 or 48 albums picked already. I get one last choice, so if it comes between putting a second Steely Dan album on the list or picking another artist I think needs to be on here, I'm gonna go with this artist, Elton John.
Yes.
Is the name of the artist and the album.
Okay.
Oh, No Good by Yellow Brick Road. I'm surprised.
No,
Wow. I was thinking
I'm gonna throw a curveball.
Elton John.
After reconsidering, I think this is actually my favorite Elton John album, and it's the one. This is an essential album. This is his debut here in America. He'd already released an album in the UK, but that wouldn't come out until later. But perfect starting song with Your Song. The piano is so amazing. Bernie Taupin was like 18 when he wrote the lyrics to this.
Yeah.
And you were talking about Joni Mitchell's voice, how it changed later. Elton John is the same way. It's a lot better pre his voice changing to be deeper and more raspy.
Yeah.
In the next song, I Need You to Turn To, so amazing. There's like harpsichord on there, and I'm gonna have to pull up the track. I'm gonna have to pull up the track listing. How did I forget?
I mean, I can read it off for you. I mean, you already mentioned Your Song. I need you to turn to.
The next one, Take Me to the Pilot. That's the next one. That's a really great, kind of a more upbeat rocking song with really great piano in it. No Shoestrings on Louise is Elton John's Rolling Stones imitation. He's kind of trying to sing like Mick Jagger on that one. The first episode at Hyanton is insanely good. Like, it's one of my favorite songs on this album. There's this freaky theremin that comes in halfway through. It's like the song kind of changes between creepy and like heartwarming at the same time. It's kind of going through a story of this guy and this girl who like were just friends when they were younger, but then when they grew up, they fell in love with each other. And the theremin kind of perfectly sets that together, along with Paul Buckmaster's amazing string arrangements on that song. And then we get another song that really is kind of evokes the exact same feelings with 60 Years On, but this time it's about growing up and like what's life going to be like 60 years ahead. Border Song is Elton John's gospel-inspired song. That one's amazing. I love the piano on that one. The Greatest Discovery is this cool song about a kid who finds out he has a younger brother, and Bernie Taupin just perfectly sets that to music on that song. The Cage is this funk-inspired song. It's amazing as well. And this album ends perfectly with The King Must Die, one of Elton John's most underrated songs. If you've never listened to a full Elton John album, definitely have this be the first one because it's singer-songwriter piano balladry at its best.
Yeah.
Yeah, Elton John had to be on the list. He was one he's on there, and I couldn't quite get to him, so I was like, okay, good. He's mentioned by
I had to put him on there. Sorry, Donald and Walter.
like Billy Joel and Elton John are two big names that had to be on the list. So I'm glad to see that.
Well, before I get into my last one, one thing I gotta say is even our first 60s video passed our Beach Boy ranking because I'm looking at it and it was like 2 hours and 51 minutes. I'm looking at the thumbnail and I'm laughing because of the face. It's like, oh god, no. Okay.
Knowing how I really feel, about that album.
He was just like, well, pretend this is Summer in Paradise. Like,
I thought no, he actually held up Summer Paradise.
Yeah.
Well, if I had a copy of American Dream, this would be my facial expression. I'd be like, and I'll help the caption. I'll have the caption. I'll be like, is this really the follow-up to Deja Vu?
I did alter the image with Jason holding up Sounds of Silence, which the actual record he's holding up in the Simon and Garfunkel video is actually Tommy, but I edited it to make it look like he was holding Sounds of Silence, and it's actually pretty convincing.
Yeah,
it is. Well,
all right. You're going to close this out with.
I'm closing out with the double album.
Double album, right?
Hey. Physical Graffiti by Led Zeppelin, my very favorite Led Zeppelin album.
Too.
for the very
Yeah.
longest time, I thought my favorite Led Zeppelin album was In Through the Outdoor. But then I listened to Physical Graffiti, gave it a good listen, and I'll say with confidence, it is my favorite Zeppelin album now. Custard Pie. I mean, what a fabulous way to open up a double album, you know, it just gets you right into it. And then it gets right into The Rover, and oh man, what a great song. I really like it. And then the last song on side one is In My Time of Dying, which I can see where Garrett you're coming from, where you say it's a little too long. I think it's I think all the long songs aren't too long. Like if the song was another like 5-6 minutes, I would say it's too long, but I quite like it. Side 2 though, oh my god.
Trampled Underfoot.
Houses of the Holy, like man, how was that not on the Houses of the Holy album? Like, I mean, I'm glad it's on Physical Graffiti. It's amazing, but how is that rejected? Like honestly, I like the crunch, but how is that on the album but not Houses of the Holy? I don't get it. Then we get to that big song, Trampled Underfoot. Man, I love that song. Once you hear it, it gets stuck in your head. And then the second disc, then the second side closes out with Cashmere, which I still think I'm not the biggest fan of it. It's my second least favorite song on the album. But it's still epic though, even though it's not one of my favorite songs by them. Side disc 2 though, side 3. My God, In the Light, my favorite Led Zeppelin song. Oh my God. I know, Garrett, you said that song goes on for too long. I think it's the perfect length of time.
No, I was talking about In My Time of Dying. I like that one.
Oh, I was mistaking the songs then. Oh, In the Light, like that song is just, it's perfect. It's the best song in their entire discography, in my opinion. When I was going through the discography, I was ranking all the songs, and it was That's the Way was my favorite song by them. But then when I heard In the Light, I'm like, yeah, this is my favorite Zeppelin song now. And it does go into my least favorite track, but it is great in the context of the album. It's
Still
really
live, baby.
Bron Wire R.
Bronyar.
Zeppelin Bryer.
Bronerar.
Bron.
R.
Right. Okay.
Bronerar.
The acoustic song that was going to be on Led Zeppelin 3. I'm just going to say that. It was.
Wait, if it was, then you'd have had Bronerar and Bronerar Stomp in the same album.
That was the title, and they were gonna have that on Led Zeppelin 3, but then they went with Hats Off to Roy Harper, which I know. Down by the Seaside, what a great song. That was a Led Zeppelin 4 reject, believe it or not. Yeah, that was going to be on Led Zeppelin 4.
That song's underrated in my opinion.
Yeah. 10 Years Gone, which is a great closer to side 3. Night Flight, though, which is another reject from Led Zeppelin 4, which I don't agree. That's these two songs and another song I'm going to go into, I think is way better than Four Sticks. And the Wonton song, which was going to be on Houses of the Holy and wasn't. Again.
Wait, that was going to be on Houses of the Holy?
Yeah, it was a song.
I don't know which song I would replace it with, though, because that's my favorite Led Zeppelin album, and I think all of the songs are perfect on that album. I mean, you could have made it a 10-track album and throw in, like, you could have just added the song.
Yeah. Well, still, I like the crunge, but it mystifies me how they kept the crunge on the album, but they rejected Houses of the Holy and the one.
Okay, I like the crunge though.
I like the crunch too, but
it's like James Brown gone horribly wrong, and I love the where's that confounded bridge? I love that part.
Yeah, but if you ask me, I prefer the Wonton song and House of the Holy just a little better.
I do like the one. I do like. Is it the Wonton song or the Wanton song?
You're right. Why didn't I always call it the Wonton song.
It does look like that. But yeah, I do like that song, and Now that you say that, that would make the Houses of the Holy album even better because that's one of my favorite songs on Physical Graffiti, and I didn't
Yeah.
know that's the sessions it came from.
I know some people might be like, oh, the way you're saying it, you're probably pissed off that it wasn't. I'm like, nope, I'm not upset. I'm actually quite happy because it's on my
On your
favorite.
favorite one.
It's on my favorite Led Zeppelin album. So
It's not on my favorite one now, though.
Yeah.
So my loss
Yeah.
is your gain.
Yep. And then it goes to another amazing song from the Led Zeppelin 4 sessions. And I'm like, how was Four Sticks, this crappy song by them? I did say Hats Off to Roy Harper was the only song I don't like, but Four Sticks is another one I can't stand. And I don't know how that song was kept on the album, but Boogie with Stu, Down by the Seaside, and Night Flight weren't on the album. It mystifies me. And if any of those 3 songs were on 4, it wouldn't be
I
my
would
least
have
favorite
much.
Zeppelin
I would
song.
have much rather had that. And honestly, this may be controversial, but I'm honestly not that big on Battle of Evermore, even though it does have Lord of the Rings references in it.
Mhm.
I would have rather had Night Flight than that one.
Like Four Sticks would have suited better on Physical Graffiti, but like after Misty Mountain Hop and Stairway to Heaven, you want a great song to follow up those 2 songs, and it doesn't suit the album at all. And it just, I don't know. But Boogie with Stu, I love. Black Country Woman's a great song, and Sick Again is a great closer. And I'm glad to have the honor of saying Deja Vu is my first pick, and Physical Graffiti is my second pick. I mean, my last pick.
Yeah. Your last
My
pick.
second pick. Yeah.
All right, Garrett, hit me with some honorable mentions.
Oh boy.
I know you're gonna say "Can't Buy a Thrill" was one that just didn't make it.
Can't Buy a Thrill by Steely Dan. I'm going to open up my record collection. I'm going to
Thank
be
you.
listing Chicago by Chicago,
Okay.
McCartney by McCartney,
Yeah, I like that one.
Sunflower by the Beach Boys,
Oh, Beach Boys.
Tumbleweed Connection by Elton John,
Yeah. Yeah.
Cold Spring Harbor by Billy Joel. Yes, I do like that album. Madman Across the Water by Elton John.
Yeah.
Surf's Up by the Beach Boys. Ram by Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
Honky Chateau by Elton John.
Yeah. Good
Thick
one.
as a Brick by Jethro Tull. Toulouse Street by the Doobie Brothers. How are you pulling all those out?
I know
so
he's
fast?
pulling them out. I can't believe
It's
it.
like
Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player, and Goodbye Yellow Brick Road by Elton John.
Okay, great ones.
Leonard Skinner's debut album, The Captain and Me by the Doobie Brothers.
Yeah, we didn't talk about the Doobie Brothers, or yeah.
Caribou by Elton John. Second Helping by Leonard Skinner.
Also,
We didn't talk about Leonard Skinner. Yeah.
Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy by Elton John. I have a lot of Elton John. Face the Music by the Electric Light Orchestra. One of These Nights by the Eagles. Still Crazy After All These Years by Paul Simon. A New World Record by the Electric Light Orchestra.
My favorite Yellow album.
Left Overture by Kansas. The Royal Scam by Steely Dan. Turnstiles by Billy Joel. The Grand Illusion by Styx. 52nd Street by Billy Joel. Don't Look Back by Boston. Oh, man. Minute by Minute by the Doobie Brothers. I can't believe we missed that one.
Cat Stevens.
Darn the Torpedoes by Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. That's my funny nickname for it. Discovery by Electric Light Orchestra. The Long Run by the Eagles. Outlandos d'Amour by the Police. Honestly, Regatta de Blanc by the Police too, even though I don't like that one as much. L.A. Woman by the Doors. That's my favorite Doors album, but it didn't quite make the list. Metal by Pink Floyd. Desperado by the Eagles. Oh, man. Songs in the Key of Life by Stevie Wonder. How did that not make the list?
No one says.
yeah, I'm so sad. That's one of my favorite albums
Yeah,
of all
nobody-
time.
We couldn't have taken out Pete Townsend's solo album and put...
I forgot about that album. That's the problem.
Can we swap it out on the list?
Yeah.
Inner
Well-
Visions by Stevie Wonder.
Yeah.
On the Border by the Eagles. The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway by Genesis. Fleetwood Mac self-titled. Katie Lied by Steely Dan. We already had Feral the Kings. The Star Wars soundtrack by John Williams. But Seriously Folks by Joe Walsh. Christopher Cross, self-titled 1979 album.
Yeah.
Off the Wall by Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all. That's what I got right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
That was
Jason,
terrifying.
I'd like you to take out Townsend's first solo album and put Songs in the Key of Life.
Oh, really?
If you don't mind. Yeah, I completely forgot about that album. That's the only reason why it wasn't on my list.
Making an audible here. All right.
Another
It's not
double
because I
album.
didn't like it as much as just I completely forgot.
That's all we have on this list. Doubles and
Oh,
concept.
wait. How did Meatloaf not make it on the list, Jason?
Oh,
I'm not a fan of Meatloaf, so I'm not upset about.
I have the
not
album
having
right here. I was ready to talk about it. I just never got.
Okay, my honorable mentions.
Yeah. Anything to add to that?
Queen 1, Queen 2, Sheer
yeah.
Heart Attack,
Lots
News of the
Queens.
World, and Jazz.
Yeah.
Basically the 70s Queen albums that we did.
Oh yeah.
Throw my thunder there.
Almost all
Sorry,
the.
Bryer. It just happens to be the order. Like, I knew if I didn't say it, you were gonna say it. ABBA, Ring Ring, ABBA Waterloo, ABBA self-titled, ABBA the album, ABBA the Blue Album, I call it because I don't know how to say the name. What else? I guess Pete Townshend's first album would be the honorable mention. John Entwistle's first album, Smash Your Head Against the Wall. That's an honorable mention. There was a Bob Dylan album I liked from the 70s. New Morning, that's a great album. That's
Blood on the Tracks.
Blood on the Tracks, that's a fantastic album.
Yeah.
Black Sabbath, self-titled. Black Sabbath, Masters of Reality. Black Sabbath, Volume 4. Black Sabbath, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. Black Sabbath, Sabotage.
You're up there.
Also really good.
No AC/DC.
I don't like AC/DC. Besides 30 Deep Thunder
That's
Cheap,
Bryer's,
that I'm going to mention. Boston's second album, Don't Look Back. I don't know if you mentioned that or not.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Did you say Born in the USA? No, that's the 80s.
That's the 80s. Darkness on the Edge of Town. That needs to be in there, though. I missed that one.
That's an honorable mention. Yeah, that's about it. I could go on forever with honorable mentions of the 70s. Not as long as I would say for the 60s, but.
Yeah, I know Keith said Silk by Boss Gads. He's mentioned that. Yeah, Out of Hell. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Mike's just waking up in England.
Oh wow.
Everybody in England is just waking up.
It's late. It's late. It's late.
You guys haven't gone to bed yet?
Yeah, another like 14 minutes, and we have a 6-hour
All right.
video. Jesus.
Bryer, do you have anything to add to that list?
Yep. Luckily, no one's taking everything. Okay, so first up, the Ramones with their debut.
Remember.
That's some punk. I know Garrett's already mentioned the Genesis album with the Lamb. I'll go with Selling England by the Pound. Okay, and then The Clash with London Calling.
That's a great album.
Yeah,
Big
Corn-
Station to Station.
I'll get to that in a second. But
Okay.
Joni Mitchell with Corn Spark, my favorite Joni
Oh, wow, your
album.
favorite you didn't get to. Oh, man.
Yeah, I went with probably the most famous one.
Yeah.
Of course, Plastic Ono Bands.
Yeah.
My favorite John Lennon album.
Yep. After the Gold Rush by Neil Young.
All right.
Some Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic, and Rocks.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I forgot to mention them.
Yeah.
What's the white album?
Draw the Line.
Draw the Line. That's a great album. That
I
was
like
one of mine.
Yeah.
Honorable mentions.
Here's by the way, here's the AC/DC Highway to Hell.
Highway to Hell.
That's a decent album. It's all right.
Yeah. Okay. Of course, there's more Pink Floyd like Animals.
Oh yeah.
Nick Drake, Pink Moon.
Oh, Peak Moon. Yeah.
Journey with Infinity.
Yes. Oh, how did I miss that one? And Evolution too.
Yeah, Bad Company's debut.
That features the song Bad Company
Oh,
by the
that-
band Bad Company on the
Yeah.
album Bad Company.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Here's my soundtrack, Grease.
Oh, great soundtrack.
Yeah, and I know Jason's gonna love this one, Jesus Christ Superstar.
Yeah. Great rock opera.
Okay, I'm not gonna go through every single one.
Yeah,
A few more.
Oh, also Toto 1978. I just remembered
Toto.
that one.
Yeah, Toto.
Yeah,
that's up
I
there.
see it back there.
Yeah. More punk. Never mind the Bullets by the Sex Pistols.
Yeah.
Heart, Little Queen. I guess I'll throw this one in. American Beauty by Grateful Dead. All right, I'll go like maybe 5 more. Let's see. I mean, somebody already mentioned it, but yeah, Station to Station by David Bowie.
Okay.
David Bowie.
David Bowie.
Also, the man who sold the world or whatever. That's a great album.
Janis Joplin with Pearl.
Hmm. Yeah.
And then we have Nielsen by Harry Nilsson.
Mimi Coconut.
What?
That's one of the songs on the album. Put the lime in the coconut.
Yeah.
All right, so my last 3.
You never listened to that song before,
It
Garrett?
must be late.
Yeah.
Is that a real song?
It is a real song.
Let's
It's very
let's stop.
goofy. You gotta listen to it, Garrett.
Very
Oh
goofy.
my god.
I can't listen to her. I get sleep drunk if I stay up past a certain hour and it's past that hour.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, almost
I'm
done.
like tomorrow. I'll
Two-
be like, look up "Coconut" by Harry Nilsson.
Yeah, and I work in the morning, so I'm screwed.
Oh, I'm sorry. bro.
I don't have to go to work till 1, although my roommate wants me to wake up early.
And I have
so
to
we
clean
can
this up too.
Oh no.
go- I'm gonna wake up early because my roommate wants to listen to. I finally got my replacement copy of Led Zeppelin's "Houses of the Holy" album.
Yeah.
Because I
Yeah.
got one a week ago, was warped and couldn't play it.
Yeah. All right, so my last 3: Rod Stewart, "Every Picture Tells a Story."
Sure, yeah.
Bitches Brew by Miles Davis.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then Phantom Comes Alive. Gotta include that one in.
Oh yeah, live at Leeds.
Yeah, Live at
Throw that
Leeds too.
in.
That's in there. And also Breakfast in America, I'll throw in as well.
Super.
Oh,
fun. Yeah, I need to listen
Yeah,
to that.
I wasn't gonna include any live albums. I was close to including Live at Leeds, but I'm like, never mind. But that was
I
kind of
want
how
to throw in
was
Kate
like,
Bush, but I'll give her just dues when we get to the
Okay.
80.
Her decade is yet to come.
They may mention Aqualung.
Aqualung, not yet, but here it is.
That's a pretty big one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll be going to bed soon, Mike.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, I was looking at my list. I don't think anybody mentioned "London Calling" by the Clash.
I do.
Oh,
I
Bryer
I
did.
showed it.
Okay,
I
good.
showed it.
Combat Rye. I don't think he mentioned.
I'm not a fan of that album, but I know it's like big for the punk scene.
Combat rock wasn't until the 80s, though, right?
Yeah, 82.
Oh yeah, sometimes
Okay.
yeah.
So that one will probably get an honorable mention at least in the
What's
80s.
going on? Of course, that's a big one. I'm sorry I didn't get on here. I know it's number 1 on Rolling Stone's list. I don't know if
We have different lists.
I don't think it's
Brock
nearly
mentioned-
as good as a lot of albums that I like Revolver or Pet Sounds or Sgt. Pepper's.
I don't know if you mentioned Rocky Mountain High or not.
No, but I was saving it for you.
Okay. Yeah, Back Home Again. Great John Denver albums.
Yeah.
Of course, Jim Croce, I Got a Name. Life and Times, both great albums. CSN by Crosby, Stills, Nash, I think is a really good album.
That was the 1960. Oh, never mind. I forgot that. Yeah, never mind. I was like, wasn't that 1969 though? But then I was like, oh yeah, they had a album called CSN.
James Taylor by James Taylor.
Okay.
Running on Empty by Jackson Browne. I don't think it may mentioned.
Yeah, I don't have that one.
That's a big one. I haven't listened to it, so I didn't talk about it because I still need to listen to that one.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we kind of talked about X on Main Street is like on Rolling Stones. It's like top 10 on Rolling Stones.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
I would say yes.
That one is overrated.
Oh my god, I'm starting to remember
I
an
will
album.
defend
Oh my
that
God.
album till I die.
I forgot.
Well,
I forgot to put Distant Light by the Hollies, with the album with Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress. Oh my god.
but I'll just say, some people would say X on Main Street probably should be in there, but
Yeah, I don't like Exile on Main
I
Street.
don't like it
That
either.
album's
But I
extremely
just know that's a
overrated.
big.
It's
That's a
too
big.
long. That one is a bloated bill.
It may be long, but there's a lot of good songs on it.
Yeah.
All right.
A lot. You mean two? Tumbling Dice and I can't remember any of the other songs on the album.
You gotta listen to it
Virginia is
more
a
than
great song.
All right, here's the master list before we go,
Okay, good.
and then we'll go.
6-hour video here,
We're making
Jason.
6 hours here, twice as long, almost not quite, almost twice as long as like the last video. But 70s was a big decade, anyways. All right, so we got Boston by Boston, Deja Vu by Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, Band on the Run by Paul McCartney and Wings, United at the Opera by Queen, Out of the Blue by ELO, Electric Light Orchestra, Quadrophenia by The Who, Poems, Prayers, and Promises by John Denver, Paranoid by Black Sabbath. Who's Blacksmith? Black
They're my
Sabbath.
favorite band, Blacksmith. Better than Black Sabbath.
Good name. Aja by Steely Dan, All Things Must Pass by George Harrison, You Don't Mess Around with Jim by Jim Croce, Machine Head by Deep Purple, Houses of the Holy by Led Zeppelin, 2112 by Rush, Led Zeppelin 4 by Led Zeppelin, Sticky Fingers by the Rolling Stones, Wish You Were Here by Pink Floyd, The Who by Numbers by The Who, Let It Be by the Beatles, Close to the Edge by Yes, Hotel California by Eagles, A Day at the Races by Queen, Imagine by John Lennon, Blue by Joni Mitchell, Born to Run by Bruce Springsteen, okay, Who Are You by The Who, Tapestry by Carole King, Rumors by Fleetwood Mac, Cars by Car, or Car by Car. Is it Car? I don't know.
The car.
Cars by Cars, right?
Yeah.
A Farewell to Kings by Rush, Bridge Over Troubled Waters by Simon and Garfunkel, Van Halen by Van Halen, Hemisphere by Rush, Odds and Sods by The Who, Harvest by Neil Young, Transformer by Lou Reed, Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd, Arrival by ABBA, Cosmos Factory by Creedence Clearwater Revival, Unknown Pleasures by Joy Division, Led Zeppelin 3 by Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor by Led Zeppelin, Who's Next by The Who, Ziggy Stardust, whatever, by David Bowie,
Ziggy Stardust, whatever.
Stranger by Billy Joel. We're going to put in Songs in the Key of Life, I believe, by Stevie Wonder.
Yes.
In there? Okay. That'll be there. American Pie by Don McLean, or McLean, or whatever. The Wall by Pink Floyd. Elton John by Elton John. And Physical Graffiti by Led Zeppelin. I think I got it.
Yes.
That is the master list.
That is the essential list. If anyone disagrees, you're wrong. This is totally set in stone. Our opinions are way better than yours. Obviously, this is all factual.
We will give you the address of Nick's house if you have a problem. No, just kidding. All right. Thank you so much. I enjoy doing these with you guys. This is a passion project of mine that I absolutely love talking about. And so I really appreciate you guys coming on and doing this with me. So thank you to Garrett, Nick, and Bryer. Definitely check out their YouTube channels. Really great. And from all of us, all of you, goodbye again.